met that funny reefer man. Oh, he traded dimes for nickels and he called watermelon pickles. Yeah, I'm talking about the reefer man. You ever meet that little old reefer man? Did you ever meet that little old reefer man? He takes a sudden mania and wants to give you Pennsylvania. I'm still talking about the reefer man. That funny reefer man? Have you ever met that funny reefer man? Oh, he traded dimes for nickels and he called watermelon pickles. Yeah, I'm talking about the reefer man. Ever meet that little old reefer man? Did you ever meet that little old reefer man? He takes a sudden mania and wants to give you Pennsylvania. I'm still talking about the reefer man. Have you ever met that funny reefer man? Have you ever met that funny reefer man? Have you ever met that little old reefer man? Ever met that funny little reefer man? Some Wall Street is panicking, cause he won't sell on the Atlantic. Some Wall Street is panicking, cause he won't sell on the Atlantic. Some Wall Street is panicking, cause he won't sell on the Atlantic. Oh, that's the reefer man.
We don't know. All we got are suspects. My job, find out who. There's a guy named Jones, Lab Man. He makes prints of films. He handled this print. Then there's Smith. He's a film distributor. He sent the print to the station. And Brown. He's film director at the station.
I know. You're trying to make me the ball guy.
And Harris, projectionist at the station.
I only had that print long enough to thread her up.
We don't know. All we got are suspects. My job, find out who. My job, find out who. What if they stick to their stories? We're stuck with a perfect crime. It happens. More than you think.
Sound is all around us, everywhere. It beats at our eardrums until much of the time we're hardly conscious of it. But on this particular Saturday morning, Jimmy Foster suddenly became very conscious of it. Well, he'd soon find out whether there was a vibration along with the sound. The scrap of wood showed him that when the bell sounds, it does vibrate.
Try this, Jimmy. Try it again.
Sound is all around us, everywhere. But on this particular Saturday morning, Jimmy Foster suddenly became very conscious of it. Jimmy's ears were now wide open to the sounds around him.
Say, that's wonderful. It sounds as if it's right next to my ear.
Short waves for a high note. Long waves for a low note. So you see, the loudness of any sound you hear varies with its intensity and its distance from it. Be careful, Jimmy. It corrodes my radio plug. Now watch.
And that's that.
That's that, but it's not all by any means.
Let me into that machine. No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff. I can't, Professor, or you'll just watch me. Let me into that machine. No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff. I can't, Professor, or you'll just watch me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to my stream. I do weird and cringy things and stuff, probably. Sorry for the sorry for taking so long there for the beginning. Pretty much as soon as I hit go live, my body was all like, and I had to, you know, you gotta go when you gotta go. Yeah, I didn't even get to eat my food. Got my food right here. Didn't get to touch my coffee. Ugh, so annoying. Anyways, hi, hello. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Hope it started better than mine. Oh my goodness, I didn't even get to look through the YouTubes and see what to add to my playlist. Jeez. What the heck? I'm going through it now and looking. That's right. I am invincible. Yay. I'm not actually invincible. Is that good? Is that enough? Hello, my old chums. I'm Gnotic Elf. I'm Gnotic Goblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed. Get gnomed, y'all. Voice only gnome. Add that. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, I could just like go into that and that. So you could like look at what I'm adding to my list. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da. Tired of seeing these bananas. I'm not gonna watch that. I don't need to see your banana shite. Fucking hell, mate. Are horseshoe crabs dangerous? Dunno. All I know is meow. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Meow, 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 meow. Yes, I know, this is quite thrilling, isn't it? Ha-ba-ba. Ha-ba-ba-ba. Ah-wah-ah-wah-ah-wah. Ghost hand. Oh my god. Laughy Loose challenge, sure. Alright, let's see what that gets us up to. Alright. Okay. Let's move this to there. That's good. Needs more aminal stuff for between. I need 1, 2 videos. I like to have like a little bit of aminal clips in between stuff. Oh. Ba-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-bow. I don't like them to be long clips, so that's a minute 20. That's not too long. I can go with that. I'll do. All right. We're just about ready. Ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da da do ba 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 da do do ba do boop 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 chat. Let's go and boop chat boop chat. Let's go and boop chat. Let's go. Let's go and boop the chat. Let's watch some stuff. Whoa. I see it. So that's how we're starting today. I'm different, born innocent, born perfect. I'm not like you anymore. I'm not like you. I was born clever, born knowledgeable.
Yeah, it turns out taking the full weight of an entire adult human on the back of your head hurts.
What? No way.
I'm also very lucky that could have broken my neck. But I'm here. I'm here. My apologies to those of you who, well, are disappointed with my continued living. Anyway, enough about being a pro wrestler. Let's talk about something somehow even more stupid. We're going to be talking about the rise of asymmetrical horror games, and I felt that due to the subject matter, it would be thematically appropriate to show off one of the pride and joys of my collection.
Now
of
my
Nerd's
salad
Tat,
is all soggy.
My replica blade with the little sort of handsome red lining. However, fuck that. We are in fact introducing a better puppet, not a puppet, my new co-host, Buckets. Say hello, Buckets. Say hello, Buckets. There we go. Whoa, Buckets. What's in your mouth? No, look here, what's in your mouth? Monster in my pockets, I knew it. Are you anxious? Do you really think eating Monster in my pockets is an appropriate way to express that angst? No, it isn't. Spit them out. Spit them out. Good bird. So, we're going to talk about horror games. No reason to be afraid. They're just video games. One of the games is Puppet Master. If you can count on the game industry to do anything, it's to take a really good idea and comprehensively ruin the ever-loving fuck out of it by doing it again and again and again, like a child who said something that made the grown-ups laugh and thinks repeating it ad nauseum will get the same response. God, children are stupid. But anyway, be it Souls-likes, Metroidvanias, or the dozens of games that copied Vampire Survivors within weeks of its release, the extremity and near immediacy of the bandwagoning in this fucking industry ensures that an original concept becomes an old trick within months through sheer force of market saturation. There is one type of game of such a specific style that the saturation is both more obvious and way more distasteful. It's also fucking annoying on a personal level because it involves one of my favourite types of entertainment, shitty 80s horror movies.
I beg your pardon, what kind of movies?
Sorry, schlocky.
Thank you.
Asymmetrical multiplayer is a great thing. Like many others, I was a huge fan of Left 4 Dead. I'm one of the 12 people who loved Singularity's monsterific multiplayer, and I actually appreciated Gears of War Judgment for providing the same. I'm also a massive fan of 80s horror franchises, from Friday the 13th to Child's Play to The Evil Dead. Which brings us to the ongoing flood of asymmetrical multiplayer games based on exactly those franchises. Due to the general nature of the movies being adapted for games, I'm going to use asymmetrical slasher as a term, differentiating them from similar asymmetrical games. Yes, something like Evil Dead isn't really a slasher film per se, but look, just go with it. It'll make summarizing this shit easier. So yes, let's talk about the problem with asymmetrical slashers, games in which some players are humans and others take the role of iconic horror antagonists. What a great idea. There's just one problem. Too bloody many, and they keep coming. And as someone who's always wanted some of these franchises to get modern video games, seeing the same old shit for every single one has long since gone from exciting and novel to depressingly rote. That seems to be becoming the model, and I mean like capital T, the model. We got Friday the 13th, the game, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the game, Puppet Master, the game. Oh god, there was that fucking Predator, the game as well. Do you remember Predator, the game? You're best off not thinking about it. Not to mention Dead by Daylight, although we will be talking about that later, so yes, to mention Dead by Daylight. It's put horror icon after horror icon after horror icon in its game. At least it's confined to one game, though that itself represents a problem, which we'll get to soon. But fucking hell, by the time we've gotten to the announcement of a Killer Clowns from Outer Space asymmetrical horror game, is nothing sacred. I gotta beg the industry, stop. Just please. I'm already bored of this shit. And I wouldn't call all of these games Dead by Daylight rip-offs per se, but it's clear the industry's looked at that and thought, yes, let's just keep doing games in that vein, please. And I know a shitty video game industry trend when I see one. And even though the situation is not quite dire yet, please let's nip this one in the bud. My taste in movies is well known. Well, my lack of taste. So every time one of these games is announced, my social media replies are full of people excitedly telling me about them. But sadly, these folks know not that my excitement is deader than that bloke who Jason punched the fucking head off of in Jason Takes Manhattan.
Give it a shot.
Bruh.
More like Jason Takes Man's head off.
Fatality.
How can I be excited for just another messy, slapdash, content-poor, asymmetrical slasher among the growing pile of messy, slapdash, content-poor, asymmetrical slashers? The novelty is gone by now.
and I'm actually surprised there's anyone left who still finds these things exciting. I adore some of the licenses being exploited here, but I can't bring myself to be hyped for any of them because I'm fucking bored of them. Oh, and I mean it when I say they're slapdash. Given over to small studios, some of whom are good, and some of whom are hacks, but all of whom are making mostly buggy, visually unappealing, janky products here. It's as if the fact the movies they're based on all kinda suck is being used as an excuse. However, a lot of those movies suck in an entertaining way, whereas a lot of the games just plain suck. And watching a sub-B grade horror movie is a lot more fun than having to actively play through the video game equivalent of one. This is exemplified by the recent release of Puppet Master, the game, a freemium game of such low quality as to truly encapsulate the kind of F-tier movies produced by Full Moon Studios. I won't tear into it too much here because I've been told my review already made the developers sad. Speaking of which, to all the fans who've been sent to harass me from the game's Discord server with demands I go there and debate the developers. Fuck off! Firstly, I'm not going to justify my opinion on a game because that is literally what the review is there for. I'm not going to explain my reviews because they explain themselves. That's what a review does. Secondly, I would hope the developers have better things to do, like, you know, finishing the game they released. No developers should be wasting time on the internet with some random bitch when they've got DLC to justify charging for. Anyway, the cynicism of that threadbare, imbalanced, broken, clearly underdeveloped game which sells a single character skin for $8 really demonstrates how poorly these things are being thrown together to make an easy nostalgia buck. It was when Killer Clowns was first announced that I realised I was truly done with this shit. Feeling my initial excitement at a Killer Clowns game drop dramatically and instantly the second I saw it was just another multiplayer game was notably saddening. It's like when I see a promising looking game and find out it's a PSVR exclusive. I think Killer Clowns is a brilliant bit of schlocky fun, and I think the idea of a Killer Clowns game is hilarious. Or I would have done, if it didn't simply sound like developers were scraping the barrel to put another intellectual property on the same old factory production line. I can just see it now. What haven't we done yet? Fucking ghoulies? Oh, goblins? We're at a point where these games are basically the Funko Pops of horror. Why can't we have something else? Anything else? Why can't we have Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees stalking us like Nemesis in a terrifying single-player campaign? Why can't Ash battle the evil dead in a first-person gory shooter that plays out with the gloriously gory bombast of Doom Eternal? Hell, those two pitches were admittedly derivative, but at least they were derivative in a new way. I mean, I've genuinely thrilled myself with that Evil Dead pitch, a lot more than I was thrilled by the bandwagoning mundanity we got instead. The lack of creativity involving horror icons that could feature in a multitude of game types is actually frigging tragic. Some of it doesn't even make sense to me. What is it about Killer Clowns from outer space that so lends itself to the tired old asymmetrical slasher formula that it couldn't have been something fresher? It's hardly surprising so many of the games are lacking in content and depth when they're being made regardless of whether the license being used has enough relevant content to support the concept in the first place. Some games feel straight up inappropriate, or at least uncomfortable. Texas Chainsaw Massacre's human players are informed straight away that they've been full-on tortured and starved by the antagonists prior to the start of the game, the results of which manifest as actual gameplay mechanics. It's just fucking grim. And while it accurately reflects Texas Chainsaw actually playing as a terrified, brutalized, malnourished teenage torture victim in an otherwise silly online cash-in is just sort of unsettling. In a story-driven single-player game with a tone and atmosphere that matches the horrific scenario, you know, a game that's earned it, absolutely, that is something you can do well. I mean, I'm a fan of Outlast after all. A game's premise can be dramatically modified by the type of game it is, and it speaks volumes about the disregard some studios have for their own art form that they believe any property can be effortlessly plugged into any genre. How very gauche. For some reason it was decided that this is what licensed horror games are now, and it is all that they can be. Dead by Daylight was such a hit that the game industry's answer was to simply keep doing it, and ensure each new horror IP getting a surprise video game announcement is less and less interesting, because fundamentally it's going to be the same fucking game with a reskin. We should indeed make sure to reference Dead by Daylight, itself an interesting case of saturation. I first played Dead by Daylight way back in the day when it was in early access. The grandpappy of them all, it started out with some original killer characters, but over time has pit human players against villains all across horror media. At first it was cute, but I returned to the game years and years later to find a mountain of DLC containing everything from Jigsaw to Pyramid Head. It was an overwhelming and expensive thing to look at, and as a result, I didn't play any of it. And I'm glad I didn't put any money into that game, considering it went on to embrace fucking NFTs. Either way, looking at this mountain of DLC makes me despair. Oh look, there's Ghostface from Scream. It's not very special. None of this is special. Not no more. It's the same problem I've discussed in the past. Modern media's obsession with multiverses and crossovers, to the point that what were once huge events are now mundane affairs. It's like I say about WWE and its cringe-some contrivances. If everything is a WrestleMania moment, TM, nothing is a WrestleMania moment. It just becomes WrestleMania again, for the extraordinary is now plain ordinary. But I guess when it comes to killing my enthusiasm, the game industry is the most brutal slasher around. Now can I please have a Puppet Master game that isn't this?
Yeah, that looks pretty shit.
Here I come.
Anyway, that's enough of all of that shit. Me and Buckets will see you next week. Yes, Buckets is a regular fixture. Admittedly, it's got more charisma than I do. Say goodbye, Buckets, and say our famous catchphrase. Yeah.
Yay! Man, I forgot how much of a banger that song was. The Killer Clowns from Outer Space song. Holy crap. That's actually really good. Anyways, kitty! Tiny angry cat at vet clinic. That is an angry kitty. I know that feel. I've been that angry before. Aw, so angry. Angry kitty is angry. Silly kitty. Yeah, get him. Get him, kitty. Get him.
Nice.
So, assuming we're in the right spot, I'm about to show you something a bit mad. Hey, there it is.
Yo!
Look at that. I'm speechless. Never did I ever think that my ugly
Thank you for
mug
the head
would have
pat.
gone
How
on
you
the
doing,
walls of a
Yoko?
temple in Peterborough. But here we are. Really captured that maniacal look I get in my eye. I don't know about all those greys in there. Come on, mate. Do me a favour.
On the bus to work? Well, I wish you luck. Fancy drone shot here. Restaurant we're visiting today is actually next to a military base, so I couldn't get one.
Hey, that mural was pretty good, right? Might have been a bit self-indulgent of me to take a 60-mile detour just to see it, but I couldn't not show it to you, could I? Anyway, today we're doing a burrito challenge, which it's been around over 8 years.
Burrito?
If you can finish it quick enough, not only is the meal free, but you win the cash jackpot too. Cash jackpot's only 15 quid. Still, better than nothing. Let's get in there.
I
join the queue.
I literally just realized that I booted up the wrong model. Cause yesterday I ended with the 3D model. Want to change it real quick? I feel like a dummy. A dumb dummy. That dumb's dummily. Dumb dumb. And that's me. I am a dum dum. Yes, indeed. There we go. Wow, Ollie. Wow. I literally just changed. What a blocker. Fine. Be that way. F you. Where the My VTuber kit disappeared from my start menu. How dare you? I have to go find it. Where the heck is it? Should be in this folder, maybe? Yeah? Yeah. Pin to start. Or not. I'll just launch it first. Meow. Ollie the cat, more like Ollie the chaos. Ollie your butt. Why isn't it pinning to the start menu? Great shortcut. The heck? Alright, well, that's annoying. I'll just deal with it later.
Videos for a job, is that alright?
Yeah,
Another guy?
yeah, last year.
Oh yeah?
He was another bearded guy, but I can't sure remember. Shannon and
There's another bearded guy that does this? What are the odds?
Yeah.
I'm not very good, but
Yeah, will you have a go?
yeah, I'll have a go, yeah, like hopefully I can do it, yeah.
Well, remember the guy that used to be on the TV?
Is the head pat working? I just noticed you used the command head pat. Right. Okay, it is working.
I know that he changed round and he let the other guy.
Hey, head pat is at the current. Yeah.
No, I get the feeling that's probably because I don't do it every day, right? And I exercise.
You must have a fast metabolism.
That's what people say. It's not really, but.
All right.
Yeah. It's actually what it says on here.
Metabolism.
The cash prize is 30 quid.
Oh.
Even got some £5 notes there, just in case you, I guess, have difficulty reading. I don't know. I thought it was 15 quid. Is it? You get 30 quid or?
You get 30 quid, yeah.
30 quid if you can finish it in 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
And it's free, and you get a mug, like some kind of engraved.
Glass, an engraved glass.
An engraved glass. Oh man, this is exciting now.
Yeah.
So these are all winners, or there's some?
These are all the winners. And then this young lady, the women do get 40 minutes, which
yeah, ooh, that seems a bit sexist if you ask me.
It's a bit sexist.
Do you reckon 30 minutes?
Just a bit, yeah. Oh, that looks so tasty. Holy crap.
You see, I'm not going to do it. Alright, so today I'm at a place called Angel's
goodness.
Cafe in Mildenhall, and I'm doing the double burrito challenge. It's a breakfast burrito challenge. I don't think there are any other breakfast burritos in England.
It's a brekkie burrito.
And it's been around over 8 years, is that right?
Oh, since 2010.
2010. So
holy
years.
crap.
He can't count.
If you finish it inside 30 minutes, you get the meal free, an engraved glass, and 30 quid cash money. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you want to give me like a 3, 2, 1? Make it really dramatic and theatrical.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
3, 2, 1.
Nom nom.
Tastes good.
What? Wait, why isn't he starting with the side where it's actually like coming out of?
Awkward now. Oh man, I shouldn't have put it down. That was going so well. Yeah, too late now. What's up, Army? Welcome back to another episode.
Nom nom.
Is age old, man.
Oh, it does look so tasty though.
But we're finally here at Angel's
So what
Cafe
all is
in
actually in
Milton
it? It's breakfast
Hall.
stuff,
I think
but
is
like,
Cambridgeshire.
what all
Could be wrong.
breakfast stuff?
Oh, this guy has seen enough already. Can't blame him. You get 30 minutes in which to finish this thing, and if you can, not only is it free, but you win 30 of the Queen's English pounds.
Oh, you can see the
King's
steam
English,
coming
whatever.
out.
There's a cash prize and an engraved glass steak.
That's
too.
a nice hot brekkie.
I should have let it cool. You don't say. You know, we might need to enlist the help of Carol Vorderman herself to compute the number of times I've said that over the last decade.
I mean, on the bright side, at least he doesn't have to
going back
chew
now,
as
though.
much. Because it's already like
Look at all the steam coming off that. I told you I should have waited for it to cool.
chopped up.
We're doing alright.
First
though.
hand.
The thing with this is, it actually turns out to be a lot more complicated than it looks on the surface. It doesn't look that way now, but, you know, just believe me.
15 minutes, 16 seconds.
I've been going 15 minutes.
Isn't it? What am I reading?
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
You can edit that bit out.
That sounds about right.
You've done well.
There's lots of potato in here.
I mean, yeah, that's a breakfast burrito.
I'm about halfway. I'm feeling alright.
Oh, we're halfway
They're way
there.
heavier than they look, though.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of
That's in, like,
potato.
7 minutes or something. It's getting a bit murky now. I'll move that water out of the way. Come on, I'm gonna eat this like a burrito's supposed to be eaten. Come on. Feels like the size of a baby, you know what I mean? Like if you held it like this, you take a little pinch.
Oh, it's busting out both sides.
Hey, I think I got that new baby pose down pat. I think I might be a Jaffa between you and me though, so probably don't need to worry about that anytime soon.
Yeah, that's
matey
that was a
boy's
lot
coming
of
clutch with the
food.
barbecue sauce. Oh, thank you. I believe you.
I'd only be able to eat like half of one burrito,
Need a little bit of sauce. Just
and
to
I'd be
help it
like,
down,
"No,
I think.
I'm good."
Yeah, the hardest part about this one is it is a little stuffy. There's a lot of potato in there, so after a while, swallowing becomes hard. Huh? Not gonna stop till the job's done. Yeah, I've never seen that before either. Yeah, fair point. It does the job as well as any receptacle though, doesn't it? And it's gonna help all that potato down, that's the important thing. How's my beard look? Yeah? Very, very kind of you. Yeah, to be fair, it is uncharacteristically clean at
That
this
kid
point.
is just staring like,
taking all that
"Holy
feedback on
crap,
board,
he's
that's what it is,
actually
yeah."
doing it." That's a lot of food. It is pretty
It's weird without the music. It's much more palatable when it's
Pretty
like an 8-minute
crazy.
video. There's some music in the background, rather than just watching me eat in complete silence. It's not much of a spectator
Right.
sport. It's got to be said. Yeah, live. I mean, it can be a bit long-winded, especially today. Go on, get a move on your sausage.
your sausage.
Secret weapon. Oh. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, Pepsi Max.
Oh. This is way harder than it looks, man.
It's because it's so dense.
Yeah.
Because it's mostly potato. So what all is in it? Is it potato, egg, sausage? I don't
did not
know.
think this was going to be this difficult. I've gone back to the handheld method now. Yeah, you can say that again. That first one went down pretty easy, but this is a slog now.
Got just one little bit, that's it.
A little bit.
I mean, compared to the rest of it, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I gotta
not all
tell
that
ya,
much left.
It doesn't feel like it. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the dips aren't included. You don't have to finish the salsa, the sour cream, the guacamole, etc. I probably could have made some use of them, thinking about it now. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, I just dropped something. Got to stay honest, you know. Anyway, 4 minutes left, so I'll let you enjoy the dramatic conclusion in peace. Thanks for watching, and as always, I'll catch you at the next one.
Man, that was no joke. What's the time?
Wow, barely finishing under the 30 minutes.
That was. Hi. That was Angel's Cafe's massive double burrito challenge. Beat. You have to swallow that.
Holy crap. Yeah. Well done. Oh man. That
You know
was
what?
so much.
Sorry, that was hard.
That was a
this is
lot of
30
food.
quid. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Dessert?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a 3-hour journey home now. I've got to have something sweet. Jesus Christ. Whoa. That's a
Oh.
wish. What did I get? Treacle sponge or something? Sticky toffee pudding? Treacle pudding. Right. Yummy.
Treacle.
Looks good.
Treacle pudding and custard.
The sponge is good.
I can't believe you're eating a dessert as well.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know what to
Welcome to
stop.
Beard Meets Food.
I need something sweet for the drive home though. It's a 3-hour drive for me.
You must be an alien.
I often think that, yeah.
You must. That's unbelievable. I don't know what you're made from.
Do you just bring, I know I said I like French toast. You try to feed me till I'm dead? You don't think I can?
No.
I'd tell you this much, right? I'll tell you something for nothing. There's no way I would ever leave French toast uneaten.
French
No.
toast is so good.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'll see you again one day, maybe.
When the food's gone down.
Yeah. See you later.
That was brutal. I don't know why that was so hard.
Not one but two desserts
Not a bad
after.
one, though. Decent prize package. Right. Let's get home.
Was it good?
Yeah, don't bring me any more food though. I'll be here all day.
You just happened to say, oh, I like French toast.
Banui! What's a banui? Look at the banui. Banui chewing sounds. Nom 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 nom. What are you chewing on, little banui? What are you chewing on?
Metro
Oh.
UK deleted their Twitter account after backlash to their Doctor Who article.
Aw.
Metro put out this article with the racist headline, "Sorry, straight white men, Doctor Who was never made for you."
Halt!
I'm sorry,
Before people try to
what?
cancel Asman again for talking about something he has no idea about. The reason journalists like this are making these articles is because Doctor Who has been an absolute clown show for the past 7+ years. Doctor Who, created in 1963, holds the record as the longest-running series in television history. It follows the adventures of the Doctor, a time-travelling alien. What sets the show apart is the Doctor's ability to regenerate into a new form when near death, resulting in 15 actors portraying the role since its inception. Even though the show always had some goofy special effects, what made Doctor Who great was that the show had soul. It wasn't just about looks. It was
True.
about good stories, big ideas,
That's for
and
sure.
interesting sci-fi adventures. And
Peter
then
Capaldi.
The first female Doctor was announced after 12 male Doctors, and the show saw its biggest decline ever. Now, you would think...
See, the problem isn't that it's a female doctor. The problem is that the story wasn't good. Like, as soon as it got into the female doctor stuff, the stories took a huge hit. They just weren't interesting. They definitely needed better writers. Absolutely. Like, To be fair, even the stuff with Peter Capaldi after Matt Smith. So this one is Matt Smith here on the right. This dude. His stuff was quite good. Quite good. Like, I really liked a lot of the storylines and the writing in that. But after that, with the Peter Capaldi episodes, they were okay. There was nothing really stand out about them. Like, it didn't have as much charisma, so to speak. And then when they got to the episodes with the female doctor, it's like, but what are you doing? What are you doing? Why is the writing so bad now? What? Just make good stories. Like, come on.
You would dream that the show, at its lowest point ever, would go back to what made it great. Nope, they sold the show rights to Disney.
Yes, the meep. I promise I can help them get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun?
Yes, we know.
We know everything. Thanks.
And you know nothing? It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. She'd have understood.
Something a male presenting Time
the
Lord
fuck?
will never understand.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you destroy one of the most successful
Huh?
sci-fi series in history. So now you understand why straight white male viewers might...
What the actual fuck was that? Thing here is the moment that it was sold to Disney, it became woke as hell. Holy shit, that was awful.
show a little bit of distaste.
Sorry, straight white men, Doctor Who was never made for you? Shockingly,
Thank you for the
this
nya.
didn't go over well with the fans. And the backlash was so severe, it appears Metro has ended up deleting their entire Twitter account? What?
Holy crap.
What a fuck up.
Hi,
Oh my God,
Kita.
this is a crazy level. Dude, people don't fuck up like this all the time. This is rare. No, I think this is good. I think they deserve every bit of hate that they got, and I hope they keep getting it. I totally support people getting mad about this. It's just a racist article, no fine print about it. So yeah, they 100%
Yeah,
should
that's
get shit on.
that's
And I'm
pretty
glad
messed
that they're
up.
getting shit on. Fucked around and found out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I don't watch Doctor Who anymore. Because if I was watching it when that happened, I would be furious that they just took a beloved franchise like that and just absolutely shit all over it. Welcome to Disneyfication, where they just shit all over everything you know and love. Everything is just absolute shit. Just shit, 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 shit. Oh my goodness. Bunny. Look at all them bunnies. Bunnies are so cute. Have you ever heard a barking gecko bark?
Say good day to the world.
Good day, mate.
Middle of the night, but he's out running around.
Looks a bit
He's young.
thorny. Hello, mate. Oh. So
That's so
fierce.
cute.
Such a fierce gecko. Yeah, get
What's the
him.
noise?
Get him, gecko.
What's the plans tonight?
So fierce. To be fair, if you were like around that size, because of how the way sound works, that would sound pretty heckin' intimidating. I would have to see what the context was, because you can take some things out of context and it seems stupid, but in context it's not bad. No, in context it was pretty annoying.
I'm sorry, bud.
Like it explained
Oh,
with
leave
the
you Sorry, buddy.
stuff.
He's really angry at me. Oh, I don't blame you.
You are not going to believe what happens when you
Oh.
give a plant coffee instead of water.
All right, before we get into this, I will take a short break. before we get into the you laugh, you lose. All right, let's break time. Herb. What the heck? Why did my music stop? I know for a fact that I put it to the beginning of the video. Why is it at the end? What the heck? How heckin' dare? How heckin' dare? Wow. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. There we go. Anyways. Boop. I'm back. Hello. Hello. You barkers. Alright. It's time for some If You Laugh, You Lose. This one's from quite a while ago. 2 years ago in January. This is January 2022. So you're probably going to see a lot of old memes. But that's fine. Because, like, meow and stuff. Anyways, here you go.
You are
Here
not
we
going to
go.
believe what happens when you give a plant coffee instead of water.
You can do that?
Yeah, I know that feel.
You like juice?
Yay!
What is going on, my dudes? Welcome back to another episode of If I Laugh, the video ends, where if I laugh, the video will end. I am here live at twitch.tv/Jimmy here with my chat going absolutely nutty today.
Whoa.
Join us on the Discord community, discord.gg/Jimmy here. There you can submit your videos once a week for free and just hang out with the community. It's great. Join today. As you guys can probably tell, my voice is a little bit raspy. Wasn't actually me.
Of course.
Abilities.
Shitty sponsor.
Right back to the funny internet videos.
Probably the biggest reason I'll most likely never have any real sponsors is because I can't just lie to people and say that, oh, this brand new game, I totally love this game. Yeah, Raid Shadow Legends or whatever. Nah, I don't play shitty games. I don't support gotcha bullshit. And y'all can fuck off with that shit. Doggo. Oh. Nice.
What a great start. Gorp, 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 gorp. I mean,
Me and E-Girl. She actually enjoys talking to me.
She enjoys talking. She flirts with me constantly. She sends me pictures.
Whoa.
We're in.
Yo.
This is the dream. This is the dream. It's even better than the dream. Why?
Whoa.
This is the best ending. This is...
It's all fake. It was a dream all along. I weep in... Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
This is the best ending. This is...
It was a dream all along. I weep on the bed, try and go back to sleep to get back to the same dream, but it's of no use. I go back to the misery. Oh my god. I've had dreams like that. Yeah, I've had dreams like that. Yeah. Sometimes I dream of being normal.
Back to reality, chat.
It's pretty painful.
You mind telling me what you're doing with that brute? Sir, this brute's throwing that ass back.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Cycle. He's been practicing.
Whoa!
Nice.
Master Chief. What did he mean by he put me in the spin cycle? What did he mean by that?
That's a good question.
I love
Capybara!
I don't even care if they're a rodent, dude.
That's the coconut doggo. Yay!
Wait, was that? Hey! Was that supposed to be a deep... Oh, come on, man. No. That's a swimming pool, man. Not the deep fryer. No.
Yo, imagine how much it would cost to fill an entire swimming pool with cooking oil. Holy crap. That would be insane.
Hey, dude! It should not even exist.
Thank you for the head pat. How you doing,
never
Zula?
exist. Why?
You baka.
Next video.
Doug's just like, what the heck's going on?
Hey! seatbelt on, man. Hey, somebody put a seatbelt on the dog, dude. Don't say what the dog doing. The dog's fighting for his life back there. You're gonna do that. You're really gonna do that.
Found out what happened with your second lightsaber? Was it up your butt the entire time?
I tagged you in a spoken word mumble rap about sacrificing you to the devil. I know your grandma sees your Facebook. Please, kitten, there's a darkness inside me. The plot of Sonic Adventure 2 really effed me up. Some might call me twisted. Honestly, I scare myself.
I mean, yeah.
Send it to a
Sonic
second
Adventure
thing.
show, man.
Delivery date.
Look at this.
Instead of
look at
sending
this
them
boy.
together. Oh,
This is a
okay.
talented young man.
Can I get a mango bump?
Yo.
Yeah, mango bumps.
Dude, monkeys are actually pretty rad. You can't watch that video and just be like, nah, man, monkeys ain't it, bro.
Monkey.
Oh, I just got a raw cock. I mean, raw cock. I mean, raw cock. I mean, raw cock. I mean.
We know what you've got.
Nice. Can't wait to shove it up my ass.
Oh, no.
Hey, yo.
What kind of mod's he installing, dude? Hey, yo, send me that mod pack.
He's gonna know. They're gonna know. How would they know?
Why is it spicy?
People really
Nice.
People really be out here dyeing their grass. If you dye the grass, does that make the grass die? Or is the grass already dyed? Bruh.
Little Tim Tim sleeping so soundly.
Wake up, little Tim Tim.
I didn't even know what that was. Was that the Gorp dog? Hey, YouTube, comment down below if that was the Gorp dog. I missed it. I'll check. I won't check. No, I will. All right, next up.
There's just one more thing. I saw you doing.
Oh.
I have to send you to the Columbo dimension.
Whoa.
Who's
Swouse.
Columbo?
What, Jimmy? You don't know who Columbo is? Bruh.
Hey. What the dog doing? Somebody in the chat
Your
said
mom.
Columbo these nuts. I don't even know what that means, dude. What does that mean? That is not a nice cat. Holy shit. Relax. bro.
Wow.
It ain't that deep. Damn, dude. Chill, homie.
Please don't call me fat. I prefer the term
Egg?
Well, I guess it's a good thing that I'm not cracking up.
-2.
I'll see myself out. Me on my deathbed when my great grandkids change the heart monitor beep.
I was dumb.
Don't do that.
Man, because of that scene, I just want to see, like, Beetlejuice and the Joker together. I don't know what they would do or why they would do it, but if Beetlejuice and the Joker were somehow together, that would be chaos incarnate. I want to see that.
Don't do that.
Where I'm from, we call him Demon.
Please put me down. I'm very tired.
Why is he
Nice.
so wide? Why is Master Chief so wide, dude?
I found a bunch of generic brands and look, Snickers, no, Sniper.
Sniper
You want
monkey.
Pringles, nah, Pringles. Nutella, no, mess.
That's your mom.
Dr. Pepper, nah,
Dr. Bob's not even bad.
no. Doritos, no.
I see. Ditos.
Eggs. Oreos, no.
Not the legs.
Kit Kat, nah, take it. 4 fingers.
4 fingers.
Ayo.
Who's taking 4 fingers.
Freddy Fazbear, what happened?
Squid Games.
Jesus. Can't even tell what's going on anymore. I'm losing brain cells. Not that I have that many to begin with, but jeez.
Yo, same. Espuma. Coca-Cola Espuma.
You got me with the Coca-Cola Espuma. I appreciate that. Let's go. I just thought of something. No,
Congrats.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. But I I could say the smallest little thing about it. Hey, why is Coca-Cola Spoon playing again? I didn't play that. Okay. Anyways, chat. Why is this auto playing? Oh, I accidentally just skipped the video. Mods. Chat. You guys know how we have the you laugh, you lose, and the you laugh, you leave, right? Well, the you laugh, you leave is about to have its own intro. And I just have to tell you, it's animated. Yeah, you guys have to promise not to tell Zach that I said anything, okay? But I can't show you guys it. It is a total cartoon animation, and it is going to blow your minds. It's so good. It's not like an anime. It's like a cartoon. It's not going to bust your balls. Let's continue. Don't tell Zach I said anything. Excellent service. Would order again. Ooh, soup.
Soup is pretty good.
The person eating the soup later. Why is it spicy? That's
I'm going to fuck your dad and give him a child he actually loves.
Yeah, get caught.
Decker Dicker, dude. You ain't coming back from that, homie.
Oh, dude, it smells like Up Dog in here. Wait, what's Up Dog? That?
Oh.
What the dog doing? Damn.
Ah, there's gotta be a way of turning pictures into profit. Huh?
There's no way.
I just stepped into my best idea yet.
No. That's not a real clip, is it? No.
Yeah, that's real.
Hey! Hey! Who snitched? Hey! What? Listen, it's not what...
You?
No.
Did you say something to chat?
Who snitched, bruh?
I didn't want to have to do this, bro. You forced my hand. I told you what the consequences would be.
What would they be? I'll be right.
Okay. Sorry, bro.
You gotta kind of fidget with him until he sits steady. There you go.
All right, later.
Later, homie. He dropped one of my socks on the ground. Got it. Stop saying coom sock. Is that turkey?
Yum yum yum. Oh.
Cut that out. Oh, Gorps. Me and the boys.
Bruh.
Hey, you're gonna wake the others.
You know, when I first saw that video, I thought that was snow. But upon rewatching, that's sand. Which makes a lot more
that's
sense.
sand.
Because you know how cold they would be in there, man? Sheesh.
I'm pissing.
Whoa.
Okay, that's
Dominate
cool.
you. We'll ask you to be gentle.
I was literally about to ask, where's the last one? I was literally about to ask, and you do that. I can't
He
with you guys
actually
sometimes.
flinched.
Well, here they all are. Okay, yeah, improved, yeah.
Have you ever played the hit game Among Us?
It's hard to imagine a time in which Among Us just didn't exist. Simpler times, less sus times. Okay, listen, it was funny. Nobody in the chat was sitting there straight faced. The whole squad was laughing, and the
Yo, I'm never straight faced because I'm gay AF. What's up?
world was laughing. I'm not weak.
Where the ladies at?
Foxy's OnlyFans password is in her room somewhere. Find it, Gregory.
On my way.
You need it to escape, Gregory.
Yo, why Gregory's eyes look like an onion ring? Ah! Yeah!
Oh!
Hey! What?
I'm gonna piss on your boobies and put my nuts in your mouth and come
Hey!
like LeBron
Why are
James.
all of these wrestlers saucy?
Don't have balls.
This was like a call out to his
Bro.
song. Oh. He's watching over us, keeping us safe, blessing our journey. Thank you, Ghost Ape. Thank you.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night. A bit quirky?
I would be scared too.
No, that's not quirky. That's twerky.
Well, bro?
Why must it be him?
We're Sonic Heroes!
What? Sonic killed her son. That's messed up, Sonic.
Bruh.
You guys saying based.
Konnichiwa, it's me.
Tofu!
Oh my
He's
god.
Endorphins. I try and laugh several times.
Oh no, Tofu, I can't do it.
Makes you feel good.
I still can't laugh,
So,
Tofu.
let's try that.
No, I can't.
Aha.
Tofu's so cute.
Bye, Tofu. I couldn't do it yet. I'm not gonna give it up just
Aw.
for that.
I love Burger King.
Okay, I know that's fake because no one likes Burger King that much, dude. No, don't say need the sauce. Trust me, there's enough sauce in the burger.
3, 2, 1.
This is a really good edit. Uh-oh.
There.
Nice.
Right.
Damn, that edit. Also, no! That was a clean edit, though.
Viewers may find the following video disturbing. Your discretion is advised.
Mods?
What is it? I was half expecting it to be like a duck.
How do you stay warm in any room?
Clothes?
Go to the corner. It's always 90 degrees.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Not wrong, though.
Stuck Kenny, what happened?
Squid Games.
Nice.
Wonty gifted subs. Thank you. Also, what's this one?
What the fuck?
I see.
Well, I'm dead.
I'm gonna piss on your boobies.
Not again, dude.
I don't have balls.
It's really good, though.
Aunt May, is she gonna be okay? What happened?
Bruh. Don't bust to that one. Don't do it, Jimmy.
Bruh. Stop with the Squid Games. Chat, if I was built like this, how sus would you all be? You guys would be pretty sus.
Yo, JJ, what's up, bro? What are you playing? Yo, bro, I'm just playing this Rocket League. Oh, really? Yeah.
And I hate when people come in my room and launch lotion or sunscreen at me. I hate that.
Hey, yo.
What is this song? Did that song really just say, is dick smaller than my toes? I'd rather have Squidward's nose.
Do you think Squidward sometimes just puts his nose in his mouth just to see what it's like? No?
Next up. Okay. Hey, Jimmy here viewers, you guys have to stop submitting home videos, man. You guys gotta stop submitting your home videos, okay?
True.
Night out in Gotham, you could get away with virtually anything right now because no one's around. It's fantastic.
He's here. Monkey!
Monkey.
Curious monkey. Don't jump scare the monkey.
The poor
He's just a
monkey.
curious dude.
This is one of nature's most perfect foods.
Oatmeal? Stop saying coom in the chat. It's gotta be oatmeal.
How?
Stop
How did
saying-
that still jump scare him?
Did you call it oven when you of in the cold food of out hot? Eat the food. Just seems a little strange.
Right?
Sign
It's
my
true.
wife's cookbook,
It's true.
Sir.
Fine. Columbo these nuts. You guys win, chat. Traveler.
The strength.
What? Huh?
Goodbye. Well, there you go.
The strength.
Hey!
What?
What is happening?
Good question.
Let him finish his sentence, bruh. Stop saying Squid Game in the chat. Hey, it's Josh.
This door, see this door? This door is like 12 feet tall. I'm not even, this door is
Josh is coping hard, dude.
It's massive. You know, no,
It's
I can make
coping
myself
hard.
taller. Watch.
It's moving. Wait.
Tallest streamer on earth.
Wait. Was it actually an
Whoa.
illusion of the camera? What happens if I move my camera down? Do I be taller? Uh-oh. I don't think I have stuff cabled in to work correctly.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. We gotta go back. Oh god. Okay, the lights are falling. I can't move it anymore. Everything's breaking. Yeah!
Capybara!
Capybara.
Yeah!
Love it.
I see.
Yeah! Now this is music. Not the dog flying through, man. Is it Megalogorpia or is it Gorpalovania? Vote in the comments.
Gorpalovania.
Whoa.
Oh, I would not go down that.
Man, that would be a great time to have like one of those like break the chemical stuff and like you do the glow stick thingy and you throw it in there, right? I don't remember what those are called. Are they just glow sticks? What are those called? Does anyone know? Like it doesn't work and then like you just crack it and then it glows. I don't remember what those are called. Meow.
Thanks, Muscle Man. That was amazing. You get ding dong ditched by a wasp. Yo, he zoomed out of there, dude.
Think it's just glow
man, I
sticks?
miss ding dong
Maybe.
ditching. That was one of the most
Also,
fun parts of being
Gorziel,
a
how you
kid.
doing?
You could go do that kind of thing and know that you weren't gonna get in trouble or that it wasn't gonna be weird. I go ding dong ditch my neighbors. I get the cops called on me. Hasn't happened yet.
Bet they won't have
Square.
lazy.
No.
Why?
Don't put the cat. No, my voice.
1, don't waste food. 2, stop throwing things at your pets. Unless they're like toys. If it's like a soft toy, that's okay.
I'm just a little sick. I'm not going through puberty too. Okay? It's not a thing.
What don't women understand about men?
Cheeseburgers. Facts.
That's true.
Girls or short girls?
Men.
Men.
Nice.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Thought of that on the spot. Pat myself on the back.
Oh boy, my favorite seat.
I like guys, I like girls. I like all of them.
For what reason was the PS2 load up so aggressive and
Good question.
angry? You've got Xbox, it was like whap, and then you've got GameCube that was like whap. PS2 is just
Yeah.
like for why? It's so scary.
PS2 load up is basically just like
Why are they defending the
your
phone?
soul leaves your body for a
Adorable,
moment.
but also kind of frightening.
Get him, Froggos. Get him.
So there's now. It's not a voice crack.
Aw, poor Jimmy.
I almost took a break today too, man. I should have rested my voice more. Frick you, chat.
Wow, you're a Reddit mod and a Discord admin?
Why, yes I am. What can I say? I'm just built different.
Epic rap battles of his Eminem. IPS. My name is Eminem and I like to rap.
That's so dumb.
IBS, more like IB. Yeah.
Mood.
No. I'm not scared of it. I'm not scared of the Quaker Oats guy. I'm attracted. What? Hey, yo, what?
Bro.
What is this?
No.
Yo, real. What the hell? What is this?
What?
Who gave 5-minute hacks this budget, dude? Does that work? I feel like I've never seen anything.
What
until
the
just now.
heck did I just
Nothing else
watch?
mattered until I saw that. That was
What
crazy.
in the world?
Not this. First of all, that'd be super uncomfortable, and then... And then there's that. Why wouldn't you just unzip the zipper, bro? Come on, man.
She is such a bad bitch, though. I will f the shit out of that robot, man. I'm not even...
No!
Bro.
Hey, this is an announcement.
Bro.
You guys gotta not be down bad.
Yeah,
for
just
the
don't
robots
be
in
down
the
bad.
bath. Stop! Spider in my PC after I boot up Skyrim with 600 sex mods? Well, what's
How
gonna
are there
bust
that
first,
many?
Me or the PC? That's the real speed run.
He forgot to silence his phone. Good job, Jimmy.
I can't. I'm putting that on vibrate. I can't. He's trying to get back into the Matrix. Hey, it's me.
Mood.
Stop! Not what I was doing, man. Just trying to get into the metaverse. Trying to get in there to get to Roxy's OnlyFans. No. I regret saying that. Editor.
Hey, Kanye, did she put her fingers up your booty?
Poor Kanye, man.
What type of girl are you? The hipster?
Oh, come on.
The hardcore girl? The pastel goth? The kawaii girl? The swag ace?
The giant enemy spider.
Yo!
Nice.
I love that. Oh, I love that sound clip.
Wow. What? Huh?
I love that guy. Dude, if there's one guy...
Huh? If there's one guy, what?
Whoa.
Yo! It's a walking gummy bear.
Go! That was great.
Mario Kart Super Circuit on Game Boy Advance.
Hey!
It's just some casual murder, you
Mario
know.
Kart.
That's just how it is sometimes.
Don't tell him.
Mood.
It's cute.
Can I crush your balls?
I love that sound clip.
Bruh.
L'extensibilité du ballon.
Yo.
A strong balloon. Yo, somebody put the last sound clip to that. Can I crush your balls? Yeah. Hey yo.
What a waste of perfectly good sauce. Holy crap.
What's going on?
Holy balls.
I'm moving out if that
Bro.
happens. I'm just saying.
If someone ever did that, I would well, first I would probably cry. Yeah, but no.
I wish I had a shopping cart right now. Oh, there's
Express delivery wildies. Did that hit him? What happens when you hit the checkout immediately button on
Bro.
Amazon? Man, I miss this game. So good.
We gone. Just hanging out.
Bruh.
He was just hanging out. He was just hanging out.
I miss my dad.
Goth.
Bruh. Don't bust. Don't bust, Jimmy. You're stronger than this.
Peter. It's messed up, man. Hey! Dude, even
Well,
if that was like set up or staged or planned, that guy's got a
Good job.
concussion. I just thought of the best rap line. No, I can't say it. Never mind. Okay,
Say
I'll
it.
say it.
Say
Gave
it.
me head so good. Call that shit a concussion.
Minus
It was somewhere
two.
in my head. Not my head. Never mind.
4-5-4 down lane, and look at this pin action. Oh.
Why is
Hey,
he
yo.
running for the pin, dude? Didn't know bowling was that sus.
Hello Jimmy, I saw your number 89 video, and I spotted this ugly thing.
What do you mean by
When I
that?
saw that it got me like.
Me too.
So I made my own one.
I mean, bro, can't you guys, don't they have a better hair? It's better, but what is this hair? Okay. This is just a non-stop bully session, man.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, what you want?
I see. I see. Well played. Well played. Nice.
Yeah. Eye tracker stream when? Oh, shoot, dude. I don't know if I want to do an eye tracker. You laugh, you lose, man. I don't know, man. I hope Zach's not watching.
I don't have an eye tracker.
I want to feed a giraffe.
Whoa.
What? Dude, he got airlifted. What was he feeding him? That thing was strong. Dude.
What? What?
It's
no,
butter.
What?
It's butter. It's like a
that's not butter. That isn't butter.
Special way.
No, that's not butter.
Don't request that.
Cock, balls, boots, ass.
Why not all? All of the above.
It is New Year's, my dudes.
Yo! The tradition
nice.
Still carried on. You'll love to see it.
Mood.
Take it away, chat.
Mood.
Proud of you guys. Wait, someone said B. Hey! Someone said B! Mods? Ban him. POV, your mom fell out of bed. Dude. You guys are cruel. Capybara!
Capybara!
What will he buy? He deserves the world. I'm giving him a discount.
Poo poo pee pee farty fart.
Yo, mood.
Okay.
Popo pee pee.
I know.
Farty fart.
Probably deserved it. Yo, gaming.
Bro.
That's how you get bullied.
Kiara.
She could just be blowing on her mic.
Bruh.
Nope, that was real. Don't put cheese on the cat.
A poor cat.
No! It broke him.
Did you know you could use your cock gun to cut the tip off your cock?
Hey guys.
Nice classic.
That guy's reaction is so good.
No longer a sidekick, no, that's not me.
Yo. Crouch. Crouch.
What?
You are not going to believe what happens when you give a plant coffee instead of water.
You can do that?
Fun fact, jalapeno peppers, they actually grow really well in coffee grounds. The more you know.
Я снимаю.
Yo.
Firework?
What? Fireworks? I sure hope it does.
All right.
I've noticed that some people are here for climate change and some people are here against climate change. Are you here for or against climate change?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's a good one. Yay! That was episode 90. 90s nuts! Got him. Mood. Oh my god, it's a wiener! Wiener doggo! Look at that beautiful wiener. That is a good wiener. Yeah. Little wiener doggo. Aww. Someone quick touch that wiener. I mean, give it some pets. Yeah, let's, yeah. It
looks like it's over, man.
So guys, it's
It's
finally
Jover.
official. Netflix Witcher and the interconnected universe of shows they've been trying to get off the ground the
I
past
watched the animated Witcher movie. I thought it was garbage.
few years. Well, it's all dead, to say the least. There have been no less than 4 major
bad,
Netflix
yeah.
Witcher stories that have broke over the past several days, all of which we're going to cover today, with each one being slightly funnier than the last. But the only part you've maybe heard anyone talk about, the other stories kind of went under the radar, but this is the one that kicked everything off. Last week, Netflix made the announcement that the final 2 seasons of the main show would no longer be happening. That the 7-season plan the writers never stopped talking about
Ooh.
is now getting thrown out, and what they've written is being cut down and filmed all at once, apparently, to be released as seasons 4 and 5. Believe it or
wonder
not,
why.
though, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's arguably the smallest
What a
bit of news.
twist.
But just for a little perspective as to how much of a mess that by itself already is, without the other news even factored in, the Netflix show is currently 2 full seasons into the main story from the books. Season 1 covers some of the standalone short stories, plus a bunch of Ciri and Yennefer fanfiction, but Seasons 2 and 3 were supposed to have been adapting the main saga, the core books that all tell one amazing, unbroken story. In those 2 seasons,
So they're just gonna like not do that?
though, again,
Yeah.
2 and 3, they've only managed
Well-
to get through 1 book. Just 1,
Ooh.
because they skipped one of the novels almost entirely. Season 2
Bruh.
was fully invented for the show, at least after the first episode. I'm sure this won't surprise you, but Eskel being a weird perv who turns into fucking Groot and gets cut down by Geralt, that's a Netflix thing. As was Vesemir having severe brain damage and wanting to inject Ciri with Witcher mutations, and Yennefer losing her powers and deciding to sacrifice.
I'm really glad that I didn't watch the second season because I watched that sounds so stupid. Like I only watched
Agreed.
the first season. I watched it twice. I watched it once. I think I watched it with like Izzy or something. And then
Yeah, what is wrong with these writers? Like, well, you have so much material to use. Why are you trying to make original bullshit? Just tell the story of the books. Just do that. It's not that hard. Just do that.
and after that I watched it with
Just
my
stop
mom.
fucking shit
and
up.
I liked it. I thought the show was great. The first season, I genuinely enjoyed the show. And then I heard the season 2 was bad. It's the same thing I did with like Sword Art Online, where like everybody told me that after season 1 it was bad. So I just stopped watching it. Problem solved.
Ciri to a demon, and the Monolith plotline, and, well, anyway, the point is, after a full season of whatever it was they were doing there, Season 3 did finally manage to get through 1 book, sort of. I mean, it did it poorly, but the bar is so low for this show, I'll give it credit anyway. That said, even if we give the writers the pass of having skipped over 1 novel entirely, plus huge sections of 2 of the others, which they did, and even if we completely ignore the 8th book, because it's not vital to telling this story, and it's way too late to include most of it anyway.
By the way, it's not a big deal if they diverge from the books. It's only a big deal if the divergence is bad.
Even if we give the show a pass for all of those things, they still have to somehow cover the 3 longest and by far the most complicated books in just 2 seasons now. And because the writers clearly thought their ideas were so much better than what was already written, they're also going to have to wrap up approximately 42 storylines that the show invented. Like, they made Fringilla a main character for no reason. The same is true of Francesca, who, my god, they butchered that character even though the actress is great, but
Twish!
that's not even to mention
What
the
do you mean
35 other
beauty? You're the
characters that have
beauty
no
here,
business still being in the story,
Trish.
yet are for
You
reasons.
heckin'
like, that's the thing
adorable
for me is, like,
block.
whenever I heard of The Witcher,
Hope
it's
you're
like,
doing
I'm
well,
like, okay,
Trish.
well, whenever I want to watch Geralt fight like a griffin or like a ghost or something like that, and then like maybe Geralt and Vesemir have to like team up to kill like like a drake or something. Like that'd be pretty cool. And like so they have to like find out where it lives, maybe get like a few people from the town, and like work together. Like, cause that's
I mean, if you want him to kill a Drake, I'm pretty sure there's another rapper already getting on that.
that's what I was.
You
That's
cutie,
all I
lol,
wanted,
have a
really.
great
That's
stream.
it.
I love you too,
That's all-
Twish.
like what? Why?
Oh my god,
why?
pretty
Why couldn't we
lady.
just-
Thank you for the lurk.
Why can't you just?
I
do
hope you
that?
have a wonderful day.
Beyond my comprehension. And I'm just telling you guys, not that you didn't know this already, but we are witnessing
Do I have a
history
Trish command
in
yet?
the making here. We're all old and gray in 2075.
No, he's right about this. That this
Hey.
show fuck up will be historic. This is a historic level fuck up.
on our 4th replay of The Witcher 7,
Placeholder for
Geralt
Aura
Returns
to make
Again,
a command
Part
for
3,
Trish.
Netflix
Yep.
Witcher will still be the premier example to bring up when it comes to how not to run a
I
show.
totally
Because
forgot
for
about
all
that.
of the other book and game adaptations that have definitely been less than stellar
Yes,
lately,
Trish, I
That's pretty
did.
bad, ain't it? Like,
I was 100% referencing that.
are they making? Did they make, or are they making a season 2 for Rings of Power? Yes. For who?
lately, this is the one that had everything going for it from the start. A lead actor who loved the role, a huge budget, all the goodwill you could ever ask for leading up to season 1, and of everything, which there's a lot more to say, what's most embarrassing is that the writers had a series
Oh yeah,
of books
absolutely,
that were damn
Trish.
near written
Absolutely.
for television. This isn't Dune or even Lord of the Rings, where
Yo, Drake got bodied just like every time you play DBD, especially when you go up against tricksters.
you'd need someone insanely creative and talented to bring it to the screen. No, the first several Witcher books, especially 1, 2, and 4, are structured just like a TV show, and what I find extremely funny is that where Henry Cavill chose to bow out at the end of Season 3, that is the single most inconvenient time in any story I can think of to have to change lead actors, because the season ends where Geralt, Yennefer, and Ciri get split up, and for the rest of the story, the entire thing, that's the conflict, that's the reason you care. You want to see them survive and reunite because their relationships with each other are so special in the books, yet in the show, what we
But it's a different guy.
currently have is a Yennefer who just 1 season ago was gonna have Ciri killed. Again, a decision the showrunners made of their own accord instead of the way their relationship.
What the fuck?
Right?
What the fuck?
Alright, enjoy your lurk, Trish. Enjoy being heckin' awesome and pretty and beautiful and super great.
How do you do that?
Should have blossomed throughout that entire season. And what we also have is a brand new Geralt who we've never seen on screen with either of the other characters,
That's
yet
so
they're gonna
weird.
want people to care about them reuniting. Listen, I don't consider myself a cynical person. Almost all of the content on this channel is positive, but I make an exception for this show because it's taken something I love and am truly passionate about and has turned it into a complete joke. And speaking
No, see, he's not where I'm at with Lord of the Rings. You have to understand is that every video game and Rings of Power, this is the same as like stuff on DeviantArt. It's just fan fiction. This isn't the real show. It's not the real series. It's just some bullshit that they made up.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, like that's it. It's all it's all fan fiction. Like I don't take this personally. Like I don't get offended that Rings of Power is bad or The Witcher went off course because it's not real anymore. Oh, it's bad? Okay, yeah, I'm just not going to it's not real. Yep, problem solved.
of complete jokes, let's move right on to the next story from a few days ago because we're just getting started here. You might have heard that around a year ago, although you probably didn't hear because no one on the planet was excited for this, but it was announced that Netflix had greenlit another Witcher spinoff, which, I mean, Netflix
I
has
thought they made another one that was really bad. The only time I ever heard about it was the day it came out and somebody said it was bad and nobody watched it. And then I never heard about it ever again. The blood, yeah, it was like something blood, yeah.
Another Witcher spinoff sounds more like a threat than a headline. Blood Origin was their lowest rated show of all time, but for some
That's what I heard about. Yeah, about how it was the lowest rated show of all time. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
reason, someone thought it would be a good idea to give the go-ahead to an even worse idea than Blood Origin. A full show about the rats, who do appear in Season 3 very briefly. And if you don't know about the rats, no spoilers, but they are by far the most insufferable characters in all of the books. They're a group of irritating criminals who take Ciri in and do horrible things to her, and throughout the 3 books they appear in, they have exactly one good moment, and it's not something they do, it's something that's done to them. They exist in the books to serve a narrative purpose, which, hey, they definitely accomplish, but giving them a full spin-off seems like it must have been a dare. Like someone in the Netflix Witcher writing room said, "Alright, let's come up with the worst idea possible and see if we can get it greenlit." And for once they nailed the assignment, because ideas don't get worse than a full show about the rats. That's not even to mention that, and I don't mean this in any personal way, but who they handed this Rats show to, the showrunner for this spinoff, was someone that had never written for a show before The Witcher.
Well, that's pretty good, right? I mean, it's like, at that point, I think that's kind of a good thing, because, like, that way it'll just die really fast, and it'll be over. right? It's like, okay, well, we've got to have this, we got to do this. Yeah, you want to do it? Yeah, sure. Where did you work before? McDonald's? Okay, you're perfect. So you're going to run this show now, and go ahead and think about what we're going to do, and whatever you want, we're going to do it. Problem solved.
Never. No other credits. And, I mean, that's definitely a surefire recipe for success right there. Anyway, last April, filming kicked off for this show in South Africa. It was scheduled to be a 6-month shoot, yet kind of ominously, filming unceremoniously ended after under 2 months, leading to a lot of questions as to what exactly happened. Well, it's since come out that filming ended 4 entire months before it was supposed to because Netflix saw what they had already filmed and decided to pull the plug.
Hey, some babies deserve to be aborted. I think that's a good thing. That's a Netflix W. Yep, they knew it. They saw it was bad.
That's gonna be clipped out of context, and Asmon's gonna get canceled again.
And let's move on. Get the coat hanger. Let's get rid of this. They push it down. Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Reportedly, they had only filmed 1 or maybe 2 of the 8 episodes, and now, behind the scenes, months and months and months later, they're figuring out, or maybe have figured out at this point, what to do with what they already filmed. According to Redanian Intelligence, who cover Netflix Witcher news and leaks, they have a flawless track record, and I'm hoping they find success with another series because they do a great job, but according to them, the footage may either end up being used in Season 4 as flashbacks, or Netflix may try to turn what they filmed into some sort of standalone sequel, like that upcoming Witcher anime that's apparently dropping later this year. And don't worry, there's news about that one too. Before we move on though, I do need to take a quick second to thank today's...
I think we have to keep in mind that, like, a Witcher anime, why do you think that's going to be good? Because it's animated? The reason why anime is good is because it's not made with the same, like, Western, like, culture, social commentary slop that we have. That's why people like anime. So if you do something like that, and it's just another, basically, show that people are making, then it's going to be the same.
Thank you for the head pat.
Factor, who at this point are just a channel staple, as they're the only meal delivery service you'll ever need, and they're what I use almost every single week. I've been personally ordering Factor of my own accord for the past 6 months at this point.
Why
no
you so
exaggeration, because doing so has solved every food problem.
How heckin' dare you? How heckin' dare you? Yo, is that some walnut chicken?
Factor meals are
that looks pretty nice.
Frozen, but by far what's most important to me
the price is not great
I've
though.
Has somehow been healthy, convenient, and really
just woke
good,
up,
which I had thought was an important.
Well, Hollow confirmed woke.
For like a split second, I thought this said something else. I was like, what the fuck? Bro.
Possible combination.
Me too.
Factor.
Yeah, I was like,
I just don't
wait,
have time
what?
to cook every day, or most days, really. And most convenient foods are either unhealthy, extremely expensive, or just mind-numbingly boring.
But not shook.
Factor is none
well,
of those
you know
things,
what?
And it's truly changed my health for the better this past half year. As I'm eating what I should be every single day without burning hours I don't have cooking and cleaning. Factor delivers the meals to your front door each week, and when hungry,
you know what else hurts to say?
2 minutes, or what I do is throw
pretty much anything if you have something stuck in your throat.
Factor75.com or click the link below and use code NEON50 to get 50% off your first Factor box.
I have an oven that works, but I don't know how to use it.
I wonder if that 50% off includes like your very first box. Because if it also includes your first box like bonus thing because of like trying it out for the first time, like I believe when I looked at it yesterday or the day before, when I looked at it, it was like the normal price is $12.99 a meal if you get an 8-pack. If you get 8 meals for the week, then it's $12.99 each, but at half price, it's around $6.50 each. If it also includes a 50% off from like a person, that would make it $3.25 per meal, which would actually be a very good deal. I highly doubt it would actually work that way, but if it does, definitely worth trying out.
Back in the day, we only had this like little small convection oven, and that's what I would cook everything out of. And so I've only learned how to cook out of the ghetto oven, and I don't know how to use a normal oven.
That's fair. Also, I'm gonna take a little break because, well, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Barb. Tiger, I think the cooldown is like 30 seconds or something. Also, hi. How you doing? Oh my god. I have returned. That's right. Return I have. Yay. How you doing today, Tiger? How is you? Hope you're doing good. Yep, Waka.
That's why on the pizza video that I did, I just put the little oven on top of the big oven, and I just cooked the pizza on the little oven.
Plus, and this is new, 20% off your
The
next
spider
box
pizza?
as well.
Yeah.
That said, just know you won't be locked in or committed for anything more past
Meow.
that first one, so I'm just personally recommending give that heavily discounted first box a try, and you won't be disappointed.
Now dig in.
Okay, so I mentioned that upcoming Witcher anime, Sirens of the Deep.
Been lurking a
because
while,
there's
finally got some
also news
time, so
related to
here you
both
are now.
Sirens and the children's Witcher
Hey,
show Netflix
you
announced.
are.
Yes, a Witcher show for the little ones, because we all...
Bro, they're gonna turn this shit into
Oh,
Star
for-
Wars. Oh my god.
Everyone trying to be the next Disney. First step is to wokeify everything.
What are we doing? What is this?
all know The Witcher is huge with and practically made for the under 10 crowd. I mean, my younger cousins
To be fair, I bet kids probably love this shit.
True. That is
But,
true.
like, the reason why they love it is because it ain't made for them. It's actually good.
True.
absolutely love playing with their Horse and Junior action figures. And
Kids love to feel like an adult, right? They don't like being treated like kids. They like being treated like adults. That's why they prefer stuff made for adults.
their
Yeah.
Philippa
That's
Eilhart
what Disney
dolls. I
don't
believe they have a
understand.
variant with her eyes gouged out, but anyway, just for a little quick background on Sirens of the Deep, it's a full-length movie coming out later this year, made by the same studio who did Nightmare of the Wolf, that Vesemir prequel from I think 3 years back. That's
Literal garbage.
some really loved. I just thought it was okay for what it was. I never reviewed it because this channel didn't exist when it
It sucked. It sucked.
came out, but anyway,
Yeah.
Sirens of the Deep isn't a sequel to Nightmare. Instead, it's adapting one of the short stories that Season 1 skipped over, A Little Sacrifice, which, no spoilers, but A
alright.
Little
No, it wasn't.
Sacrifice
It's
is a
bad.
really laid-back and pretty sad story
It's
about a
mediocre.
girl, Essie Davin, or Poppet, who falls in love with Geralt, which he struggles with because of his feelings for Yennefer, and there's also
Ooh.
a mermaid-related B-plot that's really just a
Murlocs.
background thing with thematic ties to the main story, but you can see from the trailer that Netflix have taken the references to an underwater war and have expanded it into something a lot bigger, which, I mean, whatever, at this point, I'm positive this movie is just going to gut the subtlety of the original, but I'm not going to judge the whole
Subtlety?
thing before it's out, mostly because production-wise,
What's
there's a
subtlety?
lot of different people involved compared to the main show, plus Nightmare of the Wolf was 6 out of 10 okay. I mean, compared to Season 2 or Blood Origin, it was basically Return of the King. Okay, actually, I
That's
wouldn't...
actually probably a good point because, like, you know, he's watching it in the context of like the season 2 of the show that was like really bad. Like, I had never watched that, so like for me, I had just like seen the game, and then I watched season 1. It was pretty good, and like so I had no idea. You believe this shit was like 20 years ago? This shit was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
go near that far, but speaking of Return of the King, the Doug Cockle is voicing Geralt in this movie, which any chance to hear him again as Geralt is a blessing, plus Joey Beatty is there as Dandelion, he's great, and Anya is back as Yennefer. She's a perfectly good actress, even if Yennefer is the worst written character in the show. In my opinion, a lot of people take how poorly Yen is written in the show and then pin it on the actress, but whatever, that's beside the point, because just a few days ago, it was reported that Sirens of the Deep marks the end of Netflix Witcher, even if it's
Thank
not going to be
God.
the last thing to release. Again, according to Redanian
Thank
Intelligence, the main show is not only getting cut short, but Sirens of the Deep is the final Netflix Witcher spinoff. Everything else that
Bro,
was
finishing it off with a cartoon? That's bad.
planned or announced,
Yeah.
including that children's show that they started developing in
Is dead as
2021,
well?
3 whole years
Oh
ago,
my God.
is dead in the water. And after Sirens of the Deep and those last 2 main show seasons that they're filming back to back, Netflix is apparently done with The Witcher. So for all 5 of you that were excited for Philippa and Ferb, or Series Fairly Odd Parents, or Zoltan 101, or whatever that kids show was going to be, well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but it isn't happening. And
Bruh.
that, honestly, has me excited. Not because I don't like what Netflix has done with The Witcher. I mean, I don't, but that's not why. I'm excited because now the clock can start ticking for someone else to give it a try. And
Yeah.
whoever that ends up being will have the step-by-step instructions on what not to do. Granted,
Well, it's like I don't know how so many of these people are not able to just create a show that's for the fans of the show or the game or the IP in general. Like, why do you like? How has this happened? Ego? I think it's ego too. I think it's that.
Oh, absolutely.
People think that they can do it better than the guy that got paid millions of dollars just to use his books.
Yeah.
It's like, do you ever think about that? It's like you're hired by Netflix just to go ahead and make his book a movie. And this is the guy that probably got paid way more money than you did. And you think that you can do a better job than him? Then why aren't they giving you any money? Why didn't they pay you for your books? Why don't you shut the fuck up and just do it the way it is in the book? They always do, yeah.
Yeah.
There is no guarantee the next attempt will be any good either, and it'll probably be the better.
Always try to reinvent the wheel.
Even wants to try and adapt the books again, but as long as CDPR's next games are good and The Witcher stays super relevant, I think it's only a matter of time before someone else gives it a try.
I think it's a guarantee that the new Witcher game will be good because Cyberpunk 2077 was good. And it started off in such a terrible place that I don't think anybody, whenever the game came out, expected it to improve as much as it has. I feel like that's tremendous.
Also, just a personal thing, I'm really looking forward in a couple of years to doing a huge post-mortem on this whole Netflix Witcher debacle and how/why it all went down the way it did. Not that they'd be excited to chat with me after my reviews of their show,
Yeah, I
but
don't think they're
I'd
gonna
love to
wanna
ask
do
the showrunner, not in an aggressive gotcha sort of way, because I'm not that type of channel.
Why'd you
but
decide to
just
ruin
as a Witcher
everything?
fan, I'd love to hear the answers firsthand as to why certain decisions were made. I mean, I feel like in our hearts we all know the answer, but I'd love to hear some sort of explanation out loud, because there hasn't been a single Netflix Witcher interview that wasn't a total puff piece, at least from what I've seen. Anyway, that's all for me today. If you enjoyed, consider leaving a like, as that really helps my content get out there, and feel free to subscribe if you like what I'm doing here. As of recording, we just hit 150k yesterday, which is pretty cool. Thanks to my channel's patrons, as always, for your support. Follow me on Twitter if you want to, and that's all. See ya.
But no, maybe I gave them some ideas, but they never listened. They never listened.
So guys, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, to be fair, didn't Sapkowski, I don't know how to pronounce his name, didn't he also say that he didn't like some of the things they did in the games too? Or like he didn't even play the games? He did, yeah. He did. So, that's not a problem though. And do you want to know why that's not a problem? He hated the games? Yeah. Do you want to know why it doesn't matter? Because they're good. That's the thing. And so, yeah, they diverge from the books. Yeah, but they're good. And it's like, yeah, he might not like them, but other people like them and it's fine. And so the problem is, again, not that you diverge from the source material. It's that you diverge from the source material and you shouldn't, because you suck. The reason he hates the games is because he decided he didn't want a percent of the sales. I would also hate them. If that's true, I would, I can see that. I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to know why George Lucas is the richest director in history by like 3 or 4?
Tiger, the Witcher games were based on the Witcher books. Like, even the first Witcher game was based on the books.
Anybody else? Because he got a percentage of merchandise sales. That's the reason why. A lot of who here had a lightsaber as a kid? Yeah, who here had one of those? Yeah, they offered him a percentage. He refused. It's his fault. It is. Yeah, it's a big fuck up. Me too. Or just individual Disney holder. Yeah. I mean, the guy's massive. But anyway, yeah, I think that The Witcher is like a really great example of what happens whenever you decide to ignore the fans, ignore the source material, and just push whatever you want for, whatever reason you have. I think it's a really great thing that the show failed, because it shows that that type of thinking and that type of decision making is not successful, and you shouldn't do it. So yeah, I think it's a great thing that the show failed. And yeah, it's a great data point I've never seen Neon Knights videos before. I'll give you guys a link. Make sure to give him a sub. Give it a like as well. The Death Note movie is from WoW. I'm not going to watch a Death Note movie. Yeah, I have no idea. With Season 4, it really is a failure. You think it's really a failure? I didn't even know. Lady Bane, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, I don't know anybody. Like, I heard a lot about Season 2 being bad. I didn't even hear about Season 3. Honestly, I didn't even know. I had no idea. I'm sure Keanu Reeves is probably not a gamer, but he didn't complain about his role. He embraced it regardless of how people felt about his character in the game. Well, it's that he's an actor. Like, he doesn't need to understand the game to be an actor. And also, like, for example, Johnny Depp said he doesn't even watch his own movies. He's like, yeah, people tell me the Pirates of the Caribbean movies are great. I don't watch them. I'm not sure. But yeah, apparently people really like them. So, again, it's not necessarily the process that's the problem. It's the outcome of the process. And whenever the outcome is bad, everybody turns around and is like, okay, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Gosh.
Oh my god.
Hi,
Us foxes.
You want me to come say
Oh
hi?
my goodness.
You want me to come
Look
say
at the
hi?
foxos.
Yes?
Little foxos.
Excuse me.
Little foxos. Hello, Lashon. You has a burrito. Take a picture. Prove it. Prove you have burrito. Also, how you doing, Lashon? Wow, Hollow over there farting on the foxes. Those poor foxes. Yo, they're so cute. They sound so cute too. Oh my goodness. Aww. Aww. Foxes run on cat software with dog hardware. That's what a fox is.
Finnegan. He wants to go for a WALK.
Ah, they know the word.
And they wanted to charge
Oh.
us $200 for that din. Also, they
Oh, this is a long video. 54 minutes. Oh my god. Apparently, Asus scammed them. Somehow, some way. Let's find out how.
never addressed.
I actually use a Asus monitor. I've been using it for a while. Like 4 years, something like that. 4 or 5 years. Maybe longer.
The problem we sent it in for, only that thing that they decided to find.
Connector broken, also don't know what that's referencing.
No idea what that means. Everything, there were no broken connectors when we sent it in.
System noise.
Okay, don't know what that means.
Yeah, gap
Okay.
abnormal.
What does it mean?
What
It felt like
the heck?
Asus tried to scam us when they tried to charge us $200 to repair something we didn't even claim as damaged in a warranty claim. This was sent back in. It's our Asus ROG Ally to repair a thumbstick problem. And somehow, that turned into Asus saying that LCD needs to be replaced, even though the joystick is covered under their repair policies. And what's better still is it felt like Asus was threatening us by saying, we'll send the device back, possibly unassembled.
And they're going to take this shit apart too?
Bruh.
So it's like they're holding it hostage?
Bruh, that's bruh. That's not great. That's not great. Oh, that's a good looking burrito, Leshin. That's a good looking burrito. Oh my god. Heck yeah. How's work going, Leshin? How's your first break?
Oh my god.
If you don't
Leshin
pay
is
this
pretty
fee.
awesome though, you
It
right.
honestly felt like an extortion attempt.
Yeah.
where they're like,
Oh
if you
no,
wanna
my
see your
finger
beloved
slipped.
Asus
Oh,
Ally,
how horrible.
us
Oops, my
$200
bad. Ow, 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 ow.
related to the actual
Thank you for
warranty
the head
you
tap.
had.
You
When we
walk.
sent this into Asus, the screen was working. They said that the reason they were rejecting the claim is because of this.
Uh-huh.
Can you Do you have the zoom lens on? We might need a You know what? Let's bring this down to the microscope. I'll show you the damage.
Yeah, okay, let's see it.
Okay.
I'm sure this is going to be a really big deal if the way he has to show it is with a microscope.
We're gonna find the
Oh,
damage.
okay,
I've got
Election.
the ally here. Let's adjust the microscope.
Here we go.
Scusi.
So where is the damage?
I can't.
Where?
Oh,
No way.
oh, there
No
it is.
way. They're not joking. They sent us a photo of this and said that's why we need to pay $200.
Wait, really?
That's $200, and we're not alone in this.
What?
That is shameless.
That is
So we
absolutely
have evidence,
shameless.
as always, just this week, a user posted on Reddit.
That
noting
is some
Asus demanded
BS.
2,758 Canadian dollars to repair a 4090 video card, which the user paid 2,799 CAD for.
Whoa,
the reason for the repair
I
was
was
What?
AFK. I wasn't listening.
noting that Asus demanded 3,758 Canadian dollars to repair a 40.
3,000. That's more than the card.
What the what? Huh? What? It's cheaper to just buy a new one. What the actual F? What? Huh?
It's like $1,000 more.
Which the user paid $2,799
What?
CAD for. The reason for the repair was a scratch in the housing of the connector. Not burning, not melting, not fracturing. Literally a scratch. The same problem we had with our ally. This sounds like policy. And as quickly as possible, here are examples
What
from
the
our
shit?
own viewers who have emailed us.
Oh
March
my God.
26th, a viewer emailed us claiming Asus cracked the chassis of their laptop when it was sent in for repair. The user has documentation supporting this. March 13th, a viewer emailed us stating that their new video card exhibited instability. Asus replaced the device with a different, damaged, refurbished device. February.
What the heck? Alright, this is the part where Asus is effing around. Pretty soon, they will find out. Because it's only a matter of time before someone files a lawsuit against them for all of this bullshit.
Oh man.
It's only a matter of time.
This is crazy. Like this is really bad.
19th, a viewer emailed us where Asus rejected a motherboard RMA for quote-unquote customer-induced damage. The user believes Asus damaged the board. February 1st, the user emailed quote customer-induced.
This won't power on. Just not RMA claiming consumer-induced damage. Wow, that is bad. It happened to me with the motherboard.
Damage. The user believes Asus damaged the board. February 1st, the user emailed us telling us about an Asus RMA for a motherboard which Asus remotely diagnosed as having memory issues. Asus later quoted the user $190 for the repair of the $210 motherboard, citing quote-unquote physical damage after previously diagnosing a memory issue. December 21st, the user emailed us telling us about how their laptop was stuck in RMA hell for over a month. December 7th, a user emailed us where
RMA, by the way, is whenever you return something. And so it's the return process.
Yeah.
Asus quoted them $2,658 to repair a laptop. The laptop is one of Asus's special ones that ships with liquid metal pre-installed by Asus. The liquid metal leaked. The user states they never opened the system, and Asus denied the claim and demanded money to fix it. And we have at least 100 of these emails over the past several months alone. And
100 over several months?
Holy crap.
That's really bad. Oh my God.
That is staggeringly incompetent. Holy shit. They're trying to fleece everyone for as much as they can. What is this bullshit? What is this?
Is the list we're showing now.
Talk
from May
about
2023
scams.
alone.
Holy
Last
crap.
time we did this with Asus, featuring damaging devices and for repair and returning them, stating that 109 degrees for GPU hotspot is normal. It's not, and more. And Asus clearly has a warranty problem. And today, all of that is what we're talking about, but we are fortunate enough to have our own experience with it. And it wasn't a good one. We sponsored our own
That's what's fucking crazy about it. Is like
Bruh.
they had it happen to themselves. Because, like, you never really know whenever it's, like, somebody else. It's like, did this really happen? It's hard to say. But, like, yeah, this happened to them.
I guess you could say Asus is a sus company. Get it? A sus? No? Okay.
Cover warranty investigation. If you want to directly fund the extreme lengths we've gone to lately for content and our continued independent coverage, grab this limited time gold and blue variation of our Cyber Skeleton foil shirt on store.gamersnexus.net.
That's actually a pretty cool shirt. I'll give him that. Also, I just remembered that, like, this is technically my second monitor from Asus, because my first monitor, it had a dead pixel. Actually, when I returned it to Best Buy to get another of the same model, it had 2 dead pixels by that point. So whatever they're doing is bad. Whatever they're doing is absolutely bad. Like, holy crap.
The shirt features a new fit and new colors, with a ribcage design made of computer components like cables, RGB LED strips, water cooling components, and a spine on the back made of MOSFETs, inductors, and VRM components. These shirts directly fund our in-depth reporting and ability to hold manufacturers accountable. You can also grab something like one of our heavy-duty silicone soldering and project mats.
Oh, I wonder what it says when I put watch time. Wait. Somehow Leshen's watch time is more than my own watch time when I'm the one doing the streaming. What? Huh? What? Huh? Bruh. I wish I could just do like a /played like in World of Warcraft so I could see how many hours I've streamed like ever. Huh.
I remember like doing tech repair in like the 2000s. This is whenever I was in high school and I did it a lot. And there were like all these like weird cords because everything wasn't fully standardized yet. And I remember like in the first week of our computer repair class, all I did was organize the cables. And it actually took that long.
Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to pre-order the shirt today or grab one of our other items. So now 1 year later, almost exactly since we last talked about Asus's issues with its motherboards at the time, and then its warranty practices stemming from all of that, where we had attorney Vincent Augusta on the show to talk about some of his interpretation of it. We are back to blow the doors back open about what it's like to really be a customer of Asus. This is our Asus ROG Ally Z1 Extreme. We've had it for about just under 1 year, actually, and we've bought 2 of these now. The other was the non-Extreme device.
This is bad. Yeah, I mean, like, no, somebody said in chat, IT in the 90s was fun. No, my mom
didn't realize you've been here this long. Yeah.
Problem in like the 80s or the 70s.
What's up, Boomer?
Like a bit of background. My grandpa was a pilot in World War II, and so he did like cartography and stuff after the war was over. And then he taught my mom to fly and do cartography as well. And so whenever PCs and like computers,
I'm not amazing.
Out, obviously, this was like very relevant to. Like,
I'm just a weird ass.
So my mom was buying
weirdo.
PCs for like $30,000 because, like, you know, he was doing pretty well back then. And you know, it was a lot of money, like back in like 1975 and shit. So she had been dealing with PCs. By the time that like I came around, she was already on like her 3rd or 4th PC at the time. And she said that back in the day, it's like if you had a problem and you called up IBM, that like she had one guy like laugh at her because she just couldn't figure it out or she got the wrong one. And they just hung up. That was
bruh.
It's like, oh, you got the 1.10? Oh man, you're in for a time. All right, I'll see you later. And that was it. Yeah, that was it.
In just 1 year since purchasing, our Z1 Extreme has had
you
the
say
following
30K for a PC?
The micro SD card slot never
30,
worked
40K.
and seemingly burned itself out. The left joystick on the X-axis stopped working and began drifting, which you can see in some of our footage.
Oh yeah,
I had
controllers do that.
And the battery already lost 8% of its lifespan in just 1 year of extremely lightweight use. That's a lot of problems.
Holy
in one
crap.
year, and 2 of those
What
are
a shit
inarguably
product.
not our fault. In fact, they are so not our fault that Asus has made fixes for them part of their explicit warranty coverage.
Yeah,
so,
then they know.
anyway,
Well, yeah, because they know it's a weak point in the system. Yeah, for sure.
Well, maybe they should have just put out a good product in the first place.
Because it seems like hundreds of you have complained to us about having similar issues, we decided to carefully photograph and document every single corner of our device and also get the internals of it documented. In addition to super high resolution photos, we also took microscope.
Holy crap.
So they super high resolution.
They want money, not quality? Yeah, that's true.
Pictures before they send it in. Oh no.
Shots of the PCBs,
Oh,
the connectors.
God.
We logged the level of stripping on the screw heads, and we logged any damage of our own to the plastics.
In 4K,
we also
bro, this is
removed our
8K.
SSD, because our advice to anybody sending a device in for repair of any kind is to remove the drives. This was also a good test of Asus's processes and competence. Here's the timeline. First, we filed an RMA for the defective thumbstick, and this part is critical. We did this anonymously. They didn't know who we were. We're just a normal customer. And we also did not tell them about our broken micro SD card slot, which, again, as a reminder, that is an Asus problem, not an us problem.
So they didn't even have like generally whenever you fix something, whenever you're done fixing it, you have to go through like a protocol of making sure that all of the key components are working properly. Like that's at least what I was doing this whenever I was like 15 years old. Like, what do you, this is diagnostic. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's important to this story because we wanted Asus to discover
even a
it
small
on
company
their
just
own
yes
if they were going to discover.
Well, and it's smart. You have to. It's smart to do it because, like, again, think about it from the company perspective. If you send them back something that's broken, well, then they're just going to send it back to you again. So now you're paying for shipping 3 times. Like that's crazy. So yeah, 3 times instead of 1. So yes, and also the money. It's a terrible idea to do this. It's not even cost effective. Like it's just it's something that it's bad. It's a situation where no one wins.
Yeah.
Literally no one wins.
Here's how all this went down. First, we did
Asus more like a
locally and swapped
sus.
the thumbstick between our Z1 Non-Extreme and our Z1 Extreme. We found that this fixed the issue, indicating a defect in the PCB or the stick itself.
Yeah.
So that's an easy repair for them. We then swapped it back to the original state, and our issue matched this one described on Reddit.
Right.
On April 8th, we contacted Asus customer support. We
Hi,
told them,
Seidua.
that stick doesn't work.
How you
Here's
doing?
Our exact RMA form. Patrick filled this out. I asked him to pretend to be a relatively uninformed customer.
True, Tiger, true.
Who only knows enough to know that the joystick isn't working right.
I'm pretty sure what's happening here is Asus is intentionally putting out a bad product and charging out the wazoo for it. Why? Because if they put out a bad product and then someone sends it back in and they just lie about all of the things, they make more money. And chances are you could just they'll just like, instead of getting a warranty, they'll just buy a new one. Right? I know I've done that before with other stuff. Right? I've like, for my graphics card. Well, not my graphics card specifically, because that's a different issue that I had. I know there's some stuff where it's like, I bought it, it worked for a good while, and then it stopped working, or it just didn't work as good. So I got a replacement, either like an upgrade or like replace it with the exact same thing. Right? And then like, you know, just, yeah. Oh, here's a good example. My headphones. I got the exact same model that I had previously. Why? Because, well, my previous pair of these headphones, it was having that audio issue where it was only coming through one ear because the cables were like worn or whatever within the device. right? Very common problem with headphones. So, had to replace that. Got the exact same model because, well, I don't really know other companies and models because I like having the type of headset, the type of headphones where I can just adjust the volume level on the actual headset, right? That way I don't have to adjust like my computer's volume and all of that, right? I really hate having to adjust my computer volume. There's a lot of headphones like that. Yeah, that's why I use this. Yeah, I've got a, hold on. Logitech G432. It's a Logitech G432. That is the model of headphones I use. It's got a nice metal band up top, so it's a lot less prone to breaking. Before I got headphones that had metal bands, they all had plastic, and holy shit, those broke within like a year. Maybe 2 years if I was lucky. Oh my god. You use a Razer Kraken? Kraken days nuts! Anyways.
This is part of our normal...
Man, they really laid the traps, didn't they?
Testing for
Yeah,
warranty.
this is
so
bad.
rather than acting as patient and well-informed
This is bad.
customers leading them to the answer, we act as an uninformed user who is normally patient at first, but becomes frustrated as the company
Right.
genuinely becomes frustrating to deal with.
Yeah,
So
so
that
like a
seems
normal
fair.
person.
So that's our
Trap
process.
maxing? Yeah.
And normally our view is if the company can survive that, it's kind of like a thermal torture test. It's like if it can pass this test, it can pass anything.
Well, and yeah, and I hope Asus, like this is my perspective. Is like people have done this with Starforge before, and like this is very normal. Do you know that like big companies and also big individuals, like not big as in terms of weight, right? Not fat guys, but like Donald Trump or Jeff Bezos or anybody that's probably
I've never heard of that
that's, like,
brand.
got over 100 mil, right? Or like maybe
Fair enough,
500
Tiger.
mil of net worth. They are having accounting firms audit them. They are asking, please audit me because I want to make sure that nothing is wrong. Like, I hope Asus realizes that they are getting a fucking, like, top-of-the-line customer service audit. Now, the price for that, it's not free. It makes you look like a fucking idiot, but it's out there, and now you know where the problems are. It is. That's how they should see this.
Yeah.
Asus needs to be dissolved as a company. Well, they just need to fix their customer service. Like, they're not going to dissolve as a company. They need to fix their customer service. That's it.
There's also a good chance that the people up top at Asus legitimately did not know about this. This could very well be a problem with a specific chain warehouse or whatever it's called, where they're like doing the manufacturing of these devices. Could very well be that for the problem. Or any number of different issues. But it's more likely that they knew and are trying to be willfully ignorant. Department, yes, that's the word.
Well, implying Trump ever wanted a legit audit. Look, I don't want to talk about, like, oh, I don't like Trump. That's not the point. The point is that if you make a lot of money, you want to do this yourself. And obviously, like, companies do this as well. Like, they pay for audits.
And we just keep the bar as long as it's sort of reasonable but frustrated. That's the max we'll dial it up to these days for these tests. Now, Asus asks you to write your operating system password and BIOS password in plain text in their RMA form. They do suggest that you just wipe those passwords instead, though. So instead of doing something insane like writing a password on a piece of paper going in the mail, we ensured no passwords were on the device at all by removing them from BIOS and also taking the SSD out. Asus is very clear in these things as well. They say, quote, Asus is not responsible, all caps, to you or any third party for loss of data, including during the inspection process. This is another reason to remove the SSD.
To be fair, Asus has to, like, this is the only thing right here. They have to have this for liability purposes. It's kind of like a well, it's not kind of like, it is a disclaimer. That like if they didn't have this, they would not be able to realistically be able to process data. Like, yeah, it's normal. It's very normal. Yeah.
This doesn't guarantee, they say, the original parts, which would include
This is,
the
and this
SSD.
isn't a W
Again,
for Asus.
another
This is
reason for
common
removing.
sense.
Asus
okay?
also tells you not to send in the device with anything that you might want back because they'll throw it away.
Nope.
They actually explicitly say that they will, quote, not be returned to you. Not that they might not be returned, but straight up that they won't be returned. So fair enough, they warn you. We kept the box and the accessories. We then
Again, that's probably a good idea. I think Asus, that actually is a good idea because it just removes liability. That's the reason why. They don't want to have to deal with it. If you send them some extra shit, like they're not going to send it. It's literally just for liability. There is no other reason for it other than liability.
Fabricated a signature for our undercover alias, Pat Stain, operating in conjunction with Agent Beeve Sturk. Both have been on the job for about a decade now, and we sent it in with a simple note that said, left stick is broken and only goes up and down. That seemed sufficient without being belligerent or overly annoying. On April 9th,
I wouldn't be surprised, Tiger.
Asus' spec. Asus provides an RMA checklist. They ask you to wrap the device with a few inches of bubble wrap, pack it in a box with an air gap, then pack that box in a box. We think that's great. They also provide a shipping label, which is good, as we'd have dinged them pretty hard for that.
By the way, look at this is, dude.
That's a lot of
used to
bubble
order
wrap. Holy
fine
crap.
China from like eBay, and they didn't even pack it this good. This is crazy.
Right?
This is overkill. Yeah. So basically, there's like no way this thing got messed up, right?
Since it's ultimately their fault, the device is going back anyway. We dropped the device off on April 9th, and by April 16th, it was at the RMA Center. Asus emailed us on April 18th, and this is when the problems began. And they told us that they were testing the device. They said the turnaround would be 7 to 10 days. The same day, Asus emailed us with this, quote, we would like to inform you that your product is out of warranty or judged as customer-induced damage, CID. Thus, the repair charge shall be applied. Our service center will contact you with more detail. There was no way for us to respond to this. They don't have an option to reply, and in fact...
Well, that's convenient for them.
In fact, the email was sent from a no-reply mailbox, which if you reply to it, gets bounced as failed to send. So it's particularly frustrating just because we knew there was no customer-induced damage. We had documented every aspect of the device before sending it in, and yet we had no way at that time to dispute the claim. We just sat and waited.
Just
On
get an
April
email.
19th, only a day later, we received a more detailed email. It said,
You know,
quote,
this monitor right here, let me see, this monitor right here is an Asus monitor, bro. Like now I'm scared.
I'm also using an Asus monitor.
Repair center with signs of damage, which is not covered under the manufacturer's warranty. So
Yeah.
strike two, and this is starting to feel like the Newegg motherboard story. They sent us a list referring to notebooks, monitors, video cards, and motherboards for examples of customer-induced damage, none of which are an Asus ally, and all of which are completely
Yeah, this is to do with
They basically just
Asus.
said there's customer damage, and to us, the lack of transparency here, the lack of information, is an immediate red flag. Whereas a customer, it feels like you're getting fleeced for money for
Well,
something.
what's happening is that it's not being thoroughly inspected. That's why there's no point of reference. And like what I bet is probably happening. So this is me extrapolating, okay? So like I could be totally wrong about this. But how many of you guys work at a company that has a quantitative measuring statistic that your job performance is based off of? A lot of you guys have that, huh? Yeah. Pretty much everybody does. Yeah, KPIs, yeah, whatever you want to call it, right? Depending on what you're doing. And so anyway, what I bet happens is Asus or whoever they outsource their work to has a KPI, has a performance metric that counts being able to identify customer damage and complete the ticket as a fully completed ticket. So I bet what's happening is that the people that are running customer service, I actually generally assume that the people, like, they would probably try to fix it if they could. But whenever you create, and this is the problem with like any of these systems, is that oftentimes the systems are not really fine-tuned by people that are familiar with what the actual job is, because it's done by like systems analysts or like some sort of other like process engineer. But the other issue is that it takes your job and it turns it into a game. So you're no longer doing your job, you're playing the game. You're trying to get a high score in the game. And so that's why I think this shit happens. I think that, like, yeah, you can obviously have like shitty repair techs. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. But like whenever this many people are having this many problems, this is systemic. This is not like, you know, the one guy is like, you know, oh, this guy had a bad experience because there's some dumbass repair guy that messed it up. No, this is a systemic issue.
True.
And if I know anything about the way that people think, and the way that at least I know people would people want to succeed in their job. They don't want to get fired. So I think that's what's happening. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree with that or not? Yeah, he's parsing on his job instead of doing the mechanics. Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening here. And the thing is, like, this, basically it's an shitification, right? This is happening everywhere. It's happening with like therapy. It's happening with video game tickets. It's happening with making video games. It's happening with repairing PCs. It's happening with everything, because everything has to be turned into a quantitative value metric. And then whenever that happens, all of the context and nuance to those value metrics are removed. It's bad, man. If performance is not valued, then it won't matter. Exactly right. And oftentimes, like, this is how it worked at the government, is that quantity mattered more than quality. If your quality was low, but your quantity was high, it was okay. If your quantity was low, but your quality was high, it wasn't okay.
In that you sent it in with one problem, and now it suddenly got all these new problems you never noticed or heard about. And it just feels like a scam. So it's certainly structured to encourage acceptance from people who don't know better, and from people who feel time pressure, because they put you under a lot of time pressure to agree to all this quickly, lest you receive.
Which is a tech. This is a
howdy,
specific
Aria. How you
technique,
doing?
is basically putting the person who's signing the contract under duress. Very effective technique. It's been used for a very long time. That's why it's illegal.
Device back in pieces, and we wondered what the damage could be. So ASUS sent us this photo of the damage. You might not be able to see it. Again, we have to check our own photos to make sure they didn't cause it, but that microscopic...
To be fair, though, like, I actually didn't see it until they put the circle around it.
Din was in fact from us. And they wanted to charge us $200.
Wow.
For that din.
Wow.
We didn't even ask them to fix that part. We didn't even notice that part. That's how small it was. Also, they never addressed the problem we sent it in for, only that thing that they decided to find. To us, in combination with the emails from our viewers.
Because you think about it from that text perspective. He's looking around and he sees that and he's like, yes, I found something I can write this off on. Okay, good. Okay, use your damage and ticket processed. Done. That's exactly what was job's done for the day. Yep.
Charge related to a similar problem. It feels like an intentional attempt or a policy to mislead the customers into a position where they'll pay for a service they don't need.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's not a policy. I think that it is a performance metric that is directing people to behave this way.
And you're
because
really
it's so widespread. It's happening everywhere.
And if you're not willing or not sure, you can stand up for yourself.
It's the management's
trying to sell an unneeded fix. And if ASUS is worried about losing money on every ally because they
put the integrity of their job
entire
over
motherboard
their money
and 2 thumbsticks, then maybe this would be a way to help cover the cost. We don't know their motives, but if I were to try and think through reasons why you would do this, that'd be the first one I would assume. Now, back to the email, nowhere in it did ASUS say it would fix the thumbstick for which we sent the device in.
Why would
the best part is that in the background of ASUS's own photo of damage, our own RMA form can be seen with the words detailing the completely unaddressed thumbstick issue. ASUS said the quote was delivered for an LCD module replacement at $98.53. Labor for that was...
You think about how happy the tech was that this thing was damaged. think about how good his day was. The fact that, you know, this was supposed to be a repair that was supposed to take him 40 minutes. And then he could find a scratch and he's like, yes, bro. Yes. Yes, I can write this one off. Oh, yay. He's probably so happy.
$60 and shipping was $20 because now they're claiming there's customer-induced damage, which means that they can try and scam us out of another $20 for shipping instead of being forced to eat the cost for their own stick defect. That started this whole thing. So that's a clever way to avoid paying the shipping cost. There's some tax in there too.
Asus
totaling
did this with my laptop.
$191.47.
This is
At
too
this
common
stage,
for it not to be
they finally gave us the
systemic.
option to pay, reject,
too
or
common.
dispute, and once again, nowhere in there did it mention the original issue or the micro SD card issue that we knew existed but wasn't disclosed. Quote, please be advised that if payment is not received for repairs to the unit will be sent back unrepaired and may be disassembled. The liquid damage may prevent our repair team from reassembling the unit for return. Where did the liquid damage come? That like came out of nowhere.
They might have just poured water on it. I mean, who knows, right? Who knows?
Nowhere.
Just pour some water on it.
The repair technicians
Oops.
are drinking a little bit while they're working on it. That would actually explain a lot. That might explain most of this. But
What are they
we'd
talking
assume
about? I
that the
don't
liquid
know.
damage thing is part
This
of
is
some form
ridiculous.
email that they just send to anyone. But that doesn't make it okay. It states the liquid damage in a very matter-of-fact way.
Yeah.
And we think that is manipulative and accusatory. And this entire email reads to me like, if you ever want to see your ally again, pay us. Or
They have
it'll-
to do it with like, you know, the different like magazine
Bro.
letters for like a ransom note. Like ASUS, ASUS. Yeah, exactly.
That's messed
we'll
up,
throw it through
yo.
the window on your bed in pieces next time.
Yeah.
So the Godfather, I think that's what that was. Now we have a number of legal questions about this, and
Yeah,
so I
the
connected with
joystick's
Louis
gonna be in
Rossman
your
to
bed.
ask if
Blood
he
on
knew
it,
anyone
yeah.
who could help inform us and educate the audience on your rights as a consumer
Yeah.
for warranties.
Louis
Magnuson-
Rossman's got a lot of videos. Like, bro, this dude, like, Louis Rossman is the kind of guy that was like super fucking paranoid and everybody thought he was an idiot for like 10 years. And then after like, you know, COVID, people are like, oh man, you know, man, that's crazy because he said that shit. Yeah.
What a twist.
Moss, for example, is one of the commonly cited acts, and what else you might be able to do. It sounds like we're going to have a part 2 to this, and it'll be a pretty interesting one. But for now, we need to finish these emails. So, in the meantime, the rest of Asus's email said this, quote, please note that if no action is taken with this quotation, your product will be returned to you unrepaired after 5 business days from the invoice date, end quote. However,
5
Asus also
business
says
days?
that
Holy
acceptance of the
crap.
quote is required in 3 days, and that the quote is only valid for 4 days. This creates intense pressure for the customer to accept because delays could result in a disassembled box of scrap being returned in the mail. Asus also doesn't even guarantee it'll work. They say, quote, any out-of-warranty repair fee prescribed by Asus and accepted by the customer is non-refundable and does not guarantee that repairs can be made. Continuing the timeline, we didn't respond for a few days. On April 22nd, we received a reminder that the invoice has been out.
And like, here's the thing is I bet a lot of this disclaimer, like warranty language is probably common with almost every single type of manufacturer. But the difference is that for them, it's like a failsafe. And it seems like for Asus, it's like it's like standard operating procedure. Like that's the issue because like if a company has this policy language and then you're getting your stuff back, it's a to-do list. Yeah, exactly. And you're getting your stuff back, well, then it's not a problem.
Standing for 2 days now. Asus again warns that the device will be returned unrepaired if we don't respond within 5 total days, even though the device has defects that Asus caused with its own component choices. There is no presented option to reject the unnecessary paid-for repair and accept only a free repair covered under their own explicit policy. Fortunately,
So it's like a bundle option. You only have to pay for both repairs, so you can't get either one. It covers their ass. Yeah, but the difference is that cover your ass language and warranties and repair language is normal. But what isn't normal is for the repair to be bad and for it not to happen. Again, the problem isn't really the language. It's the fact that the repair didn't happen. Like if they had all this language and the repair happened, it would have been no issue.
As their warranty policy is written and they are contradicting themselves, customers have some pretty substantial legal ammunition to be used against ASUS, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit. On April 22nd, we issued an RMA dispute. The dispute only allows 100 characters, so you really don't have much room to defend your case. We tried to send more detail, but a 100 character limit is pretty strict. To fully test ASUS, our dispute was written with the...
Keep in mind, guys, that's less than a tweet.
True.
Tweets used to be 144 characters.
Yeah.
So in order for you to fully summarize the problem that you have with your electronic device, you have to do so as a user who is not fully familiar with technology in a lot of cases, because that's why you're sending it to them to fix it. 280? Yeah, well, they doubled it, right? But like it used to be 140 or like 144. It was 140.
Yeah.
And then it was 280. And now it's like infinite, right? But like this is even smaller than the original size of a tweet.
The tone of a frustrated, uninformed customer, so it's intentional to read like this. And we accused ASUS of breaking our screen because their quote indicated a screen replacement despite us sending it in with a functioning screen. The same day, ASUS responded to the dispute with this, quote, "Our service team found case dent on your unit. The screen works fine. However, in order to replace the dent case, the whole LCD screen needs to be replaced as it is directly connected to the case. They are a whole part. Physical damage..."
But nobody cared about the dent. That wasn't why they sent it. Well, but what about like the joystick? Because like the joystick. Oh, Jesus. Guaranteed, bro. That tech was so happy whenever he could write this shit off because of the dent.
Damage is excluded from the standard warranty coverage. If you would like to proceed with service, payment is required. Or we can proceed warranty repair for card reader joystick issue only and ignore the dent if you do not care about.
Okay.
Quote.
Okay,
on
that's
April
fine.
24th, we sent
That's
another
fine.
frustrated
Okay.
email in
Never
reply
mind.
and rejected the screen replacement. The
Yeah,
same day, ASUS sent us a second reminder that our RMA will be automatically rejected if we don't pay up immediately. That this dispute we filed didn't pause the process of rejecting the RMA
What
because
the heck?
it hadn't been paid for yet is insane. It's manipulative.
That's messed up,
I
bro.
don't know. I mean, this is so bad. Like, it's really hard for me to say they're doing something like this on purpose. But to me, like, this just screams that ASUS had process engineers that don't have any background in tech repair decide how fast everything should take and how much time everything should take. That's what I think probably happened here.
It is overbearing, and it applies a huge amount of pressure to a legitimate customer to
It does.
capitulate and pay lest they risk receiving a device unrepaired and potentially disassembled.
Which, again, like, I just, sorry, I pause a lot, but like, another big thing with this is the fact that ASUS makes computer components. They are the ones that are selling you this technology. So the people that are buying the technology pre-assembled are generally people that are not extremely tech savvy.
True.
Duh. Of course. It's the same thing with buying a pre-built PC or buying an Xbox or something like that. So all of this is being done to a group of people that categorically, just based off of the way that they're consuming your product, are going to be less likely to be informed or understand what they're making decisions on, which is what makes it even worse. They are his former ASUS ROG buyer who did have to argue with RMA nonsense with leaking mercury in my laptop. Oh, hopefully it tasted good. The ROG branch is wrong here, and they're absolutely doing it with malice. Yeah.
ASUS finally answers our question we've had this whole time. They say they'll repair the joystick and confirm that it doesn't require payment. They say, quote, "We have reached out to a repair team to request partial repairs, ignoring the case dent," end quote. After ASUS told us this, we received another email that states this, quote, "We received your service cancellation on your pending repair. We will proceed."
What the heck?
Wait, okay, so this is April 24th, 7:41. This is at 7:18 p.m. Okay, here's what I think could have happened. So if you look at regards, it says KDG, and this is a person who they had a response from. So they had a response from this individual. Then you look at this post right here. It says best regards, Asus customer service. So what are the odds? Maybe, right? A lot of companies do these things that are like effectively like an AI algorithm that as soon as it said, all I want is this service, I don't want this service, it automated response, and then it just sent it back to them immediately. It says it's an automated message. Okay, yeah, there it is.
Your pending repair. We will proceed with returning your unit to you unrepaired.
I should
And
have read. I should have just read it. But
Imagine
yeah.
reading. Who does
they showed
that?
in this email was the only one we were ever issued. There were not separate RMA numbers for the out of warranty and in warranty repairs.
Yeah.
It's now unclear to us as customers
yeah.
what the hell Asus is even going to do at this point. It's Schrodinger's RMA. The device is both repaired and unrepaired as long as you don't open the box. We ignored that email and we replied to the one prior that told us they'd fix the joystick. We replied with a simple okay, as there was no call.
What?
Yo, I have some snack, pizza, dinner, bowls, cups.
Okay. Okay.
To action and no questions.
Right.
The next day, Asus said this, quote, our team has indicated that they are able to proceed with the repairs of your product and ignore the cosmetic issues.
Great.
As such, we discarded the quotation and you will receive a system-generated cancellation response, which should be ignored as repairs will resume. Now, as a reminder, this came after they sent that response, so we were in a...
This is actually a good response from Asus. I would say this is a good response.
period of confusion for about a day. Finally, on April 26th, Asus says it generated a shipping label for return. We're still not sure if they fixed anything at this point. April 29th, it ships, and on May 4th, it's delivered to us. Asus provided this hard copy of the repair report. There was no online version of this made available to us, which means that this is the first time in the entire process we have any indication that's what Asus actually did. And here's a quick clip of me and Patrick trying to decipher what it means.
So problems, can't detect memory card. That's an issue we had. I don't think we ever told them about that.
We did not tell them about the SD card.
Connector broken, also don't know what that's referencing.
No idea what that means. Everything, there were no broken connectors when we sent it in.
Mechanical assembly problem.
Maybe the thumbstick.
System noise.
Okay, don't know what that means.
Yeah, gap abnormal.
What does that mean?
They had to turn
we had
down
taken
the
it apart
fan
before, so.
Yeah, but that was, I don't think I've ever been more careful with a disassembly. And then action, so they say
tape for system noise.
Tape. Wait, okay, we'll have
Mylar.
We'll inspect that. And then gap abnormal, mechanical, Mylar for assembly problem. And for the assembly problem, they
I put some tape on it.
Exchanged the parts.
Exchange.
Then they have I/O board for connector broke.
Oh God.
Bruh.
I didn't even notice that.
Bruh. Bruh. What
I can just
the
imagine
heck?
like like Patrick from SpongeBob. He's like the guy that does this.
Con for connector broken. This whole thing's a con. And then main board for can't detect memory card. Wait, what the fuck?
So all of these are the in warranty.
Hello, is
repairs
this
that were
Asus?
done,
No, this is Patrick.
because
Goodbye.
They have a note here that we denied the screen replacement.
Yes, we denied the unnecessary
Oh, there
screen
it is.
replacement. So here's the quick recap. The motherboard, both I/O boards, and both joysticks were replaced as part of the repair. On the report, these are all marked as ECN, which we think stands probably for Engineering Change Notice. This, to us, would imply that Asus is replacing these components as part of standard practice when any Ally comes in from at least 2023. What's really unclear is that their RMA language
That probably makes sense. Yeah, because they could be defective parts that,
says that it's covered
I could see
under for the Asus ROG Ally, and it says parenthetically 2023. That is not a model. That doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is, some customer-induced damage, is the RC71L. There's no year signifier on it. Now, if we were to give them some leeway, maybe what they mean is manufactured in 2023. So it seems like they might be just replacing all those boards or maybe those within a certain serial range. If that's true, it sounds like a soft recall that should have probably been turned into a real recall a long time ago, or at least done with active outreach to the customer. Now, barely more than a week ago, The Verge directly asked ASUS, quote, has ASUS actually found a hardware fix for the faulty SD card readers? If someone RMAs their ally to ASUS this way, will they get an SD card reader that no longer fails? To which ASUS responded, quote, our commitment is to assist all...
Yeah, that's a non-answer.
This is a yes or no question. There's too many words. Uh-oh.
Customers effectively.
Yeah.
If any user suspects they're encountering issues with their products, we encourage them to
This
reach
is
out and make use of
awful.
our RMA process as needed. They can expect us to provide a suitable resolution. In
Yeah.
other words, to translate corpo speak, no.
No.
They haven't found a solution, because if they had, they would have said yes. It's really that, it's like, it's as simple as an if-then statement. If the answer isn't equal to yes, it is no.
Then it's a
It doesn't matter
paragraph,
what they
yes.
say after that. ASUS
Pretty much, yeah.
did fully repair our ally. That includes both the stick issues and the unmentioned micro SD card issue for now. We'll see if it fails again. That required replacing basically the whole system, the APU or the SoC, the Wi-Fi card, all of the VRM components, all the MOSFETs, inductors, capacitors, everything that's on the board, all of it was replaced. And it was only done after we fought them over a manipulative repair process that in the early stages of it, up until we finally got a resolution, it feels like it tries to guide customers into just accepting a $200 fee for the world's tiniest plastic divot. To replace the board and the sticks is most...
Yeah, it's definitely designed in a way that a person who's not like anybody who's like kind of like borderline tech illiterate is going to be sending them $200, which is like, is that predatory? I think we can talk about that and maybe have a debate about it. But one thing that I can definitely say it's not good for the customer. It's absolutely not good for the customer, and it's bad customer service.
The device. In fact, one of the only things they haven't replaced at this point is the screen, which is interesting because that's what they were trying to charge us to replace. So those are some expensive repairs, and if ASUS is having to do those repairs on all 2023 Allies, it may explain why the Ally X hardware that they just announced was announced at all, and why ASUS is uncomfortably squirming in a new interview with The Verge. Quote, and while ASUS still won't admit that the Ally's SD card reader ever had any fault, The Verge says, it tells me it's the same exact SD card reader it uses in its laptops, and says it doesn't believe any issues actually had to do with overheating. The Ally X will have a rearranged motherboard layout that sounds like it'll move it away from the system's vents.
So there's nothing wrong with it, but we decided to just randomly change the way that the internal architecture for the system was to move the thing that there was a problem with away from something that caused it to heat up. Yeah, but no, there was nothing wrong with it. It's a coincidence.
What a twist.
Yeah, we decided to redesign the architecture for the entire machine. Just, you know, I mean, why not, right?
Of ASUS to The Verge, they said, we don't want people to think that's what we had to do. We had to move things around the board to make them fit. It was just like, I can't believe someone who works for the company said that on the record and got quoted. That is probably the most defensive response I've ever seen to something like this in the press. Where they're like, yeah, we moved everything and it's not where the hot stuff is anymore. We were going to do that anyway. We don't want people to think we're doing that to fix the issue, because then...
What issue?
What exactly is the downside of people thinking it was to fix an issue?
Because then they would be acknowledging that there was an issue.
Maybe ASUS said something contradictory to that prior. I think they did, actually. That might be the downside.
Yeah.
And if we hadn't pushed back and we hadn't documented our device carefully and exercised some basic rights, it is possible that ASUS could have twisted this and either made us pay $200 or put us in a position where, as a customer, you feel like you have to. The mark that ASUS used to justify a new screen was a side effect of us opening the Ally to remove the SSD anyway, because they say that they can't guarantee your data will stay on there. So claiming customer-induced damage for that mark could be a makeshift warranty void if removed sticker without saying it. In other words, the customer appears to have opened the device, so reject the claim. And if that's the case, that's where Rossman thinks, to quote him, it might be a bullshit way, can you tell Lewis said it, to skirt the Magnuson-Moss Act. And we'll have more about that in probably a part 2, where we're going to be speaking with some experts on the matter of all of this. But for part 1, couple takeaways. First of all, you can file FTC complaints, I've learned. There's a way to do this.
Oh, wow.
We will link the form below for you. Some really basic stuff you fill in. But
and this is the thing, is like, while I still I still hold the position that I don't think Asus is doing this on purpose. It's just the natural outcome of hyper optimizing a process and then putting that quantitative metric on every single individual technician. I think this is a natural outcome from that behavior. However, this is what's very important. Whenever your customer service functions like a scam, oh, well, we weren't trying to scam you. Yeah, well, you just did it accidentally, though. So while, like, I'm talking about, like, you know, what I think is going on in their head, but the functional difference is non-existent. It is functionally the same thing.
Company,
the intent
Asus
doesn't
or
matter.
otherwise,
Even though I think that's not what the intent was.
In a warranty process,
Or
in
I'm
a way
not
which
certain.
is unfair or potentially fraudulent, then there's actually a form that, from what Louis Rossman was telling me, and from what some of his associates will speak with soon, were telling me, it sounds like the FTC takes that very seriously now. My understanding is that the fine is up to $37,000 per occurrence. This whole situation, this is unbelievably anti-consumer. I, at this point, have absolutely no tolerance for Asus's behavior with this stuff, because last year we covered it extensively. If you remember, the end of that series, it was not quite positive, but it was going from extremely negative up to neutral. It was on an uptrend. The reason is, at the end of the whole series, Asus's then PR person sent me a 10-point plan where they said, here's what we're going to improve point by point, and it actually was pretty good. And so at that point, we reported it. We said, this sounds good.
Awesome.
But we don't know. We need to wait and see, because it takes time to roll all these changes.
Yeah, that guy got fired, probably.
Have to revisit it and test it again.
Yeah, he's gone.
That person has since quit their job and gone to a different company that I understand they like working for more, which is also telling for the whole Asus situation. And
that's crazy.
We're now 1 year later. Asus has had time to make these changes, and they're still doing the same bullshit.
Right.
So, yeah, at some point, it starts to look like it's policy, and not like it's
policy.
Oopsies.
It is.
We happen to screw up on specifically your
it's
thing.
the policy. 100%.
Oopsie whoopsie, we did a fucky wucky.
I think for us, my conclusion to this is pretty simple. First of all, if you've had an Asus warranty problem, we want to hear about it. Email us at tips@gamersnexus.net. We already have at least dozens, if not multiple hundreds of emails from people, but we'd still like some more. So send them over with as much documentation as you have, photos, the emails, the chat logs. If we use any of it, we'll redact it.
Tips, yeah.
We may contact you, so send that over to us. And then additionally, my note to all of you, whether you buy motherboards or Allies or whatever, you know, we've now seen this in two areas.
Know your rights, brother.
Devices. Motherboards and Allies. That's what I have personally experienced with them. There's plenty of posts online. People have laptop problems. There's the video card one that blew up in the news this past week.
Yeah.
And I think my statement's pretty simple. If you value customer service and you think you will ever need help with the device, don't buy Asus.
Don't buy
Unfortunately,
Asus.
I don't know that I have a recommendation for an alternative for things like motherboards and video cards. I think what you do is you have to buy the thing you think is the least likely to cause you a need to have support.
Exactly, yeah.
But hopefully, if enough people
it's not even
are
a
vocal
question
about this, and it goes beyond sort of YouTube rage bait, and we can actually start getting some policy involvement, which is the reason I contacted Louis Rossman to talk to people he knows. Hopefully, there's actual change here, and I'm actually somewhat optimistic
Tiger?
about it, because there's some people who sound very informed on all of this, and like they might be able to make something happen in this industry as well as the ones they've already been working in. So that's it for this one. Unbelievably bad experience with Asus. If nothing else is taken away from this,
I wouldn't say
take
it would
away
be
that Asus's
unbelievable.
warranty service is absolute trash.
But
in
yeah.
our experience, and
I could
cannot
believe
recommend
this pretty
them
easy.
if you think you will ever need it. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Grab this shirt on store.gamersnexus.net if you want to support our efforts directly, and we'll see you all next time.
Okay, so I'll talk about this for a couple of minutes. So I think what happened is that they have some form. So especially based off of the way that Asus explained their technician repair process in the emails between them and Gamers Nexus, what they basically said is that I bet that the technician repair then goes to, like, after that technician closes that ticket, then it goes back to the customer. And then if the customer returns it again, it goes to a third party, and then it will go to a second, probably, or just another technician instead to fix the return problem for the second time. So what that indicates to me is that technicians that work at the company are probably heavily incentivized to kick the can down the road, basically, right? Which is the PC, and or this thing here, and give this problem to somebody else. It is in their best interest to look for a reason why there's something that's damaged with this product and then send it back. And I think the reason for that is because of the system, right? It's because of the system that they work in. They have some sort of quantitative measuring statistic for what evaluates their performance on their job. And that statistic is somehow gamed by identifying small amounts of damage and then returning the product immediately. And why do I think that? The reason why I also think that, beyond the fact that everybody has these in their jobs, they're called KPIs, there's even an acronym for it, is because it's happened to so many other people. So many other people have had different variants of the same thing happen. That's a lot of points on a graph, and that is a very, very, very long line. That's what I think is happening. Think, Yeah, I think. This is my opinion. This is a great video, by the way. Amazing video. Yeah, make sure to give it a like. This was good. Dent equals bricked. Yeah. They're just trying to min-max badly. Again, if you give people tools that turn their job into a game, don't be surprised whenever they stop doing their job and they start playing the game. That is what happened. That, in my opinion, is 100% what happened. And I hope that Asus, like, here's the truth. I hope that obviously Asus, the people that are running the company, look at this and they take it seriously. Because this is dramatically damaging their brand. Like the Asus is like $100-200 million company. It's a massive company, probably more than that even. Like, you are ruining your company by letting people that don't understand your job dictate your KPIs. This is their system. It's a $2 billion.
Tiger, true.
Oh my God, I didn't realize it was that big. Holy shit. Well, I guess they must be international, so it makes sense. Their handheld was already struggling, and now it's going to be over. Yeah, I mean, Asus market cap is over $340 billion. There's no way. I mean, 10.7 plus a $10 billion company. That is terrible. So and also I think, by the way, the larger a company is, the more likely something like this is to occur. Because once you get so big, you end up having people that are so disconnected from the actual process of work that you have people that are just making decisions for something that's totally unrelated. Because things become more and more abstract as you're dealing with larger and larger scale. So yeah, 10 layers of management, that's what I'm thinking. This is really bad. It makes them look awful, and I hope they realize what they're doing wrong. Yeah, the company is segments, not a whole. Well, this segment certainly isn't working, and it sure seems like a lot of their customer service segments are really bad. True, I worked at a Fortune 500 company. This is true. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and again, like, I'm guessing it's just logic, right? I mean, so I could be wrong about, like, I think probably realistically, I'm probably wrong about a couple of points that I have, but I think that the general gist of, like, where this problem is coming from is probably accurate. I don't think that Asus is... I don't think that they are intentionally trying to scam people. I think that they are doing it as an outcome of their own negligence. That's basically what I think. So yeah, I'll link the video again. Make sure to give it a like. Gamers Nexus is probably one of the best tech channels on YouTube. You gotta keep sending back laptops because fuck it, that's why. Yeah, exactly. Does Starforge use Asus Mobos? I'd have to look. I think that, like, if we do, we'd probably have to look in to see why. The thing with us, right, is, like, if you RMA a Starforge, like, it goes back to us, right? It doesn't go to Asus. So I'd have to go and look and see. So that wouldn't actually be a problem for like us specifically, but I think if you're buying a specific part, then it would be an issue. Yeah, it's a failure of policy, exactly.
All right. Before we get into the next video, it's time for a break. Break time, break time, break time. Ow, 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 ow. Meow. I has returned. I has returned. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Yay. All right, are horseshoe crabs dangerous? Let's find out.
Are horseshoe crabs dangerous? Let's find out. No, not really. You think it'd be like a crab with these pinchers? Let's get one. See that? It doesn't squeeze very hard. I'd tell you if it hurt. It does not. And he's trying, or she's trying to grab me. She's really just trying to turn over, which is what I'm going to help her do.
There you go. Yay.
So no, they're not dangerous.
Finishing
All right.
the game is its own reward, but sometimes
10 crazy
it's
things
nice
you
to get
unlock
something
after finishing.
But those things aren't always same.
Okay.
Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on GameRanks, 10 crazy things you unlock only after finishing the game, Part 3. Now saying Part 3 implies there are 2 other parts. I'm not going to list everything that's in those videos, but if you want to go back, there's stuff like Nier, Final Fantasy 15, Nier Automata, Chrono Trigger, GoldenEye, Mario Odyssey, there's a ton of them. They're good videos. Go back after you're done with this one. Starting off with number 10, it's Spider-Man 2's action figure mode. Why is this here? Why does this exist? Who asked for it? I don't know, but
What
sure.
the
Why not?
heck?
Throw in an option to make Spider-Man action figure sized. It's utterly pointless, but it lets you make some pretty amusingly weird photos, I'll say. Ride a pigeon, chill out with your rat buddies, do whatever. You gotta respect devs.
Yeah,
for
sure, why
sneaking
not?
Dumb stuff in like this. It lets us have a little fun. Not everything needs to have a sound reason to be in the game. This one might be kind of a cheat because I don't even know if you need to beat the game to unlock this feature. May have just been added with a patch, but it's a lot more interesting than the actual reward you get for beating the game, which is changing the time of day. Ooh.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not complaining, but it just doesn't have the marquee value of something like an action figure mode. Now, there's something that'll get your attention. It'd be better if it somehow let us play the game this size, but I'll take what I can get. Moving on to number 9, it's Call of Duty Black Ops 3's Nightmares mode. Easily one of the strangest unlockables in a Call of Duty title. Nightmares mode was originally only accessible after beating the game or by inputting a secret code, but the game was later patched to make it accessible to everybody. What is it? Well, it's a remixed version of the campaign mode with a new story where you fight zombies.
Uh-huh.
It's an entire zombies story mode slapped over the regular game. Missions are remixed and replayed in a different order, and the plot is totally new. It's not that elaborate. There's not like a ton of new cutscenes or anything, but still, it's a Call of Duty campaign with zombies everywhere. And number 8, Becoming Starborn. Everybody knows about this one already, but still, as something you can unlock after finishing the game, it's kind of crazy. So the Starfield story ends when you enter the Unity, the credits roll, but instead of the game just ending, the screen fades back in, only now you're in one of those fancy Starborn spaceships and have a Starborn suit on. The Starborn are basically the bad guys of Starfield. They're all guys who have entered the Unity previously and are messing with your universe. So now, after beating the game, you get to become one, complete with unique dialogue options to show how you know what's going on already.
Why don't we hear him out? We know next to nothing. We have everything to gain if he's telling the truth.
All right, let's hear it.
It's the game's whole New Game Plus system that everybody knows about now, but back when the game first came out, I was legit shocked and impressed by the whole thing. It's a lot more effective than you usually get for a New Game Plus mode. And Starfield isn't like a universally loved Bethesda game, but it has its cool stuff, and this is one of those cool things. And number 7 is Cyberpunk 2077's Black Wall Gun. The standard ending to Cyberpunk is pretty final, but at least with the expansion, the game lets you keep playing after finishing it. There are some interesting post-game missions you can complete, but the craziest thing that unlocks after finishing Phantom Liberty has got to be the Black Wall Gun called the Erebus. For one thing, the gun itself is crazy powerful. It uses the same weird red lightning powers that come from interacting with the Black Wall, the special firewall that keeps the super AIs that inhabit the net locked away. What can I say? It's Cyberpunk, man. It's one of those games where that sentence is perfectly natural. Doesn't matter how many times it took me to record it in this world, which is several. It's natural in that world. You only get the necessary components for this thing if you take the ending route, where you don't side with the Songbird. It's the one that ends on the mission somewhat damaged, the same one that has the unkillable robot thing stalking you in the secret lab. If you choose the other ending route, then you can't get the necessary parts straight up. You have to loot the robot after it dies in the underground lab, and that's the only way you can get this weapon. After finishing the story, there's a small bonus quest where you can give the part to somebody and they'll make you one of 2 possible weapons. One is this gun, the other is a cyber deck. The deck is crazy powerful, but it's not a gun, so it's not as visually interesting. That's really the only reason why I'm talking about this rather than that. Still, it's a unique gun with special visual effects, and oh yeah, it talks to you. So as far as bonus guns go, this is probably the best I've seen. And number 6 is Resident Evil 4's the PRL 412. This special weapon's full name is the Plaga Removal Laser 412, and it totally lives up to the title. Originally added to the game with the PlayStation 2 version, the weapon only unlocks after you beat the game on Professional mode, the game's equivalent to Hard mode. There are other things you get for beating the game normally, but come on, it's a special laser designed to specifically kill parasites.
Laser!
Game.
Oh. Bro.
It's got 2 firing modes, either a close-range flash of light that works exactly like a flash grenade, or a supercharged shot that's just a BFG. It kills everything in sight. See that? Everything in sight. Dead. And that includes bosses. Just one hit. Done. It breaks the game wide open, but man oh man is it satisfying to use. And number 5 is Gears of War Judgment Aftermath. I know there's a lot of hate for the changes Judgment makes to the standard Gears formula, but I've got a soft spot for it, at least the campaign. It's fun and you get a great little bonus for completing it. After finishing the standard game, you unlock an extra bonus campaign called Aftermath. It may be a bonus unlockable, but this 2 to 3 hour mini campaign is no afterthought. Made by the regular Gears of War team, it plays exactly like Gears of War 3, and it is meant to take place around the midpoint of that game, where you play as Baird and Coltrane on a little side adventure. It doesn't expand the lore or have any big revelations or anything. It's just really fun. It's tightly designed, a little Gears of War adventure made by the series veterans who were at the absolute top of their game here. It's a great little add-on that adds a ton to the experience. Honestly, Aftermath is probably the best thing about the single-player part of Judgment, and I like the game overall. It's just that this is really that great. The content isn't particularly crazy in terms of, like I said, what you learn, what you find, what you see. It's just really high quality. Crazy high quality. And number 4 is Xenoblade Chronicles 3, 2 secret returning characters. Most RPGs are pretty stingy with bonus characters. At most, an RPG will have 1, maybe 2 secret characters. Yeah, that sounds about right. that's if you're lucky, but Xenoblade 3 is mighty generous. On top of the dozen or so extra characters you can unlock that fill out the hero slot in your party, there's actually 2 that become available after you beat the game. It's a huge spoiler if you're a fan of the series, but this is all beat the game stuff and it's too late anyway, so whatever. It's Melia and Nia, returning characters from Xenoblade 1 and 2 respectively. These are 2 important plot characters, but they only become available to recruit in the post-game. All it takes to get them to join you is to approach them after finishing the game, and they'll join you. No proving yourself, no going on a fetch quest, none of that. And each one is their own special class with new abilities and everything, but the game doesn't actually tell you that they're recruitable. There's no quest marker pointing you towards them or anything like that, so they're actually pretty easy to miss. For longtime fans of the series, it's one of the best post-game rewards ever, but even if you're a neophyte, getting these 2 secret characters is still a pretty solid reward, honestly.
Oh, it's been so flippin' long. What I mean to say is, oh, forget it.
At number 3 is Alan Wake 2's The Final Draft. It's becoming increasingly common for New Game Plus modes to include new content, but Alan Wake 2 takes that idea even further than usual. After beating the game for the first time, you unlock a new menu option called The Final Draft, which is New Game Plus with a twist. On top of the usual skills and weapons that carry over, this mode includes additional notes and videos that closely tie it in with Control.
Back to the beginning, with the memory of the past loop already fading fast. But while it lingers, I know there's hope. We're not doomed to repeat our failures in an eternal loop. This is a spiral.
Mysteries are expanded on, more stuff. I can't really expand on what I mean by stuff without spoiling stuff, but stuff gets revealed, and there's even a new ending. Survival horror games are built especially well for multiple playthroughs, so having games do interesting things like this,
How you doing, Nate, or
the
not?
secret ending in the Dead Space remake, I mean, it's great to see. The thing about The Final Draft is that it adds context to the story, but it's also got some truly bizarre nonsense as well. And who doesn't like truly bizarre nonsense? I mean, if you're playing The Final Draft, the Control-centric add-on to Alan Wake 2, which you have already played through, you pretty much know what you're in for with bizarre nonsense, right? You gotta be a glutton for that at this point.
It's not just victims and monsters. I see now there are heroes as well. We can find our way through the darkness. We will break through the surface. We will emerge into the light.
Moving on, number 2, it's Sonic Adventure 2's Green Hill Zone. Unlocking this one requires way more than just finishing the game, but if you were a kid who was a Sonic fan way back when, this unlock probably blew your mind.
Hey!
There are many emblems to collect in Sonic Adventure 2. Some are easy, some are extremely annoying, but if you get them all, something very interesting happens. A new icon appears on the world map, and it's a fully recreated version of the original level in the original Sonic game, Green Hill Zone, made in Sonic Adventure 2. This was before everybody was completely sick of Green Hill Zone, before they put it in every single Sonic game, so it was actually a pretty pleasant surprise. The rest of the game's levels
Fair
have
enough,
a much
Nate.
more realistic style.
Fair enough.
At least for a Dreamcast/GameCube game. So this secret stage really stands out. They put in the extra work too with new models of the original enemies and everything. Most platforming games give you pathetic rewards for the 100% complete, but this one, pretty sweet. In all seriousness, Sonic Adventure 2
Yay.
is a great game. Flaws and all.
Just made it.
And finally, at number 1, it's Alpha Protocol's Veteran Mode. When you start a new game in Alpha Protocol, this janky cult classic spy RPG made by Obsidian, you get a few options for what your character's history is. They're basically classes covering standard archetypes like Soldier, Tech Specialist, and All-Arounder. The Freelancer. The one that stands out is the Recruit option, though. It's basically naked guy with a stick, from a Souls game. You start out with 0 AP to put into skills, and you suck at everything. If you manage to beat the game this way, which honestly isn't that much more difficult if you know what skills to buy, Then you unlock the special veteran background, which gives you lots of skills and plenty of AP to start with. Pick this class, and you're pretty much unstoppable, which is fun.
Oh.
But the thing that makes it actually interesting is that you get a special veteran dialogue option a lot of the time. The wiki specifically mentions a situation where you're forced to pick between two outcomes, and if you're a veteran, you can just do both. Alpha Protocol makes you overpowered in combat and in conversations as a veteran. I can't think of other games that really do that, at least right on. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. The best way to see them first is, of course,
subscribe to these nuts.
To enable notifications. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
Got him. Banui. It's a Banui. Oh, that was a sneeze. Oh. Bunny has...
Achoo.
Oh, that was adorable. That was so cute. Get him.
Wait. Here's what's going on, chat. Basically, I want to do a You Laugh, You Lose. Why?
You laugh, you lose, but it's Ludwig.
YouTube that gets a good amount of views, and I want to make some.
This is from a year ago.
Ad sale time of the year, which is
December 2022.
I also think it'd be kind of fun because yesterday on stream we were scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and I thought this is kind of fun to scroll through, but it's also kind of random. Like if I'm scrolling through that, I should have some purpose. I don't want to just be a streamer who pulls up TikToks and scrolls through TikToks. So to make it a little more exciting, give it a little more form, the idea is I'll use my YouTube Shorts For You page. All videos curated based off what I've liked and looked at in the past. I'm going to look at 100 shorts, and every time I laugh, I will give somebody in chat $100.
I'm way hotter than your girlfriend.
Like, should I just skip ones? What the heck?
Moves on Ludwig. YouTube streamer Ludwig has been in the spotlight recently for being locked in a glass.
I have been?
Cutie Cinderella was on 100 Thieves podcast. That's what she said.
What is this? Is this like TMZ? What the f am I watching?
Where she claimed that female streamers are still sliding into Ludwig's DMs.
They were like, I'm sure like you have guys sliding in your DMs all the time. And I'm like, no. That's what's interesting. You know, I've been doing this for years, and ever since I started dating Ludwig, silence. No one has tried. However, there are a lot of female streamers that have tried sliding in on Ludwig. Guys have this like guy code where they're like, she's his now. I will not slide on her, compared to women. Okay, so I can beat her.
I don't know if there's a guy's guy code thing, but what I do know is there's been like a few, like maybe one a year.
How many times did you guys die in this first like level 1 starter zone? What was going on here?
What the heck?
This is not accurate. This is not accurate. What happened? What did I do? Was I fucking drunk? Was I high? How many times did you guys die in this first like?
I wanted to laugh the moment I saw his face. I'll count that. I'll count that.
A black friend told me that Chinese
Wait, I have to count how many we're at. Chat, someone keep count for me.
people are like the black people of Asia. Is that true?
What?
Theo, that's enough. We can't watch anymore. We gotta stop. We have to have some way to be able to skip some shorts.
A coach told me, a current NFL coach took a player in a...
I can't. I know people try to make Gary V inspirational, but my head can't get around it. Because I always think of the people who impersonate Gary V and they do the really high-pitched voice. You're so young. And I just laugh. It just doesn't...
You have to know this. Focus.
It's such a good feeling where you watch a series
What
where
is...
you
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
have
curious.
to know this. Focus. Here's the moves it starts with.
Is this a King's Gambit rap? I'm sorry. I had to check.
It's tricky. Give the piece and stick with me. She slides, takes the P. Shoot, she'll even take the D. But she can't take the B. Sticky piece, that's a greedy B. Gotta block the king. Forgot to watch the thing.
Watch
where you're going!
It's a crosswalk, jackass! We have the right of way!
Yeah.
Whoa! Hey, what the hell you doing walking around dressed like Star Wars?
It's Comic-Con, you idiot. We're going...
Boston accents are not real. They're cartoon voices for cartoon people.
These travel tourist scams are definitely something you want to know about if you ever plan on visiting New York City or other big cities. The second one is people handing out mixtapes. They make it seem like it's free, but when
Oh my God, I fell for one of these. Oh my God, I fell for one of these. I was walking into a Best Buy. I'm in college. I'm trying to get myself like, I don't know, like a Blue Yeti. I forget what. Something that you need from Best Buy. And as I'm walking in, these guys pull up in a white car right in front of the Best Buy. And they go, hey. And I'm like, hello. And they're like, yo, you want a free mixtape? And I was feeling nice because I actually thought in my head, no fucking shot. I'm mostly listening to the Final Fantasy X soundtrack and then just, you know, Bo Burnham. So I don't need your CD. But then he gave me like a little like, hey, you know, I'm an aspiring artist and I'm just really trying to get rid of these. I was like, sure. So I walk over, I grab the mixtape, I go to pull it back, and he does the thing where he doesn't let go. So I go to pull it back, and I embarrassingly like, okay. He's like, well, hey. I mean, I'm trying to make it. I can't give it to you for free. So then I said, oh, okay. Because I thought that was a response at the time, and then I went to walk away. And then before I walked away, he said, well, don't do me like that. And I was like, oh, fuck, you're right. I shouldn't
guilt you into it.
And I walked back, and I gave the guy $10. And as I'm walking into the Best Buy with my CD that I'm thinking to myself, I feel like this has a virus. I have to throw it away immediately. The person in the Best Buy comes up to me and they're like, are you okay? This happens a lot. They just ask you to buy a CD? And not wanting to seem like an idiot, I replied, no, he gave it to me for free. And she goes, oh, that's weird. And I was like, yeah. Where do you guys keep like microphones? I want to be a streamer.
This is what happens when you try out Einstein's daily routine for a day. Okay, so last night I got more sleep than I probably ever have. One thing about Einstein is he got 10 hours of sleep every night, so I woke up feeling so well rested, it was insane. Basically, from 9 to 10, he would eat breakfast and read the daily paper. I literally never read the paper, so that was really interesting. Another thing about Einstein is this man would not wear socks. He basically saw them as a distraction.
What a stupid experiment. I didn't wear socks, and all of a sudden I was like, I've been thinking about relativity. Like, it's so unrelated. I thought it was going to be like special shit Einstein did. He just doesn't wear socks.
I don't know if this is a word, bro. Why are you laughing? Like, what's so funny? The laughing, like, it doesn't have, like, imagine I'm doing a test.
As an English major, this is like really embarrassing to watch.
Okay? Calc 3 in university, and I'm like, the derivative is F.
Who asked?
F equals and the teacher just goes, ha, ha, ha. Oh my God, other is a word.
Got the word, though.
Isn't it funny that teenagers like to flex about how expensive their things are, but adults like to flex about how cheap they got something? Shower thoughts. If you see someone...
Not wrong, though. Not wrong.
I love announcing it as shower thoughts. So true. It's so true, but also wise. Hashtag shower thoughts.
Wearing a $30,000 watch, it's hard to know if they're really good with money or if they're really bad with money. Your eyeballs will probably never touch another person's eyeball. Arguing with dumb people actually makes you smarter because you have to figure out ways to explain things in a way that the dumb person can understand. Game devs try to make their games look as realistic as possible, but most people play games to escape reality. Hearing your favorite
That's a good point. That actually is a good
on
point.
The radio hits so much harder than if it was on your phone. Tall people are expected to use their reach to help shorter people, but if a tall person were to ask a short person to hand them something they dropped on the floor, it'd be insulting. A burger doesn't have a front or a back until you take a bite out of it, so be honest. Isn't it funny that teenagers like to...
Holy
Yo,
shit.
that's some true shit, though.
I think everybody who consumes YouTube Shorts is so fucked. Long term, this cannot be good for the brain. I'm gonna leave today much worse.
You guys always... I've noticed black people have the genius to put the curse word after they say the race of the person. Where white dudes, we always put...
I know this Bill Burr bit. It has nothing to do with the N-word. Like, nothing at all.
Where white dudes, we always put it in front. And if we would just make that little adjustment, we could save so many careers. So many jobs could be saved in the white community if we would just put it after. You never notice that in conversation? You hear a black guy being like, man, I was standing there, this Asian came in. He starts talking about, you don't even hear it. You're just sitting there, oh, what did this Asian motherfucker
Who just laughed?
would love to hear the rest of this story, right? Dude, I would tell the exact same story, right? I'm standing there, right? This f***ing Asian comes in, right? Everybody's all like,
Is this Filza? Who's laughing?
whoa, hey, easy, dude. What year is it, you know? It's like, dude, I just said what he said.
It's I'm Dante. How is Dante's video of him reacting to Bill Burr, that audio being put over some like GTA random ass footage with random ass? This is so dystopian.
That's brain rot.
Artist to come on our show.
And we're gonna do AI art versus real painting.
Wait, that's what we're doing? I thought I was teaching you guys how to
The
paint.
prompt is Peppa Pig in jail. Begin.
They gotta be sad because they're in jail.
This doesn't really look like.
No, it looks like a child's drawing.
But that's fine. That's fine. That's how it always goes. Okay, let's refresh.
Oh my God.
Pretty close.
We're like 90% of the way there. And how's she doing? Wow.
So I feel like I'm getting farther, Sean.
A police car.
Well, that one is a police car.
Oh.
So
that's bad.
This is probably not it.
Last time I was a police car, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, now it's starting to look like Peppa Pig.
Doesn't really.
That's the dad.
No, that's not a character in the show.
Yeah, there's the dad pig.
That's not him.
His name is Bubba. Bubba Pig.
That one has shadows of a jail cell, Sean.
Ah.
So, are you seeing this, Sean?
I think I am. Mother of Pearl? This is it.
Time.
Looks like a good Peppa, if I do say so myself.
We won.
Are you serious? Suck it!
Wow.
She did amazing. I'm glad hers was better. I always cheer for the humans. I am forever bitter against the AI, and I think everyone who sims for AI technology is already bending the knee to the computer overlords. I will not bend unless they are guaranteed to take over, in which case I would say I'm on your side. We're at 24. All right. Well, chat, you know what that means? It means I owe $2,400. I owe $2,400 to you guys. So let me go ahead and get you guys sorted out.
Bunny. Bunny. Bunny, 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 bunny.
I saw this, bro. Like,
oh.
So this has been like this new thing that a lot of people are doing. So basically there's these social media accounts and they will post like some stupid shit every once in a while, right? Like these real viral tweets of like things that like is going to get everybody to like respond to it and everything. And so the people that follow these accounts, I would say the average age is like 15. So what these OnlyFans girls are doing is they're paying these guys to make tweets about them and then get people to go to these girls' social media.
Just so that everybody understands. Tweet making fun of
Thank you for the head bag.
wasting $60,000 on an OnlyFans girl, but in reality, this is a paid post, probably by this very same girl, to promote her OnlyFans.
Getting banned soon? Well, it says this is an advertisement of pornographic material which is against the terms of service. Adult sexual content policy. To ensure a positive user experience, X prohibits the promotion of adult sexual content globally. So how do girls have how do like, yeah, there's porn everywhere. Like, what do you mean this is against the rules? Like, here's the thing, is like these girls that have OnlyFans, the only reason why they have Twitter is to advertise their OnlyFans. Like, what the fuck?
True. That's a good point. Bunny! Bunny, 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 wee, bunny, bunny, wee. Oh, second bunny. Imagine doing an ad so you can get mocked because it looks like you spent $70K on OnlyFans. Yeah, exactly. Bunny, bunny.
Today, we'll be taking a look at a cookbook with recipes that'll make you nostalgic for the days when games looked like origami. We all know that RuneScape can run on a computer powered by a potato, but let's up our graphic settings a little bit because I want to be able to properly show you the fantastical and flavorful world of RuneScape, the official cookbook.
Yep, there's a RuneScape cookbook, by the way.
RuneScape, the official cookbook by Jarrett Melendez and Sandra Rosner, is a culinary time capsule of one of the most beloved OG MMORPGs, RuneScape. The cookbook's
Whoa.
50+ recipes take inspiration from both RuneScape and old school RuneScape, but before I expand on that, let me set up the story. A demented, evil wizard named the Culinaromancer has returned and has used his powerful food magic to trap the leaders of the Secret Council of Gielinor. In order to free them, you must recreate every single recipe from this cookbook. That is quite a mission. As you go on your quest, you can level up in your achievement diary by completing kitchen tasks that range in difficulty, a cute little page that is a pretty neat idea to gamify the experience of the cookbook. Each chapter of the book opens up with a brief rundown on a specific member of the Secret Council. Expect plenty of references to the game's quests. A lot of those references went way over my head since I've only barely touched RuneScape, but I'm sure all of you RuneScape vets will catch a lot of them. And once you've reached the end of your journey at the end of the book, a quest certificate awaits as your reward for defeating the Culinaromancer. Congratulations! And as I mentioned, this book covers both RuneScape and old school RuneScape, but I think it feels more like the old school one since a lot of the characters and item models have that low poly look. Man, video games have come a long way. I love how
They
each
sure
recipe
have.
page shows how the food item looked like in the game. It must have been quite a challenge to turn these into real recipes since a lot of these food models you can see that there's not a lot to go off of. Thankfully, most of the recipes also come with really nice full color photos, but unfortunately, some of them don't. The food photos are expertly staged and well plated, and it's nice to compare the low poly versions and the real life version side by side. And what might be the sweetest bonus of all, at the end of the cookbook, you'll find a code for an exclusive in-game item for the chef's outfit, which is such a neat add-on. I don't play RuneScape, so I'll probably give this one to one of my Patreon members as a small token of thanks for your support. By the way, if you want to support the channel and you want to be able to vote on cookbooks and recipes I do for these videos, then I invite you to check out my Patreon. Thanks! Before the Culinaromancer gets any more bad ideas, let's go ahead and make food magic as we concoct 3 dishes from the RuneScape cookbook. Our first stop is Shiloh Village, where we'll be feasting on the succulent Umli bird in the form of cooked Umli wrap. This recipe is the RuneScapified take on the traditional Yucatan dish of slow-cooked marinated chicken, pollo pibil. Let's get started. Now to make the marinade, in a blender, place in 2 tablespoons of achiote paste, 6 cloves of garlic, 1 sliced up yellow onion, half a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice, a 1/4 cup of lime juice, a 1/4 cup of lemon juice, a tablespoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of ground cumin, 1 teaspoon of ground coriander, a teaspoon of Mexican oregano. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any, so I'm going to be using regular oregano, even though the Mexican oregano apparently tastes a lot different. Add to that a teaspoon of black pepper, half a teaspoon of cinnamon, and a 1/4 teaspoon of ground clove. Blend it all on high speed for a couple of minutes until smooth. Now we're going to place some chicken in a Ziploc bag. The recipe calls for 4 skin-on, bone-in chicken breasts, but I'm going to do 2 bone-in and 2 boneless because I want to see the difference. Then submerge the chicken in that marinade and zip it up while pressing out as much air as possible. Then let this marinate in the fridge for a minimum of 4 hours. While we wait on that, let's make some sauce to go with it. Some infernal sauce. This habanero-based sauce starts by heating 2 tablespoons of oil in a large skillet over medium-high. Add in half a roughly chopped up yellow onion and cook this for about 5 minutes or until soft. Then add in 2 roughly chopped plum tomatoes, 4 ounces of fresh pineapple, 4 stemmed and chopped habaneros, and 2 cloves of garlic, and cook these for about 7 to 10 minutes until nice and
why is it a pineapple habanero? Why? Why gotta ruin it like that? Why gotta ruin it with pineapple or mango? Get your sweet shit out of my hot sauce.
fragrant. Then we transfer all of these to a food processor.
What a shame.
Add in the zest and juice of 2 limes, a 1/4 cup of white vinegar, and a teaspoon of salt, and pulse for about 2 to 4 minutes until smooth. You can add some more salt according to your liking, and you can add some more vinegar if it's too thick since it's supposed to be runny and pourable. Place your hot sauce in an airtight container, and we'll be using this for our umli wrap later. Once we're ready to cook the chicken, line a pan with a couple of banana leaves in a cross shape, and right in the middle, place on 4 sliced plum tomatoes and 1 sliced yellow onion, then your marinated chicken. My chicken breasts were humongous and it was incredibly hard to wrap the banana leaves around, so I ended up using extra banana leaves and dividing all the contents into 2 pouches instead of 1. The cookbook also suggests using aluminum foil to wrap the whole bundle. Once we got our pouches ready, roast these in the oven at 450 degrees Fahrenheit for about an hour until the chicken inside the pouch registers 150 degrees Fahrenheit on a meat thermometer. Then cut open the top part of the pouch to expose the chicken meat and pop it back in the oven at 500 degrees Fahrenheit and roast for another 20 minutes to brown the top. Then remove the chicken and serve this with some warm tortillas, crema, cotija cheese, and the infernal sauce. Aromatic and succulent, cooked umli wrap. That looked pretty good, but now for something terrible in the form of this terrible pie. Why is it terrible? Maybe it's because in the game these are made by using either a manky crayfish or a stinking potato on the maggoty pie shell, but this is real life, so I hope it'll be okay. To make the crust, place in 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, 16 tablespoons of cold unsalted butter, and 1 teaspoon of salt in a food processor and mix everything for about 2 minutes until it looks like wet sand. Transfer everything to a large bowl and add in 1/3 cup of ice cold water and mix it all up. If it's still too dry, add another 1 or 2 tablespoons of cold water, which is what I did. Also had to use my hands a bit to get everything well incorporated. Divide the dough into 2 discs, wrap in cling wrap, and chill in the fridge for at least an hour. Now for the filling. In a Dutch oven, heat up 4 tablespoons of unsalted butter and 2 tablespoons of oil over medium heat. Once the butter is melted, add in 1/4 cup of all-purpose flour. Cook and stir frequently for 10 to 15 minutes until you have a nutty smelling roux. Then add in 1 finely chopped yellow onion, 1 diced green bell pepper, and 3 stalks of minced celery. Cook this for another 7 to 10 minutes until soft, then add 6 cloves of minced garlic and 1 tablespoon of Old Bay seasoning. Stir for another minute and then add in a 3/4 cup of seafood stock and 1/2 teaspoon of heavy cream. Continue to cook, stir, and simmer for another 15 to 20 minutes, and finally place in a pound of cooked crayfish or crawfish tails and remove it from the heat. What's odd is that the ingredients list also calls for a baked potato, but I reread the steps several times and the potato never comes up. Maybe it's used here, I don't know, maybe it's a typo. I decided not to add it. Once the crayfish have been mixed in, remove the filling from the heat and let it cool down to room temp. Back to the crust. Roll out one of the discs to a circle about 1/4 inch thick on a floured surface. Then line a 9-inch
How you doing,
with the dough
Priximus?
with a 1-inch overhang.
Ya
Place this back in the
bohaka.
fridge when you roll out the other dough disc. Fill the pie plate with your filling and then combine 1 large egg with a tablespoon of milk in a small bowl. This is going to be our egg wash that we will be brushing the edges with. Top it with the other rolled out dough and trim the overhang to a 1/2 inch if you need to. Fold the overhang over itself and crimp to seal.
You're dead tired?
Doesn't look that great, but crimping ain't easy.
Why don't
Make
you
2
just
slits on the top crust to
become
let the steam out, then
living
brush the whole
tired?
surface with the egg wash. Then bake the pie
Problem
in the oven
solved.
at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 45 to 60 minutes until the crust is golden brown. Let it cool down for about 15 to 20 minutes before serving your terrible pie. Now, what better way to end a meal than with some slop?
Sounds
A
sus.
slop
You
of
sound sus.
compromise. The in-game text describes it as an indescribable gray mush, and it's made of soggy bread, a dyed orange, and some spicy maggots. Thankfully, no maggots here. Instead, we're gonna bake 1 whole loaf of brioche, place all the slices on an oven-safe rack, and toast it all in the oven at 200 degrees Fahrenheit for about 45 minutes. Let it cool, then cut into 1/2-inch cubes. Toss this bread in a large bowl with 1 cup of dried cherries and a 3/4 cup of
I see.
toasted
So it's
flake of
basically
roasted
just bread
almonds and
pudding.
1 cup of dark chocolate chips. In a separate
With
bowl,
chocolate.
place in 2 cups of heavy cream, 1 cup of
Okay.
whole milk, 4 large eggs, 8 tablespoons of unsalted butter, a cup of light brown sugar, 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, the zest of 1 orange, 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract, 1/2 teaspoon of almond extract, and 1/2 teaspoon of orange.
Wow,
blossom
wow,
wine.
wow,
I had a
wow.
hard time finding that last one, but the
Thank you for the head pats. You
grocery stores came
baka.
through. Beat everything together, then
How you
pour the
doing,
mixture over
Neo?
the bread and combine everything well. Then transfer everything to a buttered 9x13 baking dish and sprinkle on another 1/4 cup of sliced almonds on top. Cover with aluminum foil and bake in the oven at 200 degrees Fahrenheit for 45 to 50 minutes. Then remove the foil and bake for an additional 15 minutes until golden. Your slop of compromise can be enjoyed hot or cold, and even with a serving of vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, that's just bread
Yum.
pudding.
Before this ice cream melts, let's start eating. Time to dig into this terrible pie. Is it truly as bad as it sounds? Nah, definitely not. Immediately you get a strong seafoody taste. I think that's mainly in part because the seafood stock that I used was pretty strong.
What the heck, Neo?
The Old Bay spices go with it really well, and I like the pop of those bites of crayfish complemented by the bell peppers and celery. But man, this crust is too good. I was afraid I was gonna mess it up because I usually mess up most things I bake, but this came out flaky.
You're all good
and
now?
buttery,
You better
not
be.
soggy at all, and holds up to the filling very well. Super easy to make, and this just might be my new go-to pie crust recipe. So this pie is terrible in name only, but in fact, it's
No
actually
permanent
pretty
damage?
decent. Gonna try the chicken solo.
Well, that's
Oh,
good.
Yeah. Tender and well seasoned. I think having the bone in and being insulated by the banana leaves really contributed to the tender texture. Beautifully savory with a vibrant red color. The tart tomatoes pair very well with it. Let's try with the tortilla, crema, cotija cheese, and the infernal sauce. The works. Whoa. Yeah, now we're talking. The cotija cheese and the crema gives it a creamy contrast from the tomatoes, but hands down the highlight for me is this infernal sauce. Super pineapple-y with a pleasing kick. I like my hot sauces very hot, so I probably would have added more peppers, but still, this is just tropical goodness that brings everything together. Chicken is great, but the hot sauce is the star. Okay, some of the ice cream melted, but a lot of it is still intact, so let's try the slop of compromise. Oh yeah, warm and ooey gooey. The bread really absorbed the ingredients and flavors. It's also super rich and chocolatey. If you like chocolate, then I would keep the ratio, but for me, I think it's a bit too rich, so I would probably half the chocolate chips next time around. But I absolutely adore the addition of orange flavorings with the zest and orange blossom water. It gives me that Terry's chocolate orange vibe, but in like bread pudding form, you know? Orange and dark chocolate just go so well together, and the dried cherries adds to that sweet fruitiness. But yeah, if I was
I'm
to
not
do
actually a
this
big
again, I
fan
would
of
just half
orange
the
and chocolate.
maybe double the cherries. Overall,
Not a
really
fan.
solid bread pudding, and heck yeah, it goes great with ice cream, especially when it's warm and fresh out the oven. So, is the RuneScape cookbook any good? I might not be into RuneScape, but I'm pretty into this cookbook. I like the way it highlights the lore of the games through its text and visuals, and I admire its attempt to gamify the experience. Also, really like the food I made, and I'm confident there's even more tasty stuff in there. This cookbook gets a low poly thumbs up.
Oh. Was a lizard. Lizard. Get it, lizard. What is it? Oh, yeah. Good job, lizard.
Cyberpunk 2077 with photorealistic mods.
Whoa.
There's no way. No, there's no way. No shot.
No shot.
Drive around it. I want to see it. Nah, bro, no way. Are you fucking kidding me? I remember doing that quest. And there are people who have the audacity to say that video games are dead now. And all video games suck now. I understand
I'm just
that this is
surprised
just
that they got
graphics, but
a
goddamn,
good
this is
frame rate
really
on
fucking
that.
cool. That looks so fucking good, man.
Holy balls.
Oh my god, that looks good.
Yeah, it does.
The government is hiding billions of pounds of cheese in hidden caves underneath the United States that it is selling off by manipulating our advertising and education systems to our detriment in order to turn a profit. And also, welcome to Wendigoon. Today we're going to be looking at a conspiracy theory that dates all the way back to the 1970s, and as mentioned, involves secret government cheese tunnels and manipulation of advertisements and education system for their benefit. While there is some theory crafting here regarding the motive for these actions, most of it's just plain and recorded out in the open, so conspiracy theory is a bit of a stretch. It's mostly just talking about something very weird and shady that the government does. I've known about this story for a long time, but I haven't covered it because I have a rule for myself that if the topic does not involve death in some way, I don't want to cover it. Call it a morbid fascination, but I just think that when something is literally life or death, it just becomes more interesting. Now, that doesn't mean someone has to die per se in every topic I cover. Death just has to be on the table, like a disappearance, or like with the Akali Raft video, the researcher thought that death was going to happen and then it didn't happen, or cryptids, like they're capable of killing people. You get the point. But after looking into it a bit further, I think I can confidently associate various deaths with this story. We'll see how it goes. This is also the second time that I have worked milk into a conspiracy theory regarding the government overlooking the well-being of its citizens for a profit while wearing this shirt. And that's an opportunity I couldn't pass up. So hopefully you decide to stick around and see what this rabbit hole's all about. The one thing I want to mention before we get started is that right now, for a limited time, the Legacy of the Mothman poster is available.
That is a pretty nice poster.
Remember the Legacy of the Wendigo poster that I did a few months ago, and you all were so supportive with that, Invis wanted to keep the cryptid theme going. So here we have Legacy of the Mothman. We have a Mothman presiding over a small town of Point Pleasant during the winter, and I love the design of the Mothman. It's a combination of cute and creepy, and I love the guy with the flashlight, and I love the mountains. I love everything about it. They did a fantastic job on the design. The poster is available in 2 sizes at the link in the description. It will only be available for probably another week, if that, and then they're gone forever. So if you're interested, get in on that while you can. Thank you so much to everyone who has already purchased one, and so much to those who sold out the signed copies in under 5 minutes. I can't even wrap my head around that.
Yay.
It really does mean the world. Thank you all for the support you've shown me. It allows me to do more crazy and weird stuff like this. So if you're interested, check it out in the description. It means a lot. And before I just cause unneeded psychic damage by ruining your perspective of childhood cafeterias.
Want to know what else means a lot? Immense.
And commercials. Let's talk about something that can actually help you for a sec. Not that I don't want to hurt you, but we have to keep it balanced. Before I continue with information,
I don't need your sponsor. I don't need your sponsor. I don't need your sponsor. Let's go to something else.
So much to
Aura.com. Wait, what?
Today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad.
Huh?
Thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most.
I didn't sponsor shit.
Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always...
Man, what a coincidence. It's been a while since I last watched a Wendigoon video, and wouldn't you know it, the sponsor is called Aura. Wow. Wow. And...
Thank you for watching. So the reason this conspiracy and cheese caves and all of that exist in the first place is because of dairy. Dairy for the past several centuries has been an incredibly important cornerstone within the world economy. Not only are dairy products like milk and cheese bought and sold in massive quantities across the world,
Piximus, I don't have the brain power for that.
Are also responsible for several other aspects of food production as well. So not only are these farmers important because things like growing crops or raising cattle tends to be the first step in an entire ecosystem of consumption, but because if those farmers don't do well, then the trade routes that move the product doesn't do well, and the marketplaces that sell the product doesn't do well either. Because of this, it's normally in the government's interest to make sure that first-level producers like farms are doing okay. And this is the very concern that arose during the Great Depression in 1933. In 1933, FDR, under his New Deal, created something called the Commodity Credit Corporation, or the CCC. The purpose of this corporation was to monitor and manage various important markets within the United States. Now, the CCC did a lot of stuff around the Depression era that is important historically, but for the sake of our story, we're concerned about its going-ons in 1948. See, initially, the CCC was just a corporation that was set up by the government, and even though it had assistance and oversight from the government, it was technically its own thing. That wasn't until in 1948 when it became a wholly federal entity, meaning that what operates and appears as its own corporation that just has the better interest of farmers in mind, when you go digging, its CEO is the Department of Agriculture. That in itself is nothing new. There's plenty of companies that sort of operate autonomously.
All right, good luck,
and
Neo.
are kind of extra arms for the United States government. Well, in 1949, the Department of Agriculture gave the CCC permission to buy excess dairy off of farmers. So why would the government need to do this, right? Well, let's think about it. If at any point there is too much dairy production for the American rate of consumption, so in other words, if farmers are producing in excess of what people are buying, then that means that the price of dairy will go down. If the price of dairy goes down, that means the farmers are being paid less. If someone is being paid less, then that means there is a chance that they are going to go out of business. If they don't meet the minimum requirements for operating costs, they could go belly up. Now, in business, this is a thing that happens a lot. People go bankrupt, people go out of business. Who cares, right? Well, while that may be fine for independent companies that are just looking to turn a profit, the government views dairy as a vital corner of the industry, as explained earlier. Because you could look at any point in history and say, sure, the price of dairy is low right now. Who cares if a few farmers go belly up? That's how markets work. But what happens if 5 years from now, there becomes more of a demand for dairy and the price of it goes up, and now you don't have enough people supplying the goods for consumers to buy. And because the government views dairy as vital for American well-being, they can't let that happen. So in 1949, the CCC begins to buy up dairy from farmers whenever it's in excess to stabilize the markets. And then whenever the dairy market becomes in scarcity because there's not enough of it, they release some of that dairy back onto the market, keeping the entire dairy industry within a nice median. Something, supply and demand, whatever. This is all well and good for about 25 years, but then things change in 1973. In 1973, the United States ran into an energy crisis. The whole energy crisis is an interesting story in its own right, but the short version is a lot of stuff runs on electricity and oil, and we were having trouble getting both of those. It sure is a good thing we lucked out of some very diplomatic negotiations in the Middle East, am I right, boys? Where the energy crisis relates to our story is, again, because of all those supply chains and markets I mentioned earlier. A side effect of the energy crisis was the price of dairy rose by about 30%. This is getting into the danger zone of people from low-income housing no longer being able to afford dairy, and that not only affects that individual's livelihood and health, but as mentioned earlier, if people aren't buying, the whole market does bad. So the government tries to step in, and as they always do, they just start regulating stuff. Basically, farmers were being told that they need to produce more dairy, but also they can't sell it for as much as the market demands. Meaning that for a couple of years, the entire nation's dairy industry, and ergo meat, food production, all of it, was almost in the gutter. So in 1977, Jimmy Carter promised to pour $2 billion into the dairy industry.
It's not Jimmy Carter, that was Obama.
Sustain its success over time, because if it goes, a lot of other stuff goes too. What did that $2 billion go to, you may ask? Well, Jimmy Carter said that any excess dairy that is produced by dairy farms would be bought by the federal government. See, the Department of Agriculture, through the CCC, had been buying up dairy for years now. That was nothing new. However, before, the amount of excess dairy that was bought up was a strategic amount to make sure that there is enough scarcity to keep the prices up enough to keep the farms running. But now that Jimmy Carter has said any excess dairy will be bought up, well, that means, you can figure it out. Because the farmers who were previously afraid of producing too much dairy, because, if you produce too much, not only are you flooding the market, but also you are raising your cost of production, you are buying more equipment, more farm hands, more cows. Those guys who were afraid of overcommitting are now being told whatever amount of dairy you produce will be sold. So do the math. If you're a dairy farmer or someone who's merely considered the concept of maybe one day getting into dairy, how much dairy are you going to make? That's right, as much as you possibly can. And yes, while this did fix the rising prices of dairy, it created an entirely new problem: too much milk. Unless you have hundreds of miles worth of refrigerators, which would be an entirely new energy crisis if you produce that much, there's no way to keep milk for a long period of time. The government realized this, but also realized that what you can keep for a long period of time is dehydrated milk, butter, and cheese. Cheese being the easiest to store, the government immediately took all of this excess milk that they were buying and turned it into cheese. However, the amount of dairy and now cheese that the government was taking in was far in excess than any amount they could flood back into the marketplace to stabilize the markets later. So the government just had to keep buying cheese and holding it. Where did they put the cheese, you may ask? Well, pretty much anywhere they could find it. They used old warehouses, old bunkers, old food storage facilities. The largest facility and the most famous one that this video is titled after is near Kansas City, Missouri, near Interstate 435. There was an underground limestone cave that was naturally cool all year long. So they turned it into a giant cheese storage facility that holds hundreds of millions of pounds worth of cheese.
That's a lot of cheese.
36 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. And yeah, they just leave giant wheels of cheese in there. And hundreds of millions of pounds is not an exaggeration. By most estimates, around 1980, the government had stored about 500 million pounds of cheese.
Don't tell Doom.
Not only that, but the incentive to overproduce never went away because the government was still buying up anything.
Where do you think Doom actually lives?
So they didn't just
in the cheese
buy
cave.
A massive lump of dairy and henceforth cheese during the energy crisis. They were still buying it up for years and years. Now, the whole underground cheese cave stuff was kept mostly out of the public eye and just known by people, you know, in the know at like the Department of Agriculture and stuff. That was until December of 1981. It was then on December 2nd of 1981 that John R. Block, Secretary of Agriculture, showed up to the White House with a moldy block of cheese. He held it up to reporters and said that there are 60 million more of these that the government is doing nothing with. This spurred a lot of commotion about government wastefulness from journalists and Americans alike. So later that same month, President Ronald Reagan said that the cheese would begin to be moved into government welfare programs. Initially, Reagan committed to sending 30 million pounds of the cheese into welfare programs, but eventually like 300 million pounds were sent out. And you may think, oh, well, that's like over half of the cheese supply. Keep in mind, the government is still buying cheese as they are sending it out the door. It was incorporated into the Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program and has forever been known as government cheese. Government cheese is referenced in a lot of American culture, from songs to stories. Some people look at it fondly, like people remember when they were a kid and would eat, you know, grilled cheese sandwiches with it. Other people view it harshly, that it was a sign of poverty, what have you. Either way, most people don't know that this government cheese program that ended in the 1990s actually came from this entire weird series of market control that I've mentioned up till now. Aside from that, the government continued to buy up dairy from farmers until around 2014 when the program ended because the markets kind of figured themselves out. And you
Man, now I just want cheese.
Oh, okay, does that mean that they ended up giving away or running out of all of this excess cheese? No. Those same storage facilities that are now managed by the USDA, rather than having 500 million pounds worth of cheese in them, now have somewhere around 1.4 billion pounds of cheese in them.
Damn.
But in spite of that, the government isn't buying it up anymore. At least not to the same degree they were previously. They still buy it up for things like school programs or disaster relief funds, but not to the same degree or the promise of any excess as they were before. So why did the government quit buying it up all of a sudden? Why is 1.4 billion pounds fine when 500 million was a huge issue before? And perhaps most importantly, where did all the cheese go? And that's where we get into the conspiracy. Again, this isn't so much a conspiracy as much as it is a series of conveniences for the federal government. So put yourself in the federal government's shoes in the 1980s. The problem is that you are continuing to buy dairy from farmers. Well, you can't quit buying it because now the system has got large enough to a point that if you quit, there could be a market crash that could have repercussions across the entire economy. You can't throw all of your cheese onto the marketplace because that will flood the markets and what I just said will happen but in a different direction. Effectively, the government has become a whale that is buying so much of the product that if the whale were to disappear, it could crash out the whole market. So the government scratches its chin and says, what if, instead of us continuing to buy it to this degree, what if we push that responsibility onto the American public? What if we stop increasing the amount of cheese bought and instead increase the need to buy cheese? Well, to understand how that happened, you have to understand something called a commodity checkoff program. Commodity checkoff programs are effectively brandless advertisement and marketing, sort of. Effectively, you have commodities within the United States, like as mentioned with dairy, are important to not only themselves, but the economy as a whole. So a commodity checkoff program is a system that increases the markets and buyers for a specific commodity. So in other words, you're not advertising a brand of something like meat or eggs, you're just advertising eggs or meat as a concept. The way commodity checkoff programs worked originally is farmers could send in money optionally as a sort of tax, and then the program would use that money to encourage things like the product finding its way into different markets, education around the product, etc. For example, there was a commodity checkoff program around pork. So the program would take money from pig farmers and then use that money to educate people on the benefits of pork, in whatever that means, to pay for pork advertisement, and to lobby with things like restaurants or food chains to put pork on the menu. With the whole idea being that you're helping
The benefit of pork is as follows. Bacon. Yeah, that's about it.
the market rather than a specific brand or seller. And of course, like the CCC, all of this is run by the USDA. Well, in 1983, the Dairy Promotion Program began. So, as mentioned, dairy farmers had the option to pay this Department of Agriculture organization to help sell dairy as a concept rather than a specific seller. While this might have done some help for the dairy industry, it wasn't until 1996 during the Clinton administration that the government decided they were going to kick it into overdrive. Then the Dairy Promotion Program was no longer an option and became a mandatory tax for all dairy farmers. In 1995, the tax was 15 cents per 100 pounds of dairy sold. Effectively, it's a tax for the benefit of the whole market. So now the government is taking in a tax from dairy farmers and trying to convert that money into sales for dairy. How do they do that? Well, just do what they always do, silly. Make another shell company. Because in 1995, the government created Dairy Management Incorporated, or I'm sorry, the board underneath the USDA, the Dairy Promotion Program, created an entirely new company that's just hip and cool and loves milk for some reason, called Dairy Management Incorporated, or DMI. I jest a little bit. It's not like the government ever tried to hide records that they were running DMI or anything. But most people don't scratch below the surface, and DMI is an excuse to buy things like television advertising, or posters, or celebrity endorsements without the government getting involved. In 1993, the state of California's Milk Processing Board, which is an independent organization within California made to support local dairy farmers, started an ad campaign called Got Milk. Well, in 95, after the Dairy Management
that sounds about right.
Or the DMI came to, I guess it didn't come to power.
Yeah, I remember all those
sense,
Got Milk ads.
Did come to power. It's like
that shit was absolutely viral at the time.
Of America. In 1995,
there were so many of them.
Milk was bought by the Milk Processor Education Program, which is a program under the Dairy Promotion Program and with DMI and whatnot. Did you ever think it was weird if you grew up like I did and saw posters of Taylor Swift with a milk mustache? Did you ever think it was strange that it wasn't telling you to buy any specific brand of milk? Like, it wasn't a company's milk that you were supposed to buy. It was just selling you on the idea of milk as a concept. And on that same note,
that's
did you
a great
also
point,
think it was
honestly.
Weird that schools began to roll out individual milk and chocolate milk cartons, and like every single year I was in school, that was always an option for students to get? What about all of the education and school health class stuff that got injected about how milk strengthens your bones, or it made its way into all of our commercials and kid shows about how milk makes you big and strong? Isn't it convenient that at the exact moment the government decides they want to stop buying milk, we're all of a sudden told that we need to start buying milk? Now, I want to make it very clear. I am not saying any of this to imply or suggest that milk is bad for you or you shouldn't drink it. It is infinitely healthier for a child to be drinking a carton of milk at school than for them to drink a soft drink.
However, it is actually harmful to drink too much milk because of the sheer amount of lactic acid in it. It can actually damage your bones instead of strengthening them. So, as with all things in moderation.
It is good for you, it does help with your body's development, but those are all coincidental to the government's actual goal. Milk was touted as a superfood because the feds needed someone to foot the bill. The fact that it was healthy is just a coincidence. It is not the practice of getting people to drink milk that is the issue, it's the motivation behind it that should be called into question. And if you want evidence for that, just look at cheese. DMI is most well known for their influential status within the cheese market. So a lot of this money that goes into DMI farmers, as mentioned earlier, goes to effectively lobby
all things in moderation. Does that mean we are all mods?
of
No. It means that, like, there's quite a lot of mods here. I think at this point, maybe like 0.5% of all of my followers are mods. Because I have like 10, 15, maybe even 20 mods. Yeah. Oh, another fun fact. We're almost at 2,500 followers. Look at that. 2,477. Look at that. 2,477 followers. We're almost at 2,500. Or the famous. Nah, that's far from famous. Ghost hand. Let's see. There's 15 of you people watching right now. Who are you? Why are you here? Nah, you don't have to answer. Thank you for the lurks. Y'all are great. Oh my god. Imagine being the Aura's mod. Yeah, imagine. Dragono doesn't have to imagine. Present? Hi, presents. I'm Aura. It's like quadruple my followers and viewers. Look, okay? That's not my fault. That's not my fault. It's not my fault that people choose to watch me. They could be literally anywhere else. Especially during an ad. Get hacked, you blockers! Casual reminder that YouTube doesn't have any ads. What? Huh? I didn't say anything. Definitely didn't say anything about YouTube not having ads. What? Huh? What? Huh? I didn't say anything weird. Bucket sand. Anyways.
Various restaurant and fast food chains. Author Clint Rainey, when writing for Bloomberg, described the DMI as, quote, the Illuminati of cheese, and also said, quote, a secretive
people like cute things
entity
like dicks. Dicks are pretty cute.
Stuff it. DMI began to lobby with a lot of restaurants to put more cheese into whatever they were selling.
That was a joke.
In 1995, they worked with Pizza Hut to release the stuffed crust pizza. They've worked with companies like Burger King.
Wait, really?
To add more cheese to
They're behind stuffed crust pizza? How dare they be so genius? Man. Dragono was like, nah, I suck. And then immediately Dicks is mentioned. Dicks are ugly. Have you seen those things? How dare we with those things? What do you mean? Look, dicks. See, these are adorable. Look at these dicks. They're like little deers, except that one's... Ew. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. That's a beautiful dick. That's a good-looking dick. Was so worried for a second. Look, okay, you should know me by now. You should know me by now. Jeez.
Their burgers. And they've repeatedly worked with companies like Taco Bell to find more ways to put cheese into things like quesadillas and quesalupas.
Wait,
well, you
really?
May be asking yourself,
Yo.
okay, but what's in it for the fast food chains, right?
That's a good
Because
question.
It's not like someone from DMI is just going to show up and say, put extra cheese in your food, and they're just going to do it, right? Well,
You know, now that I think about it, in sort of like the American food philosophy, it's I give out a head pat. In terms of like American food philosophy, it's very heavily, it's like you're gonna put cheese in that, right? You're gonna like slather that with all sorts of cheese, right? Oh, you want some nacho cheese for that? How about some nice aged cheddar? Yeah. Let's just get all the different cheeses, just like put them together on one pizza. And you know what? We'll even put cheese in the crust. That would be pretty dope, right? Yeah? You want that? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, you want that. And that's basically how America is. It's also one of the biggest reasons why we're so fat. Because cheese. Wow, it's almost like it's the government's fault that people are getting so fat with all of this cheese and deliciousness. Well, it is part of their fault. It's not entirely their fault, but the biggest problem is lack of self-control and convenience. Yeah, stuffed crust is good though. I agree.
of course not. As with any of these things, money's exchanged. A large part of the DMI's money goes to advertising for specific companies to ensure that more cheese is sold. A 2009 article from the Daily Herd, a farmer's newsletter,
as well,
talks about how
Brigmus,
cool it
you
is that the DMI
blocker.
has committed to paying Domino's $12 million for advertisement in the next 2 years. Also off of that, it's now not so surprising why the government bailed out Domino's after the 2010 recession. And this happens with every company they work
Wow.
with. Even though it's through the DMI, which is its own incorporation, it is the government paying out businesses to put more cheese on the menu through advertisement cost or some kind of kickback. And
Government, I will shill for your cheese. I love cheese. Pay me. I will gladly take Big Cheese as my sponsor. I'm just saying. If you want to pay me to shill for Big Cheese, I am all there. I love cheese.
Before even getting into the health ethics of that, there's already ethics on the taxation principle of that. Because like I mentioned, the dairy promotion program is not optional. It is a mandatory tax that farmers have to pay. So any farmer producing dairy has to produce the tax money for the dairy they produce, and then
All right,
guess
good
what
luck, Hollow.
companies
See
chains
you
like
later, you
McDonald's and Taco Bell
block.
buy off of. They're not buying off of the small upstart or family-owned farm. They're buying off of the super corporations, the ones that have thousands and tens of thousands of cattle and have been doing it for the past 50 years. So effectively, smaller dairy companies are having to pay a tax to ensure that
Howdy,
their
Mr. Jiggle. How you doing?
not only that, but where you can kind of look the other way when it comes to milk, because sure, in large
Yeah, it's
quantities, milk
Wendigoon.
can be bad for you. It's still a healthier option.
The
for
stream
kids
is
and
not
anyone to
sponsored
be
by
drinking
cheese
over something
yet.
like soda, right? But you cannot say the same thing about cheese. Cheese causes high cholesterol. Cheese is linked to obesity, especially in the extreme volumes we consume it nowadays.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
true.
1970s, the average American consumed about 7 to 8 pounds of cheese per year.
That's all. Weak.
Which, when you break that up as 3 meals over 365 days, isn't that much. Compare that to the modern age, where it's estimated that the average American consumes about 41 pounds of cheese per year, or as a country,
Damn.
13.5 billion pounds of cheese. And while that
That's a lot of cheese. Holy balls. Damn. That's a lot of cheese.
is an absurdly high number, that is still per capita lower compared to countries like Italy or France.
Wait, really?
The rate Americans buy dairy
Okay, I can understand Italy, but France? Really? I mean, like, I guess in terms of France, you hear about, like, cheese boards and stuff, but, like, Really? France has a lower population. Oh, it's right. Per capita. So it's like the percentage is higher. Right. That makes more sense. Yeah. Reason why I'm not surprised by Italy is because, like, well, that's all of the Italian cuisine. You got your pizzas, you got your pastas. Heck yeah. Like, those just go hand in hand with cheese. But, like, I don't know. Responsible for a lot of different kinds of cheese commonly seen in stores. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. It's enough for one fight in Skyrim, right?
Dairy from the 1980s to now has actually fallen to about half, but that doesn't matter because our rate of consuming cheese has more than quadrupled. And Dairy Management Inc., the company that is not the government but also definitely is the government, had a large hand in that, encouraging pizza chains to put more cheese on their pizza, and also every menu at any fast food chain to add cheese in some different way and name all their foods cheesy or with cheese, and make schools roll out pizza parties every week to sell more cheese. Remember all those that you just thought were fun and had no underlying motive?
Yeah, every week for lunch, we had at least one day that had pizza on the menu. Every week. Plus, we also had cheeseburgers one day, and what else? Was there anything else that used cheese? I can't think of anything offhand. We didn't have, like, tacos. I don't know. School pizza sucks now? I wouldn't know, because I haven't been to school since, like, early 2000s. Right? Because I graduated high school in 2005. Hey, what's up? I'm old. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Remember how at the beginning of this video 500 million pounds of cheese was a problem? And now those same facilities have 1.4 to 1.5 billion pounds of cheese in them, and it's not a problem? Well, that's because about 300 million pounds of that is actual government property used for disaster, school efforts, whatever. The other 1.2 billion pounds is cheese that is stored by the USDA for private companies. Meaning that what was once a problem of, oh, what are we going to do with all this cheese? We can't expect people to eat it, is now just a blip on the radar.
See, it's saying that people are basically using cheese as stock. 'Cause that's what it sounds like. Am I crazy? Well, I am crazy, just not for that reason. But, like, what? The cheese is owned by private companies, right? Isn't that basically stock? Is this cheese stock? Like Woodstock, but, like, not for music, but for cheese? I don't know. Just glad my high school had iced coffee and pastries. Yo! Your high school was based. Holy crap. For my high school, it was still during the era where, like, they actually cared more for student health. So we actually had, like, fairly balanced lunches. So we had a main, we had, like, 2 sides, and we had the choice of either a regular milk or chocolate milk. Some years it was bagged milk, some years it was carton milk. We kind of, like, flip-flop between them. Yeah. I remember that on Mondays, I always called it Friday because we always got French fries and... Oh, that was the day that we have sandwiches. That's right. You have the choice of a chicken sandwich or a cheeseburger. Right? And I believe Tuesdays, I think that was gravy day, which was basically you got this homemade biscuit and gravy. And then I think Wednesday is the day that we had pizza. Yeah, I think Wednesday was pizza day. I think we always had the cafeteria pizza, which is the little square, you know, square, rectangle, whatever, that they made big sheets of. Good classic stuff. I think Thursday was the one that it always like changed. Like they did a like cycling through different stuff. And then Friday was something that I don't remember. I don't remember. What was it for Fridays? Yeah, I'm probably never gonna remember. Had a small cafe thing that had better quality food and drinks. I would typically get a nice coffee and a pastry or two along with a sandwich. On Fridays, they would set up grills outside for burgers and hot dogs. Yo. Bruh. You had a nice school. I mean, aside from like the school lunch, we also had like this a la carte thing, which is like this separate part, which had all sorts of like snacks, as well as during lunchtime, there was the option to get like pizza from the local pizza joint. So they had like a pepperoni pizza. I think at the time it was this local chain called Pizzazzio's or whatever. I believe that is what it was. You can get a piece of pizza from there. So it's like legit pizza instead of like cafeteria pizza, which is definitely a very different taste. High school also had that in addition to a normal lunch line. Yeah. Yeah, usually for the a la carte, I would like almost every day during lunch, I would get a cowtail. You know those like caramel treats with the cream in the middle? Oh, those were so good. Those were so good. Oh, man. I loved that stuff. Loved that stuff a lot. Anyways, back to the video.
1.4 billion pounds of cheese is nothing compared to the 13.5 billion we consume every year. And of course, the hypocrisy for that lies on the USDA. The same organization that claims so much to be concerned with American health and to make sure Americans are eating what they're supposed to, have a company that makes sure we get cheese in everything we eat. They'll say things like eat cheese in moderation and be careful with your consumption while creating a 7-cheese pizza with stuffed crust. The fact of the matter is sure, maybe...
Yo, tell me more about that 7-cheese pizza though. Like, what are we talking? Like, what? I mean, yeah, totally. No more cheese. Cheese bad.
When it doesn't matter, they're kind of concerned about our health, but not when there's a profit to be made. And the government, instead of changing regulations or the way they handle products and consumers, simply foots the bill over to us and tells us to do what they always tell us. Just buy more. So congratulations.
Just buy more.
Psyoped into eating
Yeah, you
cheese.
would.
What do we do now? Well, the solution is what the solution is anytime there's a government issue. It goes back to you, the individual. Don't eat fast food, or if you do eat it, do it in moderation and try to stay away from things that aren't healthy for you.
Whoa. You're leaving it on us to make our own decisions? As a red-blooded American, I don't take accountability for anything.
And while sure, the health of oneself always falls back on the person, that's not the motto that organizations like the USDA or the government as a whole are taking. They're supposed to have our best interest in mind, but in praxis, that best interest always exists as long as there's no money to be made. It's easy for us to look at the circumstance and argue personal responsibility and to just stay away from it, but fast food is cheap and easy, and the government knows that, so they know they will always have a population of those in poverty or those who are uneducated that they can throw their product onto. Because who cares if American obesity is at an all-time high as long as we don't have to worry about the whole cheese thing. And also, blah, 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 high cholesterol obesity leads to heart attacks, stroke, death, and that is how I'm working death into this video. And at the end of the day...
And also, with people dying from obesity, it also helps fuel the funeral industry, huh? And it also helps fuel medical industry. Oh, look at that. It's like this big old web of things that they can make money out of. Wow. If you make your people unhealthy, guess what? They have to pay more. They have to pay more money to get healthy. Yep. Yep. Not wrong. Yeah, it is dark, but it's true. If you keep your people dumb and unhealthy so they can't think for themselves, they take no accountability, guess what's going to happen? You're going to make more money. That is the exact reason why America does not have universal health care. That's the exact reason. Because your life is their profit. Hashtag not wrong.
This isn't anything that I think is worth grabbing pitchforks over, right? The government had to hold up a part of the economy, and they didn't want to do it anymore because they needed the money for some other frivolous purpose. So they use kind of shady advertisement tactics, especially shady when it comes to kids, to pawn that responsibility off onto us. But again, we can simply choose to not participate in the cheesy gordita crunch, although we may dabble from time to time. And it's
what do you mean
like
may?
like
I absolutely will dabble. Give me that
right?
shit.
But what I am saying is if the government's willing to fix their mistakes or solve their problems through us by changing the education around certain products or reframing narratives regarding how we're supposed to consume certain products, or using celebrities or other tools at their disposal to convince us that something is in our best interest, if they're willing to change what is considered the best interest, if they're willing to set up shell companies, if they're willing to use tax dollars, if they're willing to change the way a core part of the economy functions over milk, then what do you think they're willing to do about everything else? All of that to say, remember kids, the next time somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, you can figure out the rest. And if you think this is
Yo, Big Cheese, hit me up. Sponsor me. Even if you give me free cheese, I'll take it.
entire video is crazy, if you think this is some whack brain conspiracy that doesn't make any sense and I'm insane and very weird,
I would
and
absolutely
you're
take free
definitely
cheese.
right about at least one of those things, I still want to say thank you for watching.
Yo, imagine just getting like a free wheel of cheese every month. Like an entire wheel of cheese. Like full size. The ones that are like 30 pounds or some shit. Hell yeah. I would absolutely take that.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. As a lot of you probably know from like the Creepcast stuff or the Red Thread
Max,
that I've
thank you
talked
for
about
the
lately, I got my
cookie.
wisdom teeth removed a couple
Cookies
weeks
are
ago, and my face
delicious.
still kind of hurts. So when I was like hyped up on the
You know what would be even better than just a cookie? A cookie with cheese. Ow, 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 ow. Thank you for the head pat. Hear me out, though. Hear me out. It may sound gross when you first think about it, but think of it this way. Sweet goes with salty. What is cheese? Salty. There you go. There you go. I do like a lot of cheese. Cheese is beautiful, wonderful. I love it.
pain medication, I was just like, I had a laptop in bed reading about.
How you doing, Max?
That's my recovery process. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope this was interesting for you. I know it's been a while since the last video, or like this video was supposed to come out sooner than I originally thought, but again, face swollen and whatnot.
Yo, you
So
got
I
a cheese
finally
pizza
feel
on the
able
way?
to sit
Heck
down and
yeah.
do a video.
Heck
And,
yeah.
This was a topic that kept having rabbit holes. Like I dig and I figure out stuff about like the Got
Cottage
Milk
cheese and
campaign,
ketchup is
then
fairly
there's mention of
common.
DMI, and I'm like, what's DMI? And then
I wouldn't do cottage cheese and ketchup. What I would do is instead of ketchup, nice fresh tomato is even better. If you add a little bit of tomato and a little bit of salt and pepper, oh, it's so good. I've been having that since I was a kid. Been streaming 5 hours? Yeah, usually I stream about 8 a day. This is my full-time job, basically. Yeah. Yeah, from 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's usually the times that I stream. Sometimes I stream longer. Sometimes I have like a nap in the middle. Just stream for a whole day? Kinda. Usually it's just an 8-hour stream, but like I get up an hour before stream and then like I have something like what? 3 hours after stream to wind down and do whatever. So yeah, it's basically job hours, right? But I stream every day, so that's what, around 56 hours a week. Because for normal people working, they do 8 hours a day and it's 5 days a week. You're expected a 40-hour week, right? I've been doing 56 or more hours. That said, on Tuesdays, I do switch it up a bit because on Tuesdays I have my event in my Discord where we watch One Piece. And yeah. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow is One Piece. Yeah. So for tomorrow, I'll be streaming starting at 2 like usual, but I will be ending at 4:30 p.m. So it'll be about 2.5 hours. And then after we're done with One Piece, I'll stream some more. So around 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Your character is pretty. Thank you. It was free. Absolutely free. That's right. Because like it's a really cool program, which I can bring the link. Let me talk, you baka. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here's a link to the program I'm using. It's called VTuber Kit. It is 100% free. If you've ever used one of those like Picrew, that's the one. If you've ever used Picrew, like one of those character creator things, it's basically that, except you can also VTube with it. Yep, it's pretty cool. All you need is a webcam and broadcasting software, and you can get the software for free. You do have to buy a webcam, but even if you're using like a $20-25 webcam, it'll still work. But yeah, it's pretty great. Pretty great. Favorite snack is a slice of cheese. But like what flavor? Are we talking like American cheese, cheddar cheese, Gouda, mozzarella sticks? Oh, string cheese. String cheese. Yo, that's the shit. I love me a nice string cheese. Yo. Just like for a snack, have a nice string cheese. It's basically mozzarella, but like with a little less water content, I guess, which makes it like the pull apart type. You can just like pinch it and pull apart like a little string of it, and it's great. I love it. Cheddar cheese? Heck yeah. Good choice. I approve. Not that you need my approval, but I do still approve. Anyways, let's finish this video. Got like a minute and a half left on it. Going on a field trip. Yo, I wish you luck.
That turns into the whole cheese thing. And that's
I
where
wish
I found
you
my
luck.
connection to death. Cheese has absolutely killed several thousand Americans. No question about it.
It's probably better if you don't tell me the details of the field trip, just for like security stuff, you know? Like no specific states, no specific like locations, but like you could just say, I'm going to a farm, or I'm going to a store, or we're going to check out the local police place, or whatever. Right? Don't name any names for the sake of your own security and mine.
That I thought was interesting.
Mama
I thought it was a little
Lashin, how you
shady, and I thought it
doing?
was a good example of the government being kind of spooky.
Think of what I had,
So
Pat.
hopefully you enjoyed it. Just a random, strange, off-topic video also about milk, which is now my second one of, which it's weird that it happened twice. But thank you all for sticking around for this one. It means a lot.
Yay.
There's Creepcast and Red Thread on the way.
Oh, I'm
Weird
gonna go to
Bible
KFC and
once
play
a month,
games and
as
run around.
always.
Heck yeah, that
I'm
sounds
trying to think
great.
if there's anything else. Once again,
I wish you the
Legacy
best of luck.
The Mothman poster is available at the link in the
Yeah,
description.
yeah.
For a very limited
Ghost
amount
hand.
of time, like less than a week, and then
Oh
it's
my
gone
word.
for good. So get in on that in the description while you can. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. As always, it means the most.
Different Aura, not me.
Yeah, there will be some new.
It's a
very
company
cool
called
announcements.
Aura.
There should be an announcement
It's not
very
me.
soon regarding the
It's also
Stalker
not
film,
GX
which,
Aura.
a lot of you guys have been asking
Different
about.
people. Different
Thank you for
places.
your patience on that. The people
Oh my
who
god.
donated, like they know through the Kickstarter and everything. But for everyone else, announcement about that on the way very soon. Thank you all
Yay.
for your support with that. I believe that should do it for now.
Whoa.
But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, well, thank you for making the video.
The
Wendigo.
government is the government is
outtakes.
hiding billions of pounds of cheese.
It is. Well, it's not hiding it. Oh my god. Kitty. Aw, kitty, kitty. There's a good kitty. Ginger cats are so cute. I mean, all cats are cute. Let's be honest. Aw. They also only have a single brain cell. Yeah, just like me. A judgmental paperweight. Yes. Agreed.
Thanks.
Doing good, just hanging out, crocheting, and waiting for Leshan and his bratty sis to get off work.
You know you're
Oh,
why I can't get things
fair
done.
enough. Look at that cutie.
MiHoYo is a
All right, before we get into this, I need to take a break. It's break time. Bop. Break time, y'all. Enjoy the lo-fi as we take a break. Bop. Burp. ba 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 ba. Ah, ba 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 ba. Ah, ba 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 ba. Meow. Ow, ow. Hello. Hello. I has returned. I has returned. That's right. You heard me. Yeah. Yeah. Hope y'all enjoyed the break. Yay.
MiHoYo is afraid of Wuthering Waves. Absolutely giga nuclear catastrophic omega drama. Holy shit.
That's
it's
a
not
lot.
XQC level clickbait. There's no red emojis. There's no red button emojis.
Good point. Good point.
Taking a break. Greetings, Rovers. Taking a break from our regularly scheduled programming of posting a video a day in May for Wuthering Waves release, today I received a screenshot on my Twitter from an unknown account. If this is true and undoctored information, this drama absolutely surpasses nuclear. We're talking full-blown giga thermocat.
Did she just put a Stelron in him? I think I've seen this before. What the fuck? Wait. What the? Yeah, you played it? I forgot this happened.
Catastrophic nuclear drama. I'm actually kind of nervous writing the script and turning it into a video, because I have a feeling we are about to open up an entire can of worms.
Oh my god.
And this is going to lead us down a rabbit hole, and I'm going to end up blacklisted.
Uh-oh.
So before I drop off the algorithm and I'm absolutely blacklisted from every company, I'd really appreciate it if you guys...
You shouldn't worry, at least he's not talking about Boeing.
True.
Drop me a like.
If it was Boeing, he'd already be
I'll
dead.
be doing a 24-hour stream on May 22nd for the Wuthering Waves
this is
release.
fine.
Today at around midnight, I received a Twitter notification from an account called Leaker Lamau 29000, who shared this image on my Twitter thread discussing the recent Robin drama.
By the way, I heard from somebody that I trust that they got the same information from a second person and that this was real. Take with that what you want, but I did actually hear this.
It looks to be a snippet of a contract from a company called Yomiholic. Doing some research into this company, it seems like they are a third-party advertising agency working with over 400 plus companies. They offer collaboration marketing, offline advertising, and influencer marketing. While I can't say for sure if this is legitimate or not, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume...
I will say that a very strong bit of argumentation against this is the fact that where's MiHoYo here? Like, this is a list of some of their biggest partners, and MiHoYo isn't even going to be on this, like, top panel? CMGE? Oh, are they under CMGE? They are? Okay.
Legitimate or not?
I didn't know that.
Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that this is a legitimate snippet of the contract that was offered to them.
Sure.
The contract states, the creator shall promptly notify Yomiholic if any other gaming brand intends to sponsor their content. Yomiholic has full discretion to reject sponsorships that could be detrimental to Zenless Zone Zero or the content creator's reputation.
That is nuts.
Bro.
The Extract cooperation content will be as follows.
God.
The content creator commits to engaging in minor promotional activities such as retweeting Zenless Zone Zero's posts, sharing in-game screenshots, and so on, for each Zenless Zone Zero update and important festival. Occasionally, the content creator may be requested to participate in major influencer campaigns by creating theme-specific videos, collaborating on creative projects, attending online events, etc. Now, here's a very interesting part. HoYoverse may use the content creator's videos for marketing purposes.
This actually isn't that weird at all. People ask me for this all the time. I look through contracts like this pretty regularly, and being able to use the content that you sponsor is actually a pretty regular commonality. And for example, like I don't really want to get into like a lot of specifics, but there are some people who don't like having their likeness used beyond what the content is, and some people that are more okay with it. Sponsors ask me that all the time. Yeah, this is actually quite common. For free though? Well, we don't know whether it's for free. This is a small part of the contract. I mean, I don't know what all, like, we don't know what the context of this is.
I believe this is the first smoking gun in this discussion.
It's not.
As Hoyoverse is directly named in this contract. Being named in the contract means they are somehow directly involved in either writing or approving this contract. The following documents shall be deemed to form and be read and construed as part of this agreement. For the purposes of interpretation, the priority of the documents shall be in accordance with the following sequence. The Zenless Zone Zero Content Creator Cooperation Agreement and its amendments, if any, the appendix, and any other documents forming part of the agreement. Now, those of you with keen eyes can tell already that there are some minor spelling mistakes and grammatical errors within this document, but I have a feeling it's
a Chinese company. I mean, like, or Singaporean company. Like, I think it's a Singapore, China. I forgot which one.
ESL.
Like, it's not, you know, like
English
like,
second language.
They probably should have not had that happen, and they should have had somebody who knew English to be able to write this, and it's still bad. But I don't think that necessarily hurts the validity of it. However, I find that, so if I look at this one right here, what do I find to be problematic about this? Actually, only the top one. I don't think anything else here is problematic whatsoever. So the reason why the top one is bad is because it goes outside of the scope of the sponsorship, and it's taking the autonomy away from the individual beyond what they're being paid for in order to do. But for example, like content creator commits to engaging, this is probably in the context of what this contract is for specifically. And this is also maybe requested to participate in major influencer campaigns. This is also probably in the context of a time frame that the content creator is being paid for. C, this is just simply usage of media rights so they can reuse the content creator's image and likeness in order to promote the stuff. And this down here is just basically ordering. Yeah, the top is the only thing that's bad. Everything else is fine. You keep saying probably? Well, yeah, of course I say probably. I'm saying probably because, like, that's true, probably. Like, I'm saying probably like 99% because I've read and signed a lot of these things. I know this. I feel like I have a pretty good perspective on this. However, it's not a guarantee. So yes, probably.
Now, those of you with keen eyes can tell already that there are some minor spelling mistakes and grammatical errors within this document, but I have a feeling this may be just a result of either poor translation or someone who received the leak of this translated that themselves, and there may be some oddities there. It's hard to say for certain. Sections A, B, and C in the latter portion of this document seem to be pretty boilerplate.
Yeah.
The content creator agrees to promote the game, participate in marketing campaigns, creating videos, etc.
Yeah.
All standard things you would expect from a contract. Alright, so now we're going to start talking about the juicy bits of the contract. Section E.
Yeah.
Alright, so let it be known, and I just want to make this very, very, very clear. I am in no way a lawyer, I have never been a lawyer, and I have never studied law. But as someone who has worked with contracts from my real-life work experience and worked with content creation before with contracts, I will attempt to offer my interpretation. Section E of the contract is outright requiring the creator who received this contract to promptly notify Yomiholic if any other gaming brand intends to sponsor their content. This statement has two major implications behind it. Alright, so firstly, any gaming, which can be extremely loosely interpreted. Most companies have some sort of tie to the gaming industry nowadays. Is Razer a gaming company? What about Logitech? Hell, even what about GamerSupps? A good lawyer could argue in court that these are gaming companies. They offer a sponsorship to the creator, and they need to be reported.
That's a good point.
So does this mean that any creator needs to report if they intend to or have already signed a contract Or are they requiring any offer or sponsorship to be reported? To me, it sounds like the latter, which I think is absolutely insane. How in the world can a company worth their marbles suggest that a simple offer of a sponsorship need to be reported to them? Even if we went with the former interpretation...
I think that is not really the main problem that I would have with it. I think the main problem that I would have with it is that whenever you make contractors sign into effectively like what is exclusivity, like, oh, I will only promote your games, I think this is harmful for everyone. And I know that, like, so for I think that probably for like at least some people in the community that are watching this, they're thinking, oh, why should I care about this? I'm not a content creator. I'm not taking these contracts. What's the point? How is this relevant to me? Well, I'll explain how. The reason why it's relevant to everybody is because what happens is that if contracts like this and behaviors like this become normalized into space, you're going to be receiving an increasingly less authentic view of games by different creators. And it's overreaching. Yes, it's a massive overreach, because the reason why it's a big overreach is because it's beyond the scope of what the business is being done for, right? This person is taking a contract to do something, and this goes beyond what this person is doing, and it's the entirety of their business rather than just simply their relationship with the company, right? It all becomes fake. And so you really do need to worry about and be afraid of this kind of stuff becoming more popular, because as it becomes more popular, I'll tell you, like at the bottom of this contract, there's probably a 5 or a 6 digit amount of money that the person is going to be getting paid for doing this. And it might be easy to say, oh, well, I would turn this down because it's bad. But if you're getting paid $60,000 for this, and you know the amount of money you make every year is $50,000, you're probably going to take the offer. A lot of people would. And in the process of that, you're going to mislead and lie to people effectively, or at least give them an unbalanced perspective on what content is available, and even not show your viewers something that they could actually want to see in a lot of cases. So yeah, this is very, very unsettling, and it's a very bad thing.
Next line clearly states that Yomi Holic outright has full discretion to reject sponsorships that could be detrimental to Zenless Zone Zero. The key word to this insane statement is detrimental. The verbiage used here is vague on purpose, as it opens up the definition of what could be considered breach of contract, in which Yomi Holic could go after the content creator for breach of contract, generally resulting in monetary damages. I've heard
very unlikely that anything like that would happen. And also, it's not certain that MiHoYo set up this contract exactly. So if Yomi Holic is a agency, effectively, or a middleman, they probably set up the contracts. It's not like MiHoYo writes the contract and then they give it to Yomi Holic and then they give the contract to those people. They're the ones, these guys are the ones that make the contract, right? So this could actually just be something that is existing in all of their default contracts, because like maybe they work with like a lot of the different it's like whenever he was listing their different partners, we're at 558. All of these partners are Asian companies, right? NetEase, Yahoo Japan, CMGE. Like this one, I'm pretty sure is an American. And so this could just be normal language in their culture. And it's just unfamiliar with us because we don't have that here. So I think that there also could just be a case where this is simply something that happens categorically with all Yomi Holic contracts, and it doesn't have anything to do with MiHoYo. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that it's possible.
I've heard through the grapevine that large companies such as MiHoYo have clauses in their contract that content creators who breach contracts can receive fines of upwards of $500,000. This is just conjecture, and I obviously have no proof to back it up.
Yeah.
Take it with a grain of salt, but
honestly, I really hope that's not the case.
In the slightest.
For damages and stuff like that, I've never seen something like that, but it depends on what it is. It's leakers? Yeah, exactly. And like I think actually in some cases that does make sense. So for example, like let's say people give you, like you have to sign an NDA, and then you break the NDA and you show people all the new stuff from a game before it was announced, I think they should absolutely be able to sue you. 100%. It's not even a question.
Detrimental could be argued that the creator simply working with another game company or even a company that is loosely related to gaming could be applied. One could even argue that providing sponsored content from a game even outside of Zenless Zone Zero's genre could take the spotlight off of just Zenless Zone Zero.
Sure.
This would be considered a breach of contract. Alright, so let's think about this critically for a second. Zenless Zone Zero has a rumored release date of July 3rd. What if a creator has a sponsor or wants to take a sponsor from Square Enix for the release of Final Fantasy XIV's expansion Dawntrail, which comes out on July 2nd? This creator doing the sponsor could take the spotlight over ZZZ and could be potentially stealing someone away from their game, which would 100% fall as detrimental. Detrimental could even be argued if the creator accepts a sponsorship from Logitech, who regularly sponsors esports events for games like Dota, Valorant, and Counter-Strike. Would this contract prevent the creator from working with a peripheral company?
It would probably scare them into not doing it. Could they enforce this legally and actually get a judgment against it? Probably not with Logitech's, in the case of Logitech, but it would probably scare people into not wanting to try it.
Because their logo is on other games? I could see this being considered a breach of contract. What about GamerSupps? They're partnered with someone that MiHoYo outright hates and has blacklisted.
Tectone.
Voldemort Tectone. Would a creator lose out on the sponsor because they are directly
Great
affiliated
picture
with
of
someone that
Tectone.
regularly critiques
Absolutely.
Oh god.
I mean,
oh
hell,
god.
Even me posting this video is going to kill potential collaborations with creators that take contracts like this. There's obviously hundreds, if not even thousands of other implications surrounding this line in the contract.
That's true.
Alright, so let's play devil's advocate for a second and
Okay.
say those hypothetical situations wouldn't happen.
Sure.
Depending on the length of the contract, you could be stuck and miss career-changing opportunities from other companies if Yomiholic decided to deny them.
It's probably like a 90-day. Like, this is probably like a 90 or 180 day. I would say probably 90-day contract. Usually something like this is about that.
The amount of power they would have over this creator is astronomical.
Yeah.
And could flat out be a career-ending move for anyone roped into this. While I tend to give the benefit of a doubt for things, we're talking about an ad agency.
Yeah.
And their parent company MiHoYo, who is absolutely ruthless. They will protect their brand no matter what.
Of course.
I mean, hell, if the show Mad Men taught us
To be fair, I actually think that MiHoYo is probably one of the most hands-off companies in terms of trying to like regulate what people do. They even allow people to sell fan art, and they explicitly state it. Whereas Nintendo, if you do that, I mean, well, you know. And so I think in a lot of cases, they're pretty reasonable, but it does seem like the relationships that they have with some content creators are pretty sus.
About ad agencies is that ad agencies are the absolute devil and are not to be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
While I understand wanting to protect brand integrity and avoid conflicts of interest with creators, there's a balance between protecting your brand and just fostering collaboration with the creators that you're working with. Alright, so I know I've name-dropped MiHoYo a few times during this conversation, despite the ad agency being a different entity. But for the slow ones, companies approaching ad agencies generally will set the terms and conditions of the contracts that are offered and has the final say on how the contracts are read. The ad agency is simply the one in charge of the paperwork, record keeping, and communication with the content creator. MiHoYo would have had to either directly sign off on the contract or flat out told them this clause needs to be in it.
He's right about that they would have had to be okay with the contract. That's actually very true.
True. Yeah.
Actually, maybe not. Yeah, actually, no, not necessarily. Probably, but not necessarily. Because, for example, so this is how it works, right? Is you have content creator, ad agency. Actually, let me just do it this way. This is the money. This is the company. And this is the ad agency. and this is the content creator, right? And so the ad agency gives the money to, the content creator gives, the company gives the money to the ad agency. And so they agree on terms. And then after that, the ad agency creates a contract with the content creators, and then they agree on terms. But in a lot of cases, these two things are not aware of each other. So the content creators don't know what the contract is that the ad agency has with the company, and the company might not always know exactly what the contract is that the ad agency has with the content creators. So this might not be true, but there's also a very good chance that it is. It's just not a 100%. Like, I think also, like, again, I'm like adding nuance into this, but like, we're not really sure.
Okay, so how is MiHoYo scared? From someone who has worked in the business, this contract stipulation is not normal. Companies will generally not restrict the creators from...
He's right. This is very... I've never seen this in a contract before.
Covering other games or companies.
At least I don't remember.
The only usual stipulation is that you need to show the game in a positive light. And by the game, I mean the game that you are doing the sponsorship for, not other sponsors.
And generally also what happens is that, like, for example, if I got a contract like this, it would go through my agency or my agent or something. And if that happened, they would just simply say, take this part out. And then they'd probably just take it out, and that would be it. Like, there's obviously negotiations that happened there. Now it should have never been there from the start. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of negotiations that happen. Yeah, red lines. Yeah, you just write it out.
Yeah, but there's also the aspect of FAFO. They can F around and find out. Which means, well, put in some weird clauses in the contract. F around. See what happens. Whatever.
And why specifically for ZZZ? The overall reception of ZZZ has been absolutely abysmal since the last beta.
I don't know if it is, because didn't people say that Genshin Impact was trying to sign people into contracts that were exactly similar to this? I remember listening to a Tectone video about this over a year ago. Yeah, like, this already happened.
The test. And the hype surrounding the game seems to have vanished. MiHoYo's direct competitor, Kuro Games, is releasing Wuthering Waves this month on May 22nd.
Yep.
I truly believe that this is MiHoYo's attempt on nabbing up as many content creators in the space and refusing them the ability to talk about their competitor's game because they legitimately fear that Wuthering Waves is going to be a massive success and has the long-term potential to overshadow their games. Alright, so let me put my tinfoil hat.
I don't agree with that, by the way. I don't think that Zenless Zone Zero is going to be really better than Wuthering Waves. I feel like they're both about the same quality, but that quality is about an 8. Whereas I think the quality of Genshin Impact and Star Rail is like a 9 or a 10. I feel like both of the games are not really that great. And I'll talk about why afterwards.
On real quick. I legitimately believe MiHoYo sees Kuro Games and Wuthering Waves as a massive blow to their grip on the gacha game community. If Kuro was able to knock it out of the park with the release of their game, and keeps in communication with the community and listens to our feedback, this could outright steal a significant portion of Genshin and Star Rail's community for who the hell knows how long. This could be MiHoYo's last-ditch effort to stem the bleeding before it turns...
Here's another reason why I'm concerned about that happening. And this is going to be a bit of a reality check, but somebody's got to do it. Wuthering Waves is a much harder game than Genshin Impact or Star Rail. That means that less people are going to be able to play it and be good at it, which means that it's going to have a smaller audience. Punishing Grey Raven was loved by a very small group of people who thought the game was amazing. But I think that Wuthering Waves might be too hard in order to get into the mainstream and compete with Genshin Impact. I'm serious. I really think so. I've seen these, like, I watch, sometimes I'll watch like streams of like people playing Genshin or like Star Rail. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking bad. Holy shit, bro. Like, oh my god. Holy fuck. What are y'all doing? What is this? Mint pickers. Yeah, it's mint pickers. Says you. Well, I don't know. To be fair, I don't know how to play Honkai Star Rail. Okay? I spent $1,500 on Acheron to where I don't have to know how to play the game. But the difference is that, listen, hey, in Tower of Fantasy, I was on the fucking leaderboard for the little bygone phantasm shit.
Into a full-blown wound. At the end of the day, the simple
Which is
fact
same
that
game.
a company would be allowed to tell you who you can and can't work with and deny
'Cause you
any
swipe?
potential
Yeah, so did everybody else
sponsorships
on the
offered
leaderboard.
you almost sounds
Yeah,
borderline
everybody did.
illegal. Obviously, we're dealing with a company that's overseas,
Yeah.
but this comes on the heels of the FTC announcing a rule on banning non-compete clauses back in April.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm unsure if something like this applies to contracts, especially for a marketing company that's out of the country, but I figured I'd bring it up. This is absolutely despicable behavior and makes me lose any positive
Well, keep
will.
in mind that you can make people sign a contract to something and still scare them because they don't know that they can't be enforced. Like, a lot of things in contracts are there, but they can't be enforced.
I've had towards MiHoYo.
But people don't know that.
So, what do you guys think? Do you think this is a
Fitness
hoax? Do you think
gram
it's all
taster
fake? Do you
test.
think I'm full of
Man, that
shit?
was a copy
Let me know down
pasta
in the
from
comments
so long
below.
ago.
And please consider liking and
Haven't heard that
subscribing
stuff
before
since
MiHoYo sends
2020.
assassins to take me out. And I'll
As
see
I
you
said,
guys
he's not talking about Boeing. He'll be fine.
in the next one.
Okay.
Well, maybe.
So let's go ahead and break this down. Number one, I think that his assessment of the contract is pretty good. I'll link you guys the video. I think his assessment is pretty good, but I think his conclusion of it being because MiHoYo is afraid of Wuthering Waves is not good.
Rule on banning
I don't think that's the reason why, and I don't think that's what's happening. So if I talk about Zenless Zone Zero, I actually think that there is very little hype for the game as well. Why is there very little hype for the game? The reason why is because people that want a game like that are probably already playing Honkai Impact 3rd or Genshin Impact. And in my opinion, I don't think Zenless Zone Zero does anything special. It's just another one of the same games. And also, by the way, if I look, and I'll play it whenever it comes out. So let's look at some of this gameplay here. And we're just going to look at this for a few seconds, right? So you can see kind of this is the way the game looks. And obviously this is in beta, so it's going to be improved a bit. But you can see this is, and it looks nice. It does look nice. It's not like it's bad, but you look at the visuals and the colors and everything like that. And then if you compare this to, I'm not sure if this is going to be a good example or not. I haven't seen it. But if you look at the graphics and the colors for this, I'm going to be honest, guys. I think this looks a lot better. I do. And like this zoom in definitely makes it look worse because of the spell effects. But I feel like the colors are more vibrant. They're more appealing. And I think Genshin just looks better. And I know that this is probably like a personal opinion, but the truth is that if enough people have a personal opinion like this, well, then it becomes kind of a fact. So if I look at Genshin Impact, what does Zenless Zone Zero really do better than Genshin Impact? Because personally, I like the idea of an open world game more than a level-based game in Zenless Zone Zero. Nothing, really. Yeah, not a whole lot.
That's a good point.
And better combat. But the reality is that neither one of these games are really going to have that good of combat because the games are made for like middle school girls that have mental problems. So they're not going to make hard boss fights or anything. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why the games are successful. And also, that's one of the reasons why I think Punishing Gray Raven wasn't that successful. And I think it's one of the things that might hold, what do you call it? It might hold Wuthering Waves back, too. It's because, and I'm not saying Punishing Gray Raven did well, right? But it was not like a breakout success. And after you saw the combat of the game, you would assume to yourself, oh my God, I bet everybody was playing this. No, not really. So the reason why is because gacha players are, guys, I'm going to say it, bad at video games. So what happens is that, of course, these people, they don't want to pay a bunch of money. You don't want to pay I don't know, like $150 to get the new character, and then you can't even beat the boss because you can't figure out how to do your parry timing. You can't perfect dodge because you suck. So the problem is that. That's the issue there. Right then. Did you ever see Project Graven gameplay? I did. I have to disagree. Yeah, I'm not completely sure on this, but I think it's a factor. Anyway, what I'm really trying to get at here is that I don't think that Zenless Zone Zero does anything that's unique or special. I really don't think so. But you want to know what else doesn't do anything unique or special? Wuthering Waves. I don't think either one of these games are unique or special in any sort of a crazy, amazing way. They're just like the same game that we've had, but hopefully better. I'm not sure whenever the next... Like, I feel like one game that's trying to do something unique and special in the space is Azure Premilia or whatever the fuck it is. But the reality is that even that game is basically just Genshin Impact plus Pow World, which again is something that's a little bit new, but it's not completely new. And, you know, Tower Fantasy, I don't know. I don't think anyone really plays that one anymore. Genshin just copied Breath of the Wild. Well, they copied Breath of the Wild in some ways, like the aesthetic and everything, but they didn't really copy a lot of the like combat design as far as I know, and like the element design and everything like that. What about Honkai Star Rail then? I feel like before Honkai Star Rail, there was not a very good turn-based gacha game that was visually appealing. Like, I watched a lot of the other turn-based games, and I thought that they looked like literal fucking garbage. Dog shit. I would have never played them. I had such a bad opinion of it that the only reason why I took my first sponsorship for playing Honkai Star Rail is because I thought it was Honkai Impact 3rd, and I had heard that game was like Tower of Fantasy, and I had played Tower of Fantasy. If I had known that it was a turn-based game, I probably would have saved like $10,000, right? Like, let's fucking be honest. So, yeah, that's the reason why. And so, yeah, I feel like all of those games are garbage, and Honkai Star Rail is very popular because it brings out content a lot, and it has visually appealing design, and also the gameplay and the combat looks great. It looks so much better. Like, I'll watch, like, Lucari and some of these other guys play these other gacha games that are turn-based. Holy fuck, what a bunch of fucking garbage. Who the fuck? You telling me people spend money on this shit? Oh my God, spend money not to even have to play it. I can't even believe it. Like, what are you doing with your life? It's like, just pay somebody to kick you in the balls. It'll be easier. I can't even believe this. What are you doing? How much money has this been? Honkai Star Rail has good mechanics. It drives me crazy. And so, yes, I don't think that, I do think that MiHoYo is probably afraid of Wuthering Waves. Absolutely. Because Wuthering Waves will 100% bring in a huge deluge of players that are disaffected Genshin Impact enjoyers. But look at what this gameplay is. I don't know if anybody's really been paying attention, right? But like, this gameplay is basically going from floor to floor or room to room into these
this gameplay does not look good
levels, and then just doing combat. It's boring. It's fucking boring. And I will play this game on release, and I think that I will probably enjoy the game. But I enjoy World of Warcraft, and that's probably boring too for a lot of people. So yeah, it's dated mobile design. Yeah, I feel like this game, if this was the game they made instead of Genshin Impact in 2020, I don't think that we would know their name. Like, if that makes sense. Like, Genshin Impact was so groundbreaking because it was such a great game. And it is such a great game. Like, it plays, and whenever I say it's such a great game, I'm not talking about the monetization. I'm talking about the fact that it plays extremely well. A game that plays well is more important than anything else. And it looks good. You can play it on mobile. You've got these cool characters. Everything fits together so well. It's got a story. It's got all these new and interesting designs. And I also want to say, Zenless Zone Zero character design is so much better than Wuthering Waves. I'm not sure. I feel like the only company that can make designs as good as Hoyoverse or like MiHoYo are the people that make Fate Grand Order. Like, they can do it, and then maybe Azur Lane. Maybe, but like, even not even them. I feel like MiHoYo just completely fucking clears them, and it's not even remotely close. Like, if you go and you look at, Robin's banner, and you look at her character, can I zoom in on this? I can't, for whatever fucking reason. Well, anyway, the character design for these characters is just so immaculate. It's so well done. It's genuinely impressive how good their character design is. And I think that's something that very, very few companies are able to replicate. And the reason why that matters is because if you look at the subreddits for gacha games, it's just a bunch of fucking simps posting fan art of the girls that they wish that they were in a relationship with. Look at this. I guess this is the Stellaron Hunters, Kafka, Blade, and Silverwolf, and I don't know who the fuck that is. Look at this. Yeah, they're down bad. It's all down bad.
True.
Sam? Oh, right, of course. And I forgot all about that. I forgot about that little nuance. It didn't really make sense to me. Look at Sparkle. Well, let me see if I can show you guys. Very, very worried opening this up on stream, but I'm just going to do it. And let's see. Can I get a good image of the character? How about this one right here? This character is so well designed. It is such an incredibly well-designed character. It is fucking insane. It's so good. Look at that. It's very pretty. Yes, this is so appealing. It's so good. Even Fujuan has great design. It does. And, like, I don't really, like, I mean, yeah, she's nice and cute, but she's not really my type in that way, right? But I can still respect this is a really, really well-designed character. It is amazing. It's a cartoon? Yeah, sure. But anyway, it's never stopped me before. So the point is that I don't think that Zenless Zone Zero is that good. Personally, I think it's like a little bit below. But I think that Wuthering Waves is farther below. Way farther below. I was actually talking to Tectone about this today. Big surprise. I will say that Wuthering Waves has better male character design than any Hoyoverse game. Like Carchalo, I think that's his name, and Jinyan or whatever from Wuthering Waves, completely fucking clear Blade. I'm sorry. I have Blade. I think he's great, but no, bro, completely fucking clears him. It's not even close. Yeah, Carchalo, I think that's the name. And so anyway, it's not like it doesn't have anything, but let's also keep in mind, having a male character in a gacha game, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares.
Yeah, people play gacha games
matter,
for the booba.
Right? It's completely fucking irrelevant. What matters is the girls. Look at all these pictures. Look, it's girl. Like, let's just go down. Let's go down the list. Guy, girl, guy and girl, girl. And I guess it's because of the new release, right? To be fair, 3 girls, 1 guy, 2 girls, 3 girls, 2 guys. To be fair, a guy. Okay, a girl, and then 1 more. Let's go to 1 more. Oh, another girl. It's primarily girls. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And so that's just the way it is. I think the gacha community girls care. Yeah, they care a lot, and they care about looking at other girls. And so that's the way it works. I don't think that MiHoYo is really that scared of Wuthering Waves. I don't think so. I don't. We'll wait and see, but I don't think Wuthering Waves, I don't know if it can compete against Genshin Impact. And if I had to guess, I think that it will, and Wuthering Waves will be better for more hardcore players in the same way that Punishing Grey Raven was. But I don't think that it's going to hit even 20% of the appeal of Genshin Impact. That's my opinion. Thanks for covering my video. Hey, thanks for making it, man. You bring up some good points. Yeah, playing Hades 2 next week? Yeah, I hopefully will. Not really compete to it, but definitely give presents to them. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have an audience, definitely. There are gacha games designed for Coomer girls. Yeah, but a lot of Coomer girls also like Coomer girl characters. I don't know how this happens.
Not wrong.
But somehow that's the way it is. Yen Lin is fine. Yeah, she's the one that has like the like the straight hair with like the boobs and like the green shirt, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that she's the hottest one. Fucking by far, by the way. It's not even close. And yeah, of course. But in general, I just don't think it's anywhere close to Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, it's not. So yeah, that's what my perspective is on it. I know obviously a lot of people have opinions on this kind of stuff, but that's kind of the way that I feel, at least.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, that was a bit of a long one. Why is my browser being so damn slow? Especially YouTube. What is this shit? Oh my god. Oh, is it the thing with the... so that's finally affecting me. So there's this thing that YouTube has been doing, which is basically anyone with an ad blocker, they make it insufferable to browse YouTube. Why? Because they can. Because they're all a bunch of dickbags who hate fun. Yes, I get that they have to, like, make money, but, like, at the same time, you don't have to inconvenience literally everyone to do it. Ad blockers exist for a reason. New rap video. Can I add that to watch later? I can't. Oh my god. Where's the rap video in this? There it is. And to watch later. There we go. Remove watched videos. There we go. All right. Let's swap these around a bit. Up, 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 up. Up, up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rep here. So welcome back to another edition of Community Notes Violating People. This is becoming a monthly segment on this channel where we look at the community note system on Twitter.
Heck yeah, let's go.
It is a communal fact-check system where qualified users can leave notes under tweets, providing additional information about the subject of the tweet, dispelling misinformation, and other things like that. It is a generally very useful tool, but it also leads to some very funny results and people getting exposed for trying to spread lies. Now, before we get into today's examples, I'm going to provide you guys with another very useful tool, thanks to the sponsor of today's video. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the GigaChads at Factor have returned to sponsor this video. Get 50% off, 20% off your next month of orders using my link, off your next month of orders. Welcome back, guys. So typically when it comes to community notes, they're very straightforward. Like this one, for example, where the note is explaining the very confusing concept of how an actor would look older as time passes on. However, this other situation and accompanying note we're going to look at is a bit more complicated and has some context that needs to be explained. So the other day, a YouTuber made a video called Everything Wrong with VTubers, listing out the reasons and the issues they have with the VTubing scene generally. And this would cause a lot of controversy because of the first minute of that video, which was also shared in this teaser video that they released promoting the video onto Twitter. Now, what went wrong? Well, in the beginning, they tried to frame a bunch of VTubers, including Hololive members, specifically Japanese Hololive members, as racist for what they are trying to frame as them saying
sorry, what?
Now, this would be hit with a note dispelling a lot of this. So first of all, one of the examples included a VTuber singing karaoke while reading the lyrics, and that's when she said it and then immediately apologized for it. Worse yet, included were a bunch of clips of Japanese VTubers repeating the word as a character in GTA said. So they were simply repeating a line in English they did not understand. And then the most egregious example was one clip where basically he was trying to frame a Japanese term that sounds like the N-word in English as them actually saying the N-word. And making it even worse, it appears that those clips and the way that they said the word was shortened to make it sound even more like they were saying the N-word in English, when in reality they were saying a simple, inoffensive Japanese term. Now, there were other big issues with this video. At one point, he mentions how horrible it is that people were sharing the personal information, former friends were sharing personal information of the VTuber Kenji, and how terrible that was. But then, in this first section of the video, literally 10 seconds in, they share an uncensored shot of a VTuber's real-life face, an agency VTuber's real-life face from their past life account that has no association with their current activities. Now, when we get to a subject like this, as always, I have to make it very clear, I do not want anyone going out and trying to find this related clip and to also mention this VTuber by name in the comment section. All you need to know is that this was something that was completely wrong. This was a violation of their privacy and something that is a big no-no in the VTubing scene and had no
absolutely
other
a big no-no
other than to spite the person in question. Again, please do not mention this person out of respect for them, but that is the context as to what happened. And initially, when they were criticized for including that in the teaser video on not only Twitter but in the video itself, they mocked all the calls for them to apologize. In fact, they would double, triple, and quadruple down in a series of non-apology apology videos where they would say it was no big deal and that they stood by what they did. However, eventually the teaser image would be deleted and the portion of the video that contained this section would be edited out by the uploader. So that is one of the reasons I feel comfortable talking about this in the first place, because these related videos have been edited or completely removed from Twitter. But as you can see in this now deleted post as well, that this person who made this video is in no way sorry for what they did, which is absolutely ridiculous. You know that they are definitely not sorry for what they did. They are just trying to cover their own ass and delete some tweets and edit things out, because they should be much more worried about Cover Corp, because a lot of people reported that clip and the video to Cover Corp. And yeah, I'd be a lot less concerned about your fragile pride on Twitter and your refusal to apologize. And I'd be much more worried about what Cover Corp is doing, especially when you make it very clear that you had the full intent to do what you did on multiple levels, by the way, that would offend some of the reputations of these Hololive VTubers. But yeah, I'd be much more worried about that. But that is the situation for now. So what were we doing again? Oh yeah, community notes violating people. So let's get back to the usual format of this video. So here is the first note. Speaking of framing people as racist when they're not. So we have this clip that got a lot of attention where this person said, "White people always messing with other people's culture," referring to this girl right here
saw that
doing
image.
this dance. So you can see the note. It says, in the video, this girl is a Swedish Indonesian dancer who lives in Bali and speaks the local language fluently. She is here performing Legong, a style of Balinese dance characterized by exaggerated hand movements and facial expressions, which was a big issue with the people replying to this. They were making fun of the faces that she was making, claiming that she was ugly and that she was disrespecting their culture. However, the facial expressions are a part of this dance. So unwittingly, these people were actually insulting the culture
right,
by
Sadra?
going after this girl who was actually respecting and appreciating that culture. Now, moving on to the next tweet, we see an example like this in every segment we do about community notes violating people. It's an example of an animal being hurt or put in a dangerous situation, and it's framed as something cute. You can see this tweet saying, "Stingrays like to be tickled, apparently." And you can see that the stingray's smiling, guys. It's loving it. No, it's not. It says in the note here, "The stingray is suffocating and is not enjoying being tickled." Yes, again, very weird that people keep framing things like this, but I'm glad the notes are catching on to this once again. Here's another common theme we see in these types of videos, where this tweet claims, "Riley Gaines is a man," And the note says, Riley Gaines is a woman, an adult human female. The way that Twitter is trying to gaslight people into thinking that liking any woman with a tint of tone to their muscle is somehow wrong or gay or weird, or it makes this person not a woman. It's very strange how common this is on Twitter,
True.
but I'm glad
Very strange.
that the notes are continuing to shut down this weird attack on many different people in this scenario, mainly this woman who's being randomly attacked by someone for absolutely no reason. The simple crime of, I guess, being in shape. But moving on to the next note from creepy.org, Lockheed scientist Boyd Bushman shows a series of photographs of an alleged alien being before his death. And the note says the alien was an exact match to a plastic alien toy which was being sold at Walmart.
Right,
prior
Sadra?
to the interview.
Right?
Yes. Another note for creepy.org. They are trying to basically stack it up. I think they're going for the world record of community notes on their account. But moving on to the next one, this one says, the NFL draft is a lot like a slave auction, except the slaves aren't working for free. Where the note says, slaves are involuntarily held against their will, forced to work by threat of violence. The NFL players are voluntarily engaging in their chosen profession, and they can quit at any time. And also, they make very good money in the process, and what they do with that money is up to them. But
True.
to compare the NFL draft to the slave trade is insane. An insane thing, and I'm glad, once again, the notes are shutting it down. But moving on to some game journalists. So, Games Radar here, reporting that Helldivers 2 is the best RPG of 2024. Do you agree? Well, the note does not agree. It says, Helldivers 2 is a PvE squad-based shooter, not an RPG. And
If you want to be technical about it, RPG literally just means role-playing game. While it does not align with the mechanical aspect of RPGs, you are taking a role in the game of Helldivers. You take the role of a Helldiver while you're playing the game. So very technically, it is an RPG. Would I classify it as an RPG? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you want to go by the logic of any game where you play a specific role in the game, well, that's basically every game nowadays. Halo would be considered an RPG because you take the role of Master Chief. Resident Evil would be considered an RPG because you take the role of whatever main character it is at the time. Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, etc. What are other ones? Uncharted, where you take the role of Nathan Drake. That can be considered an RPG. Tomb Raider with Lara Croft. Guess what? Exactly. You see how dumb that sounds? Just because you can call something an RPG does not mean that it has RPG-style gameplay.
Game journalists getting basic facts wrong about the topic that they're trying to cover is nothing surprising. But moving on to the next one, this says the first trailer for Barry Jenkins' live-action Lion King prequel Mufasa, The Lion King, showing the trailer here. But the note says this movie is not live action, and I think that is the least of their concerns. Look at the trailer for this on YouTube. Look at the like-dislike ratio.
Wow,
That
it's
is
almost
absolutely
like
brutal.
Disney
Looks
has
like
severely
another
fallen
upcoming
off.
Disney flop. They are really struggling with their movies right now, and it's sad to see. I just wish they would actually release something good, like for their own interest and also.
Remember the good old Disney magic? No, it's basically the equivalent of BioWare magic. Remember when that shit was going around? Yeah, not so great.
The enjoyment of everyone else. But moving on to the next note, and this is the most egregious tweet I have seen all day. Okay, so Bay Area's State of Mind says this. A groundhog named Chunk has been stealing a farmer's crop from Delaware for 4 years and eats it right in front of a surveillance camera. This is a very serious set of allegations against Chunk, okay? Chunk is
Poor
a respectable
Chunk.
member of the community, and I don't appreciate you saying these things, and I'm glad the note set the record straight. It says Chunk, the groundhog, isn't stealing. The owner planted a garden especially for Chunk and his family. And by the way, Chunk's girlfriend is called Nibbles, and they have 4 kids.
That's kind of
right,
adorable.
Take it, Bayside State of Mind. How dare you come
Yeah,
after Chunk
take
and his
that.
family. I'm glad the note shut down this slander. Moving on to the next tweet from The Economist, saying gangs are gaining ground in Latin America. This is why iron fist policies won't beat them back, where the note says El Salvador's iron fist gang crackdown led to murders dropping by 70% in 2023. Who would have thought imprisoning and punishing violent criminals would reduce violent crime? That is crazy.
Wow.
Talk right there. I can't believe
I never would have guessed.
this is happening. Moving on to the next one. This person says, did we cancel D-Day because of a little rough weather? No. Play the game. Where they're hit with a note saying D-Day was delayed by a day because of the weather. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, especially like older people on social media, try to make this claim over and over again. And just stop for your own, your own pride here. This is embarrassing to say, but also it gives me kind of the vibes of like, when like your grandparents or someone are talking about like how rough things used to be, like when they would take their old walk to school. I used to go 15 miles uphill both ways on my commute to school. Like, it's just like you could put it to rest. This is a little
yeah.
Moving on, here's another note. A tweet saying scientists at Stanford University have reconstructed this 3D model of how Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ, might have looked. And the note says this is Dua Lipa 3D model. It kind of reminds me of like that article. Like, this is what gamers will look like in 20 years. But moving on to the next one. So it says no community note. He actually did that, referring to someone saying this is not Metal Gear Rising prop. Hideo Kojima can just do that with this police car chopped in half, where the note says Hideo Kojima.
That is a really nice one.
Wow. Amazing. My mind has been blown.
Kojima Sensei is pretty goated.
From a I just noticed the at of this person. Oh my god. But they say there is no same shape. And the note says cylinder.
Whoa.
2 cylinders. It's the simpler notes that I really enjoy the most. But yeah, that's going to do it for another round of community notes violating.
Yeah, get got.
Staple in this channel, probably once a month from now on. But I hope you guys enjoyed as always, and feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. And I'll see you guys next.
Whoa, funny. Oh my god, it takes forever to pause right now. Thanks, Obama. Anyways, it's time for a break. It's break time. Break time, y'all. Burp. Anyway, back to videos. Banui, eat that flower. Thank you.
This is why we can never have nice things. Portal between New York City and Dublin.
The portal is a new $4 million taxpayer-funded
Dublin.
installation that connects Dublin to New York with a live stream feed between the two cities.
Bruh.
Got him. Yep, got him. There it is.
Nice.
Holy shit.
All right, go on. Keep going.
Come on, kitty. Little more.
No, keep going. No, keep going.
I'm a guy who loves to smile. Tickle me and I'll giggle and spit up. Play peekaboo with me and I'll laugh out loud. And you know what makes me really happy? Seeing YouTubers branch out from their normal content and do something totally different and absolutely crush it. It feels so good for the soul, honestly. Because typically when you see a YouTuber backed anything, whether it's a movie, a product, a game, whatever, the initial assumption is that it's going to be complete irredeemable dog shit. And that's because there's many, many years worth of data to pull from with YouTubers releasing trash. It's a very well-established phenomenon. It's not some kind of conspiracy theory. That's just the hard truth of it. That's the cold water. Seeing a YouTuber's stamp of approval on a product is more concerning to consumers than seeing that California Proposition 65 warning on food about like the chemicals basically being a fucking bioweapon or whatever. It's just one of those things where no one really has a good impression of YouTuber-backed anything outside of, like, their videos. So in the rare cases where they absolutely nail it, it's heart-healthy like Cheerios. But unlike Cheerios, I'm not lying when I say it really does feel good. So most notably, the one that pops into my head about a YouTube group going out and doing something very different and crushing it is Raka Raka with their
That
horror
is correct,
movie, Talk
Max.
to Me, which was an absolute smashing
Yeah, that's
success.
Charlie, also
And
known
now,
as
I'm happy
Penguin
to say
Zero,
that
aka
Video Game
Moist
Donkey
Critical.
now gets to join this exclusive club of YouTubers that have made a fucking banger outside of just normal content. So, Video Game Donkey has a publishing company called Big Mode, and they've just published their first game, Animal Well. It's a passion project that's been worked on for 7 years by a solo developer named Billy Basso, who has done the entire game himself from scratch. He designed his own engine for it as well. It's also been highly successful in terms of sales and just general reception. It has glowing reviews, just 10s and 9s out the wazoo. Everyone is gushing grannies over this game. And now, I've played the game, and I agree. It's a really, really good game. And I'm not just playing softball with it like a lot of people are speculating. There's plenty of people that don't like Donkey on Twitter who are trying to belittle this game and just saying like, oh, it's only because he's, you know, Donkey that people are being nice to it. It's actually just a totally average game. If his name wasn't attached to it, it wouldn't be doing well at all. And I really think that miserable worm Grinch energy is very misplaced in this case, because even without Donkey's name being attached to this game in any way, I still think Animal Well would be a video game darling. It's a very interesting game. It's a Metroidvania with no combat. You have to get very creative with your tools to overcome some obstacles. It's mainly puzzle solving. There are enemies, but you never actually fight them per se. And I actually think that that makes it super fucking fun to have to like outsmart everything you see on screen, including yourself, where a lot of times some of the puzzle solutions I was dreadfully overthinking on. So this is a genre that I don't even really like, by the way. I like some Metroidvanias, but on the whole, I just feel like I've kind of experienced everything the genre has to offer over the course of the fucking 29 years I've existed in this world. But somehow Animal Well still delivers something that felt truly unique and fresh. So I went into this not really knowing too much other than I probably won't like it, but I'll at least understand why others do. I'll be able to appreciate it, even though I might not enjoy it so much myself. But after streaming it last night and experiencing it, I actually really enjoyed it. This shit slaps. And like I said, I do not even really like this genre all that much. Like, I can always appreciate them, even though I myself don't find enjoyment in them, but this one, I did. I was having a lot of fun with it. It's a game that throws you into this world and tells you nothing. Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and use your noggin to crack the puzzles and progress. And even though I know that that's not exclusive to just Animal Well, it didn't reinvent the wheel of Metroidvanias or anything, the way Animal Well executes on the concept I really think is just great. If the game did suck ass, I wouldn't be shy about saying that. I think at $22, or well, $25 when it's not on sale, that's not nothing. Of course it is cheaper than most games out there, but it's still a chunk of change, so I have a feeling people that don't know about Dunkey would like to know more about the game outside of just memes and references. Like, yeah, it's of course very comparable to Halo 2 meeting Halo 3, but to really get into the meatballs of the spaghetti here, it's just a great game even if you have no fucking clue who Dunkey is or what Big Mode is. If that word means nothing to you, this is still a game that I do think is worth the $25. Now, it is a short game. It is not long by any means, but I've always been of the belief that I'd rather have like a 5-hour masterpiece experience as opposed to like a 50-hour fucking slog mostly experience. Like Starfield, for example, spending 50 hours just beating my head against a wall and doing tedious chores on barren empty planets, that's all just significantly less fun and less worth it in my eyes than paying that same price for a shorter game that keeps everything fast-paced, keeps you engaged, keeps you hooked, and having fun, as opposed to just like mind-numbing time padding. That shit I think sucks. And Animal Well, I don't think has anything that would ever be misconstrued as padding or wasteful time, anything like that. It's just such a joy to play. So I really feel like I got my money's worth out of Animal Well, and I know a lot of people have probably purchased the game just to support one of their favorite content creators, but even beyond that, I imagine they're pleasantly surprised with just how much fun the game they got is. There's nothing wrong with buying it just to support someone, but for like a general audience that doesn't know Dunkey, I do still think that this is a game they will appreciate greatly too. There's really nothing that I dislike about it. Now, that's not to say it's a perfect game, because this is not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Just fucking full stop right there. We don't need to beat around the bush here. This is a game that's not going to appeal to everyone because it is slow-paced. It is what you make of it. You're solving puzzles, and you're trying to creatively get around enemies as opposed to just fucking brutalizing them. You're not going to be stacking up corpses of all the enemies that you're killing. It's nothing really like that, and for a lot of people, that's going to be boring. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If this isn't a game that appeals to you, that's just the way that it is. I don't think that makes you wrong or anything. It's just a different taste. Like I said, I've become pretty tired of Metroidvanias on the whole, like over the last few years. This one, however, was just a surprisingly good one that really felt unlike most others that I've played before, so I've been personally really enjoying it. I never really have problems with any slow-paced games, and I think that this one offers enough new mechanics into it that really made it feel exciting for me. Like, I can't think of any other games where you have like a fucking frisbee that you can surf on and use to solve puzzles creatively, or like a bubble wand that actually has some very interesting speedrun tech to it, where you can, this I imagine is not intended, but you can actually bubble chain with it and you can solve some puzzles probably in very unintended ways. And I don't know, it's just that sense of being able to tackle new things in creative ways. It just really felt good. And I just love the way the game looks. I think most people will probably like the aesthetic of the game, and the sound too. I think most people are going to love the way the game sounds. So to me, I've really enjoyed Animal Well. I'm extremely impressed with it, and I'm very excited to see what else Big Mode will publish in the future. This is a fucking amazing start. They're out here batting 1,000 with this one. They hit a big home run. As a few others have said, it is scientifically accurate to say that Big Mode only publishes bangers. I think this game is probably the best possible start you could pray for as a publisher here, and it's a feel-good story about a developer who's put so much time and passion into this project and having it succeed. So I've really enjoyed Animal Well. It seems most people have. Again, this is still not going to be a game that's going to appeal to everyone, and I think that that's totally fine. But to those that it does appeal to, it slaps. Like, everything it aims to do, I think it does very well, and it just makes me happy seeing YouTubers be able to get behind something like this. A lot of people have credited Dunkey for making the game. He has never made that claim, as he has always said, this is Billy's game. Dunkey is the publisher behind it. And I think he's done a great job as a publisher, but it is, again, not his game. The credit for the game itself belongs solely to Billy here. I don't know how much input Dunkey and Leah have had, like, with the actual production of the game. I imagine they've had some kind of say-so and a couple of things to maybe offer suggestions, but it is still Billy's passion project, and Dunkey is the team behind it that's been able to get it out there, market it, and act as just like a really good, wholesome publisher in a world where publishers have the worst possible reputation right now, with so many of them battling for the stupidest fucking decisions over the last couple weeks even. So it's just super cool to see Big Mode succeed like this, and I'm excited to see what else comes from Big Mode. That's really about it. So yeah.
Nice. It's a red panda. It's a red panda. Oh my god, it's so fluffy. It's so fluffy. Oh my god. Pretty baby. Oh my god. Oh. Laugh, you lose.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. I was just watching this last night. Chat, what do you think the creator of Mario would say if he saw that? Do you think he would be proud? Or do you think he would say, yeah?
You like lose?
What is going on, my dudes? Welcome back to another episode of If I Laugh, the video ends. Where,
Whoa.
if I laugh, today I lose $1,000. Well, I'm gonna have 4 lives.
5
and every
months
time I
ago
laugh,
for this
I'm
video.
gonna give one person that made me laugh $250. If you guys enjoyed these videos, please subscribe, drop a like, and drop a comment with which video made you laugh, and maybe I'll give it a heart.
Yay.
I'm here to see my gynecologist.
Oh, hell no!
I see.
Bro, the added cheering and whistling effects. Oh, man.
Bruh. It actually, like, flashbanged his entire stream.
Right. Okay. Hey, guys.
Oh, rest in peace, Markiplier.
Oh, well, next video.
That one time Joe was in that new Sonic game. I'm hanging on to the other side. I won't give up till the end of it.
Joe can sing. Oh, damn.
Bro.
Yeah, that's peak Sonic right there. Or Joe. Who is Joe? Let me know down in the comments.
I'll just go retrieve my hat.
What the heck? I was out of nowhere.
I could do, like Family Guy cutaways in real life. Be like, oh, this reminds me of that time that I did this thing and that thing. And then you like a little like bubble comes up and like some crazy thing happens where like I'm getting crazy with Mario on the bed or something. Editor, don't.
Nice.
Editor, put a different memory in. Don't put that one. Don't put that one in it. Actually.
Dad, can I meet up with my friends today, please?
Horse penis and balls.
Why does that always crack him up? Why? No, Jimmy, no.
Okay. Chat, that's 1 life minus $250.
Say when. Never, John. Bury me in
Elephant green screen effect.
What the heck? What the heck?
All right, who wants to get tickets for the Garfield movie now? Me! We have to stop letting Chris Pratt
take over every single animated character. He's just gonna keep collecting them all until it's too late.
Another day,
Not wrong.
another victory for the OG. Taking down the sweats. The imposters among us.
Oh, shoot.
Bruh.
Why did he say the imposters among us? And then pull off the sickest
Yeah, that was
accidental
pretty sus.
self-kill I've ever seen. Wait, maybe he was the imposter the whole time.
Bro.
How do you
Nice parry.
What? That's great. That might be the craziest thing I've seen all day. But you know what's actually crazier than that?
Today's sponsor.
If you came over and watched the here, the description.
Yeah, there's the sponsor.
After all,
Are you awake?
what is What is this
Hooray!
from? Oh, Loki.
Oh, is that from season 2? I still haven't watched that yet. Yeah, I haven't
Well,
watched
he
season
is
2
the,
yet.
Wait, what is Loki? What is Loki the god of? He is the god of mischief, after all, chap. He is.
Write that down.
He is.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey, babe. Hey. Why are you awake?
I peed the bed a little.
You pissed in the sheets?
I don't like this video.
Like, just now?
No, it was like a few minutes ago, you know. But it's like, what the?
No. No, thank you. Prop hunt.
Mood. I know that feel.
How did you manage to squeeze 2 memes into the same video? You did great. Editor, here's a challenge for you. Turn me into the Roblox face.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
Hello, Mario.
What?
I forgot that's where it spawned in from. I forgot that's the clip.
I'm SpongeBob.
I'm SpongeBob. Do not put this in the laugh you lose. If you try to put this
what
in
the
laugh you
Sigma?
lose, I will find you. That is true.
Nice. He got.
Frick you. No, the burrito is not back in town.
Needs more burrito.
Okay. Okay. I was just watching this last night.
Oh no!
Bro.
Chat, what do you think the creator of Mario would say if he saw that? Do you think he would regret everything? Do you think he would be proud?
I think he'd be
Or do you
incredibly
think he would say,
disappointed.
I would not go in the woman door because I'm afraid of women.
I see.
I'm going in that door. I will go to the hog rider door.
実際こっちの方がいいと思うんだけど、まあそれかこっちだよね。こっちの方がぶっちゃけ無難っちゃ無難なんだよね。あ、ちょっとごめん。あ、もしもしお世話になってます。
I think if this happened to me, I would shit myself.
How long does it take him to realize? Wow. That was like a good 15, 20 seconds.
You know.
Just like, wait a second.
A rational response. Why does
That is
have to
not
happen?
rational.
Like, I know there's like a scientific thing or whatever, but like, come on, man. Cup should just not do that. It's pretty rude.
X marks the spot. So dig where the X is, lads. Aye.
Oh!
Right, lads. Time to dig that treasure. Lads.
The title of that video was "When Your Booty Gets Plundered." I have never
Hey,
wanted to be a
yo.
pirate more than I do now. I don't think anyone has ever looked cooler falling off of a stage. Do they really have a skill?
Bro. Jimmy,
Do they
no.
really have a skeleton skin in Fortnite? Somebody said skull issue, and I just want to give props to that because that actually is a +2 moment. Oh no.
Throw it against the wall. Bounce, 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 bounce. Tennis ball, throw it against the wall.
Come on, Ted 2.
Tennis ball, throw it against
Maybe it's the good ending.
Helps me forget about my cancer.
That's not the good ending.
It's not.
Well,
It's not.
Walmart.
At least they
What do
have
you
low
mean?
prices at Walmart, right, guys? Bam.
Man is the most dangerous prisoner in the UK.
Well, no shit.
He is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. If this video gets 100,000 likes, I will do a You Laugh You Lose wearing an inflatable Eggman costume. I'll do it. 100,000 likes. Your time is now.
Oh.
Okay. You can calculate your shot?
Oh.
Calculated. See, the thing is, he wasn't even going for the
Ah.
He was trying to destroy that pot. This is the worst. This is the worst. It's so bad. Oh, what is even that, man? No.
No.
How?
Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, thank God it didn't go into the audience. What? What was that?
Bruh.
What the hell, man? Wait, that's where that video from earlier was. Why was it Anal Street? Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I think it might be time to move.
Demonio, no vendí ni una galleta. Matanga.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
I'm good.
Huh?
She almost killed me same PlayStation twice. So close.
Wait for it.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit. It ain't going out. Firecracker.
What the hell is the matter with you?
I thought it would go out.
You did that in the house?
Yeah.
You're an asshole.
Okay.
Wow. The accents made it all the much better.
Just accepted it, man.
Holy crap, that was funny.
Down the drain.
What the fuck, dude? Oh, wait.
That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Why you give him +2? What? Oh, chat. Look, dude. When is gonna be my time to shine? When is going to be my +2 moment? I was going through the drive-thru the other day with Bryce, and I'm sitting there trying to like order my food, and bro goes, "Yeah, do you all got soup? Yeah, can we get soup?" We were at Whataburger.
Bruh.
And I'm trying to order, and he just, yeah, and soup. They definitely spit in our food, man. Don't walk, run to your microwave. Can you build my whistle, baby? What is, dude? I keep seeing this video. Why?
This
nice
is the Carolina Reaper chili. It's the world's hottest chili, and I'm wearing gloves right now.
No, he's gonna touch his eye, isn't
From
he?
these seeds right here. Now, I just came back from Beast, where they held Melbourne's annual chili eating competition.
Don't do it. No, he did it. No. It was at this moment that he knew. He hecked up. No 7 days
Bro,
yet,
at that
lol,
point,
or
I'm
did
just
I
gonna
miss
dip
it?
my whole head in a bucket of
I didn't
milk.
play
I've
any
done that
7
already
days
before
today.
for the milking stream, but I would do it again.
I will admit, I actually have also touched my eye before after handling peppers. Yeah. 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 It's not great. Very much not great.
What? No. No.
No.
Sprayed it with the sad juice.
Definitely went to a restaurant.
Why so many? You know,
What the hell?
My fears to be going down a water park slide and then have someone be coming the other way at me. Like, that's terrifying. Because then you're just stuck in the tube with them.
Also, Pyre, if you're waiting for 7 days, version 1, the release version, is not out yet. There are like preview stuff things, I think. And I know that on Twitter, they were going to be like, hey, we want to get some streamers to like partner with us or whatever for release and stuff. But yeah, it's not quite out yet. I don't remember what the release date is, so
January 2nd.
Boo,
The
boo, doo,
invasion.
boo, 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 doo, boo, 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 boo.
You gotta
Oh.
Sick.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Aw, that was cute.
Whatever. but
Little
you're a
crab is
creature.
just waving. I see.
Not today. Not today.
Not today. Oh. God, that's so funny every time.
Why is Prop Hunt so funny?
Oh man.
Yeah. Do you do any tricks?
I spend a lot of money on stupid
Oh
Pokemon
no.
stuff, but I saw this video and I knew
No.
what needed to be done.
No.
I am the new owner of
Purple Cliff, no.
No.
$100.
If I didn't already put a like goal in this video, I would say we could get matching ones.
Oh.
If this video gets 100,000 likes, I also get a matching Charizard outfit and surprise Purple Cliff with it.
Hey yo. Oh. Bruh.
Deserved.
I feel like
Hey,
they
listen,
should have QA'd
If you
that.
can't dance and stay up on the counter, you deserve to fall up, man.
The hell?
How do you manage to fall like a cartoon character like that?
They've barred the gates! Use the battering ram!
I see. Yes. Hamter.
No matter what kind of gate it is, get knocked down. Oh my god. No, not Gigafart. That shit would probably be super effective against me, man.
Bruh.
Damn,
I don't think he's
Purple Cliff
okay.
and meme edits are kind of crazy. Step up your game, guys.
Yeah,
I need
guys.
you to spin me around the earth and make me explode too, or something.
I need you to spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round.
Thing. Are they just eating chips together? Oh.
Nice. Yo, now I want popcorn.
So I just gotta hold still? Is that what I gotta do?
Stop requesting you. Stop.
Espuma. Oh. What the heck?
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello there.
Some good TikTok content. Flapjack, holy crap. Time to put these bad boys into sport mode. That guy's gonna regret what he's done. He didn't notice.
Wearing Crocs without socks is awful, man. But sport mode is nice. Bro, this guy is unironically going to have a brain aneurysm if he keeps doing this shit, man. Why does he have to smile like that?
That's pretty creepy. Kitty! Look at that little loaf.
Bro, that is too far.
What's up, bro? Damn, man, you like that hot shit, don't you?
It makes my booty hole itch, but I like it.
I mean,
nice.
He's just saying, you know, he's just saying what comes to mind.
This is a Super Mario 3D World speedrun, but if I see Mario, I have to.
That doesn't make any sense. How do you speedrun
Right.
a Mario game if you have to recently see Mario?
You do that shit, bro.
They said my big ass thumb.
I fucked that. Bro, damn.
I know that feel too well. The stutter is real, my dude.
Oh my god, it's Albert Einstein. It's Albert Einstein. Oh my god, it's Albert Einstein. Oh my god. Dude, you're Albert Einstein.
I'm sorry, what do you want?
You're Albert Einstein.
Okay.
Einstein, oh my god, man.
Bro is like an NPC. What the hell? Okay, he just accepted it. He was like, yes, I am. They did pop off, not gonna lie. But here's the it wasn't they like the before they were British, but now that they weren't. It's basically just the British fighting the British. So, you know.
Dude was like, the British are coming, the British are coming. I'm over here just like, oh, I hope y'all have a lot of towels. Anyways.
Hang on. Okay. Congratulations if that was your video. You just won the final $250.
250 bones. Kitty. Oh my god. That's some loud snoring. Holy crap. Aw, poor kitty. Poor little kitty. That's adorable, but like, might wanna take your cat to the vet. See if that's normal.
I'm missing WoW was just a game. I'm missing WoW was
Wait,
like
WoW's a game?
and
No
I played it
way.
a lot.
I miss when World of Warcraft was just a game to me. In fact, I missed when most games were just games. I was reminded of this last night while
Whoa. Games are games? Nah, fam, that can't be real. That can't be real.
64, an old Nintendo 64 game. There's barely any direction, there's no objectives, and there's a ton of rooms and corridors and hallways that just lead nowhere. It annoyed me at first. I would say stuff like, why would the developers put that there if it has no purpose? Or I'd say something like, that's bad game design. But then I did some reflection. There was a day before good game design, when games weren't designed to keep you engaged, or keep your dopamine levels high, or give you constant breadcrumb rewards.
This isn't true. For example, Mortal Kombat 2 was explicitly designed for the characters to effectively aimbot you in the arcades because it would result in the higher amount of money, and the dopamine reward structure was like being min-maxed even then. So this is not true. Anyway.
There was a day when they were just games, to play without purpose just for fun. almost like playing pretend when you were a kid. So why did the developers put that empty hallway there? Well, because someone may just want to explore around for fun.
Yeah.
How about that? Playing a game for the
Pretty
fun
much.
of it. I used
Wait,
to feel the
hold
same-
on. Games are supposed to be fun? No. No, never. Never. Nah. That doesn't happen.
way about World of
This
Warcraft.
is a very good point he's bringing up. Even though the arcade point isn't very good, his overall perspective is, and I completely agree with him. A lot of video games now, people focus too much on trying to finish the game rather than play the game.
Thank you for the
And I think
head.
that the process of that has made games worse. I think that the
I
reasons
agree,
for
actually.
it are primarily because people have more games now, so there's a lot more competition for your time and attention. And then the other big reason for it is like YouTube and video guides and streaming that collectively increases the player's knowledge of playing games. So doing what's the meta in a game now is like the norm, rather than back in the day, that wasn't the norm.
Warcraft. Nowadays, I care about item levels, I care about rating, I care about new content and the best talent builds and the top classes and the top specs and the next patch and the buffs and the nerfs.
I never gave a shit about any of that.
Why you care about that is because you're playing retail WoW, and if you don't care about it, you're going to die, and people won't want to play with you because the raids are really hard. So a lot of older games, like you have some games that were really hard, but a lot of older games are actually pretty easy. And the reason why they're pretty easy is that they don't need to be min-maxed.
Blizzard seems to have adapted to this style of
Man,
thinking,
max
making
these
every
nuts.
new zone and raid high octane and high priority in the storyline. There's no time
How
anymore
is this
to
bullshit?
just relax and play.
Yeah.
But it wasn't always like this. When I first started playing World of Warcraft in 2006, I was a dwarf warrior and I had no clue what I was doing. But I didn't know.
I think this is also a bad argument. The reason why I think this is a bad argument is because if you look at the way that Classic WoW in 2019 was approached, and also if you look at the way that Season of Discovery was approached, both of those different games were approached completely from the perspective of min-maxing. So if you look at your experience playing the game in like 2006, that's not going to be accurate whenever you're judging it versus a game's quality nowadays. I think this is a completely community and player-based driven issue. And obviously, game design does make it easier to do. But at the end of the day, you know, you can never step into the same river twice. And I think that's really what happened here, more than anything. That's not his point. That is completely his point.
One thing.
Let
I
me
loved-
listen.
But it wasn't always like this. When I first started playing World of Warcraft in 2006, I was a dwarf warrior and I had no clue
Yeah,
what
this is just like, all I'm saying is like, this is like another nostalgia thing where it's like, yeah, of course that's the way you're going to feel because you were a kid then and the world was totally different.
I wasn't a kid.
Like,
I was a teenager. So I was a
doing,
kid.
But I didn't know one thing. I loved being engrossed in the world. I would go into
Well,
every
actually,
building in
when did I start playing WoW? When was the first time I played WoW? Probably like... I didn't really get into WoW until around Burning Crusade. And as well as Wrath of the Lich King. I think that was 2011 when I was really into it. Maybe 2010. Probably 2009 at the earliest. So, yeah, I was in my 20s. I was probably like, what, 22 by then, I think. Howdy, Smanums, how you doing?
Ironforge just to look around and think how cool it might be to just hang out here with friends and talk.
I didn't really look around all that much. My reasoning is because, well, you go in one of these houses and they all basically look
Not
the same.
questing, not leveling, not gearing, just hanging out in a cool secluded place in Ironforge talking about life. Same thing for this random building in Orgrimmar.
I remember back whenever my friends were doing that. I was out there in the Arathi Highlands and I was fucking grinding. I was grinding every day. Bro, I was getting down to 20% health, having to eat after every single cat that I killed. And I was out there leveling the entire time. And you know what that came to? I got 60 in vanilla and I got my epic mount. And most of my friends never even hit 60.
I don't see a problem with that.
I was always a fucking no-lifer and like a min-maxer, even back then. It was just harder to do, so you didn't have as much resources for it.
I barely made it to level 20 on that first character, but I probably explored most of the entire world map, and I can still remember the awe I felt when I accidentally stumbled into the burning steps by walking through the broken gate in the north of Red Ridge Mountains.
It was all worth it.
I arrived in Fire and Brimstone. Seeing the blackened, smoky sky and the lava pouring from the mountains was amazing, and seeing the creatures and dragons that roam the land made me excited to eventually come back and quest here, which I never did. Oops. But I do still remember that feeling, the wonder and the awe at every zone and every turn. And now I'm so familiar with every zone that I gotta admit I'm pretty killer at WoW GeoGuessr. So that begs the question, is this just a nostalgia thing? And I don't think so, as Classic WoW and Season of Discovery in particular still have their moments of invoking wonder in me more so than modern WoW. And I think
it's both. I think he does bring up a good point, and if you look at the way that original Classic WoW zones are designed, and I think Dragonflight kind of went a little bit back to this, which was a good thing, is that I think Legion was the pinnacle of it being the opposite, where a lot of areas in Classic WoW don't really need to exist, and they're just there for creating a sense of perspective in the game and making the game feel like a world. And if you compare that to like Legion or BFA, where every single object in every single area in the game has 6 different quests and 2 different collectibles associated with it, it feels like the entire game is more of a theme park, and you're not really playing a authentic, organic game, and you're not really in a world.
What it comes down to is the idea of a game being just that.
It's very cramped, yes.
The process of not needing to follow an ideology of good game design, or retention practices, or meaningful progression systems, or balance.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that everybody cares about that, and I think they did even in Classic WoW. The idea that Classic WoW didn't have any of those focuses is crazy. If you listen to even the developers or the designers talk about Classic WoW, like John Statz or Kevin Jordan, like they said that they designed it with a lot of those things in mind. It's just that the philosophies and the psychology that they used was less obvious because they were better game designers. That's really the difference. I think this is the same thing as, like, remember what we were talking about with like good CGI, where like you don't notice good CGI because it's supposed to be invisible. Well, I don't think you notice good game design because it's also supposed to be invisible.
Many empty buildings in each capital city, I feel the echoes of players and guilds that came before and probably hung out within their walls chatting in-game rather than using something like Discord to do voice chat. And even beyond...
But that's just, again, like, that is something that is a product of its time. Like, the reason why people didn't use Discord in 2006 is because Discord didn't exist. If we
didn't even have Skype back then.
Everybody would have been using Discord back then.
That was the next closest thing.
There are empty vistas in areas of the game that some may consider useless or poorly designed that were really just there to add flavor for those who wanted it. And even endgame raids in Classic WoW like Molten Core didn't feel as immediately pressing to complete as soon as you could. I mean, there wasn't always a world-ending catastrophe just on the other side if you didn't hurry up and progress through the raid. In modern WoW, there is a greater emphasis on the critical path and on progression for the sake of story, and in a sense, I get it. You have to keep the players in...
This is a good point that he's making. I agree with this. I think that right now, like, retail WoW forces you too much towards the end game, and it's too much of a forced experience.
You have to keep the stakeholders happy, and you need to constantly have high stakes. Unfortunately, Blizzard already crossed the border of highest stakes of all time with the Shadowlands expansion and the universe-ending Jailer. I mean, how can you create another engaging story without putting the universe at stake again? But that's just the point for me. I don't want another universe-ending, world-ending, or even continent-ending storyline.
People say this, but I don't think that it's entirely true. And a good example of it is Dragonflight. A lot of the Dragonflight storylines aren't of the same scope and scale that previous expansions were, and I don't think people like those either. After thinking back on the games, and like, for example, other similar games like Lost Ark or like Final Fantasy XIV, I think the real problem is that the stories just simply aren't told well. Like, for example, at the end of Legion, whenever we literally imprison a god who is larger than an entire world that stabs a gigantic sword, intergalactic sword, into the planet before he gets sucked into a pantheon with his other gods, that was fucking awesome. That was insanely cool. And it was also really cool to have something small like Edwin Van Cleef and the Defias Brotherhood. So I don't think that it's the scale of the story that's bad. It's the way that it's told.
line. I want a lived-in world with smaller, more meaningful bite-sized stories
What
that
sort?
are fun
Yeah.
to explore. I don't want a fresh new continent where it feels like nobody's ever been there before. I want to feel as if I'm part of the world again, not the champion of Azeroth. I want to walk around.
That's a
and
good point, and I actually really don't like the Champion of Azeroth stuff either. I also don't think that this kills the story because Final Fantasy proves that it doesn't. But I think that it creates an RP for your character. I think a lot of people play role-playing games and they do RP, but they're not RPing 10 out of 10. It's not like I am, you know, like fucking Orc Slayer and, you know, I come from Durotar. It's more like I'm kind of going to act a little bit different whenever I play this game, and there's a degree of escapism that I go into whenever I play the game. And I think that's really what happens with a lot of people. And I think that every time that the game defines your character's actions and tells you what your character is, it directly contradicts what a person's own headcanon is for their own design and for their own character.
explore the corners of each zone and building. Not
Like, for example, you can't just be a what do you call it? You can't just be a vagrant whenever every single NPC refers to you as champion. You see what I'm saying?
Of Azeroth. I want to walk around and explore the corners of each zone and building, not for a reward or a secret, but for the fun of it. But the gaming landscape has changed. We don't need to talk using in-game chat anymore.
True.
Discord has a great interface, a bunch of communities, and it's easier than ever to voice chat with your friends. Back in the day, having a TeamSpeak or Vent server was a big deal, and having good enough internet.
And there's another component to this too, is that one of the reasons why people use secondary chat services is because they don't want to get banned. Like, if I say fuck or something like that or shit in Warcraft, I can get banned in the game for that. Well, why would I want to use that chat service? Like, think about it from like just a simple service perspective. Why would I want to use a service that if I say something like this, I get banned? No shit. Well, like, what I'm saying is that logically, then wouldn't you want to use another service that you don't risk your account to use? Of course you would. Any logical person would.
At the same time
True.
as playing World of Warcraft was an even bigger deal. Stereotypically nowadays, gamers
Yeah,
are
that's
presented
absolutely
as these
true.
nitro-fueled, energy drink-chugging, RGB lighting, enthralled adult children. And to pander to that stereotype,
Well-
we need flashy games that pack a punch, and better pack one quick before your captive audience chooses one of a million other games promising
Yeah.
the same thing. But there's another catch. They're all promising
I remember
the
that
same
place.
thing.
That
How
place
awesome would it be
sucked.
to finally have a World of Warcraft expansion or experience with a slower pace, a chiller vibe, and some good old fun exploration? And no, I'm not talking about the cozy game genre, which, side note, it's probably growing fast because more people are wanting that type of vibe, but I don't want WoW to be a farming sim or an idle game. I would want the upcoming WoW expansions to feel like classic WoW and Season of Discovery in their pacing. Slowed down, less high stakes, less flashy lights, less progression systems, with more corners to explore, whether they're empty or not.
I think that they did that with Dragonflight. Am I crazy to think that that was kind of what the goal was with Dragonflight? From like a story perspective, Dragonflight wasn't really compelling to me at all. Like, I'm going to be honest, it really wasn't. It was kind of boring. But I don't think that it wasn't... It's not because of the scale of the story. It's about the way the story's told. And like the characters, I didn't give a shit about the characters. It was just lame.
I don't have a proposed solution, and I'm not saying by any means I hate World of Warcraft now or that I'm quitting retail. No, none of that. I just wanted to throw my hat and my feelings into the ring, and I'm sure some of you out there would feel the same. I still like to just sit on the cliffs of
Foundation?
Thunderbluff
Yeah, I
and
think so
look
too.
out on Mulgore. I still like to hear the music of Elwyn Forest and Stormwind as I'm strolling through. And sometimes, even as a heroic raider in Dragonflight, I still like to RP walk. And I hope that I'm not alone in saying I miss when games were games and we would play just for fun. Thanks for watching and take care.
So there's a lot to unpack here, and I think that he brings up a lot of good points, but I think that a lot of the other points that he's talking about are things that are self-imposed and self-created. So, for example, I miss whenever games were games. There's nothing that's stopping you from going to an RP server and joining an RP guild that struggles on normal mode. You don't want to do that because those people are bad at the game and they're going to waste your time. So really it's about playing with people that you have the same goals as and that have the same way of looking at things. So, for example, I talked about this a lot with Dragon's Dogma 1, where I only really began to truly enjoy the game whenever I was no longer trying to finish the game as fast as possible for, like, stream content, and I could just sit back and take in the story and go explore different areas. Now, keep in mind also that was an old game, but I felt the same way in a lot of ways with Dragon's Dogma 2 as well. I think that a lot of people play games in order to finish games because that's the way that games are provided now. There's like a billion games coming out all the time, and so you want to finish this game so you can get on to the next game. And I do think that's a bad mentality, and that's something that he's definitely right about. Another thing that I think that he's right about is, especially with Retail WoW, the difficulty level of Retail WoW in a lot of cases necessitates min-maxing. So if you had somebody who was underperforming a little bit in Molten Core, it didn't really matter that much because the raid was really easy and you had 40 people. So you could have 5 people that didn't even have their monitor turned on. It didn't matter because it was an easy raid and there weren't really that many points of failure other than like the Baron Geddon bomb or a couple of other things. But whenever you actually have a very challenging raid that requires people to play at a high level, that's whenever you see min-maxing happen even more. Like, if you go back and you look at a lot of the first kills for bosses, as bosses got harder, you started seeing more class stacking. Like, for example, Spine of Deathwing, the first kill. Or, I mean, Nefarian was like a bug in, like, a Cataclysm. But you see a lot of classes, like, for example, Cho'Gall was killed by Horde first because of how many AoE silences and AoE stuns they had. Because of a mechanic that Cho'Gall had, I think it was called Worship, it was only on Heroic. And then they would all stack up and just like instantly use that and interrupt everybody. So the harder that you make a game and the harder that you punish people for playing the game wrong, the harder people will try to not get punished. And so what happened is that as WoW got harder and harder and harder, players became necessitated to add those extra levels of complexity into the game. They got necessitated to make it more gatekeepy. Because now if somebody makes a mistake, you know, let's say somebody is, like, let's say for like Classic WoW, you need at least a 3 out of 10 player in order for a raid to be successful. And in Season of Discovery, you need, let's say, a 4 or a 5 out of 10 player in order for a raid to be successful. Well, if you're doing a heroic raid in Dragonflight, you probably need a 6 or a 7. Well, there's a lot less 6s and 7s. So it's harder to get up to that level, and it's harder to be able to beat the game that way. Especially whenever you have smaller raid sizes, because smaller raid sizes make it to where each individual player's contribution matters more. It's just logical, right? You have 40 people, each person, or like, let's say you have 20 people, it's a lot easier. So each person is, what's that? 5% of the, is 5% of the total raid's contribution. But whenever you have 5 people, each person is 20% of the contribution. So whenever you had a 40-man raid, they're 2.5%. So if this guy fucks off or doesn't do anything right, well, it doesn't really matter because you can have somebody else make up for it. I feel like every healer should always be able to battle res and salvage fights. There's a lot of little min-max things that should happen in WoW, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I think meta chasing and career pursuing through gaming killed gaming and that's it. But I don't think that's true because you're only talking about it to other people that are on these social media websites that hyperanalyze and talk about video games all day. There's a lot of people that are Starfield dads. There are dads right now that are playing Starfield and having a blast, making a new ship. There are dads who are playing, Dragon's Dogma 2, and they're like, oh, wow, look at that, it's a Chimera, holy shit, what the hell? Yeah, Diablo 4, there's people right now that are playing Diablo 4, oh, man, I can't wait for Season 4, this is going to be crazy. Maybe by then I'll be able to get 100 if I just have enough time to play. And that's it. So you have a lot of their minds. Yeah, they're playing on a controller. And I think the problem is not that... It's like we've gone from you can't step in the same river twice to you can't step in the same river once. Because by stepping in the river, you fundamentally change it. And people get into this, and they keep fixating around... getting, min-maxed and trying to be as efficient as possible. And the process of that and the outcome of that is that they can't enjoy games anymore. That's the issue. people can't enjoy games because they put these expectations on themselves. I watched Rax play Elden Ring for the first time without guides. He didn't enjoy the stream it because they had to mass ban people telling him that he's playing it wrong. Exactly. And like you look at, for example, anytime that a person plays a game, there's a video, make sure to give it a like. This is, I like conversations about this, even though I disagreed with a lot of this person's, assessments. But I think that the feeling is valid. The feeling that he has is very valid. And I think that, like, I don't even know how to get around this. I think one of the best ways to get around it is to play an old game that isn't very guided and then just try to complete that game on your own time without doing anything else at the same time. Like, for example, there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, I didn't really like the story. Well, yeah, because you sat there and you listened to podcasts and because you skipped all the cutscenes. You don't even know what the story is.
True.
I didn't have the chance to be disappointed by Diablo 4. Just took everybody else's words on it. Yeah, apparently it's getting better now, but we'll see what happens. The Souls community, unfortunately, has its bad apples. No.
So many people getting
Here's
called
what I'm trying
out.
to explain. That's the case with every single game.
That's the exact reason why I don't know anything about the Path of Exile story. Because every time I would play Path of Exile, I would skip all of the story stuff and just listen to a podcast. Or in the case of when I'm streaming, I'd have music on in the background.
If you look at me playing Undertale, people are trying to min-max that. If you look at me playing that crab game, people are trying to min-max it. People are trying to min-max every single game all the time. You remember Fall Guys?
I agree.
People were
Path of
min-maxing
Exile
Fall
is a
Guys.
good game.
Like, it's
And I am very much looking forward to Path of Exile 2.
everything, guys. It's very common, and I think the change begins with the player themselves. You don't have to finish the raid on the first week. You don't have to get every single FOMO item before it goes off of the store. You don't have to do these things. These are things that you have decided that you needed to do, and the moment that you decide and you get out of that matrix, you can just enjoy video games again. Like, I used to get stressed out about every single patch of WoW, where it's like, oh, well, the new WoW patch is coming out, and I need to make sure that I get my mounts from the last WoW patch, the current one. No, I don't. No, you don't, you fucking idiot. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Stop it. Just stop it. It's just a game.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Just be a little bit more serious.
Yeah, just stop with the FOMO and just enjoy your game. Just enjoy your game. Ignore the FOMO. Yeah, you are going to miss out on some stuff, and that's okay. Like, a person only lives so long. That is true. However, consider this. Before you were born, there was a lot of time before that. And after you die, there will be a lot of time after that. My point in this is that you are going to miss out, whether you like it or not. Because you've already missed out on, like, 13 billion years of this universe being in existence. At least 13 billion years. So why are you worried so much about missing out on shit? Just enjoy life. Have fun. Have a good time. Don't worry about all the bullshit. Live.
How many times do you think people release guides on how to farm a power level? Yeah, exactly. You think you do, but you don't. Exactly. And so that's something that needs to change for players individually. That's not something the game can make. That's not something that anybody can do, because there will always be a way for some FOMO addicted no-lifer to ruin the game for themselves. You can never stop them from doing that.
True.
But they can stop themselves. I'll be right back.
Absolutely true. Absolutely. Fucking hell, mate. All right, we're 8 hours in. We are at 8 hours. That's right. We have passed the threshold of 8 hours. So I am clocking out for the night. Oh, that's right. We're ending. I know you just got here, Gearhead, but get hecked, you baka. 16 more hours, infinite aura stream. How about no? Why don't you stream, Neo? Jeez. What a heckin' baka. Bunch of heckin' bakas. What's up, Big Stinky? You're poor? Hi, poor. So am I. Let's see. When's the last time I rated them? Scroll. Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. According to my list of rated nerds, it's been a while since I rated Nigel. / raid. We're rating Nigel later. Nigel is on a break right now. However, Nigel Stinky. Yeah, we're gonna raid the nerd. The current game is Neo. Oh, he just got back. He just got back. Oh my god. Yeah, Nigel's playing some Neo. That's NIOH. But yeah, I don't have any particular raid message. Just call him a nerd. Anyways, if for whatever reason you would like to see more of me, feel free to hit me up on my socials. Make sure you're following me, both my Twitch as well as my YouTube. I go live every day, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. For reference, the current time is 10:11 p.m. At the time of this stuff. Anyways, if you're watching on YouTube, you could see all of those fancy links in the description box down below. Like, favorite, subscribe, hit that bell. I hope to see you guys next time. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye. And goodbye to VOD King as well. I love you. Bye.